Yeah, it's a very simple game.
App name. Go to your app store on your Android or your Apple and download WWT time slips. 106.7 here in the main pit area, 107.5 in the infield.
Then for either made mention, should be in good shape. We're ready for Super Street there, Bob.
Okay. And Super Street. The invitation is officially being extended. Super Street, need you to the lanes, please. Super Street. In the lanes, come on down. Super Street, boys and girls, guys and gals.
These are wrong.
Oh, you kidding, wherever you may be. Super Street needs you to the lanes, please.
But I hope you're wrong.
Just ignore that last comment.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, children of all ages, you've called Super Street the lanes if you've not heard the call. Gonna get the triple double underway. Smile, enjoy yourselves. Just be glad it's not 2 weeks later, but it's 2 weeks earlier than normal. Protection will be warm. Will be a good day today, and appreciate everybody out there. Let's have some fun and race some cars.
No, I didn't check the time on the computer.
The other ones you do, put in, bring
Let's see if it's synced up.
For
If, yeah,
Richie.
we need to
I'm
verify.
taking the stock and I'm with you.
All right. Now you all got, other than these, you've got.
These are all entered, and
Okay,
everything's
good.
done. So your new ones go right there. These haven't been entered yet.
Okay,
But this is super stock. So stock I'm gonna take down, so we'll be ready for Q1.
okay.
Other than that one single tech card you got.
Let's see, we're not doing shootouts, right? We're not doing any of that kind of stuff.
No, no shootouts, just racing.
It's going wonderfully. Who you calling, sir, by the way? You obviously have me confused with somebody.
All right. I will have all the stock tech cards at fuel check, and I'll get all the signatures on the stock tech cards we need, and
Okay,
bring them up after we run Q1.
no problem, no, not a deal.
Well, it's just if you were looking for a tech card, I've got some of them because of that, so.
Right.
And I think I might have figured out what my printer roll was.
Oh. Do they use True here?
No, not on our
They
stuff.
don't use
but-
Drag though.
But they do use True during their normal program.
Yeah, well, when she comes in, we'll look at the time and make sure
Those two
it's good.
super stockers are good.
This is good?
Yeah, those are good.
Okay, cool. So, I'm assuming Pete put these all down on his list since we left.
I think this track is our black hole printer issues.
You know, we have the same trouble at Columbus, and I think it's a Wi-Fi issue.
Where their signal doesn't let it bounce the way they've got it.
Or there's something that, like, they have some sort of blocker,
With-
some sort of firewall.
Which is even more reason to get my own Verizon thing to working towers, because then we can sync.
Because then we can all sync to the same, and the nicest part about that, Will, is that everything always stays the same.
You can plug.
Once the once the printer's set up, it should work everywhere,
I
for
think
us,
Something to work towards.
yeah. Good morning. Good morning.
Back for more.
She's here, don't harass the child.
Yeah, this is true.
Those two I just gave you. That's it.
No.
Yep, okay. I'm gonna write it on this sheet.
And again, Super Street needs you lane, please. Super Street needs you in the lane, please. Super Street, come on down.
See what he's already done.
On the board for it. I owe you big time.
So, when I talked out last time, I need chocolate.
Yo, you want about 8:45 or so, those people don't have.
Who's gone in?
Sorry about stealing y'all's monitor. I didn't realize that
I didn't know that was on. It's all good.
y'all. I didn't mean. I hope I didn't cause any disruption this morning.
Oh, no, you're fine. I had something last night.
I didn't realize. I just thought it was like a.
I'm gonna start carrying an extra monitor.
Oh yeah.
Because we've run into that before at other tracks where they're short a monitor, we don't have it. So I've got spare stuff sitting in Indy. So I've got plenty of room just to stuff stuff in.
Hey Jack, radio check. There you go. That talks to all our people for you, Will.
Yeah.
Do we need to check the time on the computer, Brad, or is your guys' is usually pretty good? Some go a whole time better than others.
Pretty good. It's got 7:55. My watch has 7:53.
And I've got no cars in my lane.
What time is it really? 7:52.
I think it'll be more fun.
I have.
It's only a few minutes.
Put the calls in the
We're
Joe.
always behind it.
Hey Jack, your side lights are on, but your topper is not.
Yeah, and I think we'll do that.
Yeah, so everything today is either just T or Q, and they all should pop with that designator next to
them. If they don't, I'll probably have a wrong car number.
Like my lovely tourist.
Hey, Joe. Realized we didn't get the paperwork signed insurance wise. What do you know about that? Or what
Make sure you do the announcer screen too.
The event insurance, they have a smart way of saying all that paperwork, but as far as the event insurance.
Travis, are you gonna be here for a while, or? As long as
I guess so.
Or if I get new ones, you'll be getting to?
Yeah, I'll be here for a while.
I'm working on Super Street right now.
I trust you to play with stuff if necessary. If you got it set, I don't get it. The only thing I do is
What you got?
These guys, sorry.
How y'all doing?
Good. We had a little bit of mishap with the bolt going down the blower, knocking out testing, during testing last night. They don't care what it's on.
Typically, we're doing credit, but they would be broken in the testing tune. Let me figure out what I can run by the track.
Yep.
Top reactors there.
Yeah, Super Street, easy lane. Anybody got a copy on me? Use the lanes, come on down, stoppers, get it ready. It's pretty racy out there this morning.
Yeah, go ahead.
27 feet, 55 degrees, 54 degree dew point. Means the air's pretty well saturated with dew this morning, but hey, other than that, I think we're ready to rock and roll. Everybody adjust accordingly. Make the changes as needed. Super Street, United cars, leave your old.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see a tire guide and try to get
Good
out.
morning, Kevin.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Official.
You're fine.
D3 photographer house. Set up right next to the top of the staging lane. Don't forget to check in as the weekend progresses, or if you need a special shot of your car in action, you should stop by and check in.
I got you, Rodney.
Graphic needs taken care of.
Okay, I'm trying another mic on this because I got a mic issue. I have to have mic on these radios.
Feel the rumble in my, yeah.
Hey, 10 let me know what you need.
You can cross off
It was a small enough package.
Hold on now. Sounds good? Okay.
Who did you say cross off Wordman?
Durbin.
I didn't have a Derby.
I guess I forgot to write it on there then.
No, you just knew you were gonna be able to handle it, then there was no need.
They're right there, and the box was this big, so.
So, guy, pop blower, junk cars, DOA.
Alrighty, get
Load
out of
up,
your car,
leave.
little splash of water in the water box.
On that one.
Whatever you want to
We'll
do.
be ready to boogie, Richard
Be ready to
Sperry.
do it
Larry
solid.
Kitchens, you gonna lead us
We haven't
off.
sent a car down the track and started anything,
Yeah.
so I have no problem with
Okay.
full.
Passenger door on that Malibu is
Right.
open.
You're right in here.
Hey, water box, passenger door to Malibu. We're starting line up blue Malibu door on the right side. WWT Raceway, good morning to you. Thank you for all of your help. Gonna be a great event, kids. They should be getting your radio.
Over here on the right hand side.
locked up.
002, Dan going 003.
Write down your numbers.
86 and 147.
Hold on to it.
Hold on.
Jake, shut 'em off.
There on the left-hand side. Mark Smith
Between
goes
8 and
wrong
9
way,
o'clock in the morning, so Compton's gonna light up.
Greg
Locked up.
Weekend, Columbus.
Just like Bowling Green.
It's something in Bob's shit. It does this every time of morning this
I
time.
know it in Henry Green as well.
You got your numbers?
Shut him off for a second, shut him off.
Is your computer hung up?
Yes.
Stand by.
You there, how you are?
Hold, please.
Technical difficulties.
Yeah, I don't.
Jason Hennessy, Pontiac, PO.
We've got friends.
They're on the left-hand side.
Typically, probably the morning, all the sponsors stop, super sponsor comes through, fixes it, touch up,
Shop around,
stop, super
Bowling Green, so I can get with me here and pick it up.
prep, TD, they work there. I'll
Those are really good. Good enough. Carry on.
Every person who doesn't fill out the census is 24 Illinois. Visit my2020census.org.
Okay, Jake, we're good. You got 58 and 32, right?
You want that correct?
See that on the left, Smith on the right.
You didn't.
We are ready to go. 82 miles a second. Chevrolet loader.
I'm gonna trust you say it's weak.
Hey, put that track.
Yeah,
Just one
so.
second.
Okay. Hang on a minute.
And it goes down track with repeatability and regularity.
I'm not.
We have Smith on the right.
I would say the only thing I'm worried about is our Saturday afternoon.
Mark Smith out of the game for 20. Line the left back.
200.
In 88.
The good news is when it does that, it still prints their time slip. So,
Somebody running real quick this morning, Jimmy Banner. Little lake out, Tennessee, they fill up. You heard of it? Roads for engineering, research and development, the R&D guy. Now,
We had, in the places, supermarkets.
you know, a big clock.
He was showing me on the phone, I was like,
Lifetime commercial.
I just like to get out of there. Like Chevrolet.
it's on my phone too. So, stay out of it until like 9 o'clock.
It's 79, my bad, it's 130.
Did something involved. Yeah, it's something in Bob's program.
Yeah.
Because we can our time understand and then we work.
Semi-retired.
And I thought, wait a second, and wait till 9 o'clock.
He only
It's
gives
good.
half. Jared Ross. Texas made Ross brother.
Yeah, and if you stay out of it, it sucks. But then the work's done wrong. And also for some reason, Super Street is not like, that's every track.
Fairmont on the right.
There's Lucha Bypass probably gone.
Big number.
You want stock yet? Yes, sir. Stock eliminator.
Stock eliminator. Do the lanes. I'm all down. Stockers, do the lanes, please. There's also three of my favorite stockers. We established that back in Dallas last week.
I would just wait.
We're about over on the right hand side. So you got the right track. Shuts it off halfway down. Full 53, 85. Already 134. Drop off, ready to do, ready for the four semi-finalists in our three down.
Hey, we're clear.
Go back to work. At least for a week. Turn around and come back.
Staging, got stock coming at you, ready to call our stock.
Drop off, no tracks, crazy. Small block, yes,
hold on, we're froze.
Well, we made the announcement last night that needed some folks to come by the Division 3 registration trailer and sign your Ready? You need to sign your deck card. Just fill the same. Super gas will look for Bob Block and Bob Brew. Trailer at the top of the staging lanes and sign your tech cards. All right, get Bob Schmidt and Craig Meyer loaded back in. Get the two gents ready to go. Schmidt up on the left-hand side. There's the second gen. Chevy 2, two-door post. Craig Meyer in that ride from Mopar's history, the 1962 Plymouth Fury. 1088 at $145 for Meyer. 1085 at $143 for Robert. As Corey Bentley comes to us out of Fremont, Nebraska, making a tow over. Tim Purcell's Chevy 2 here on the right-hand side, the SS edition, out of Decatur. Again, stock eliminator. Need you to lanes, please. Stockers to the lanes. Qualifier number 1. For race number 1, stock eliminator. Need you to lanes, please. Tim's off and running. How about Corey Bentley? 001. Now that big 582 combo. Comes off the throttle stop. Starts its top in charge. Goes 1091 at 149. Nice lap out of the box for Corey. Tim Purcell goes 1083 at 126. This is Marcus Bush. Don Moyer alongside. Moyer's Ohio-based Camaro. Bush at the wheel of the later generation 77 Nova. In 1977, the federal government had gotten involved, and we had all sorts of ugly bumpers. Marcus rolls the beams, not going to get a time, leaving before the tree was activated. Moyer 1048 at $145. That might be low ET of the weekend. 1048 at $145 for Don Moyer. Not quite the 957 lap we had last weekend, but hey, you know, you got to have goals. See if anybody comes along, takes the low ET of the weekend away from Don. Steve Dominguez and Doug Wood come rolling in. Steve, former Kansas resident, now living down in the great state of Alabama. Saw Hurricane Betty coming, and he said, see ya. Loaded up all of his cares and woes, and his Camaro as well. Doug Wood over on the right-hand side. Didn't have quite the motivation to get away from Hurricane Beta. That's what Steve did, but Doug's like, hey, I'll go to St. Louis too. 1087, 140 for Doug, 1076 for Steve at $1.59. Still not quite the 1048, but hey, got to start somewhere. Phil Smida and his Cavalier on the right. Gary Horseman's Ford Falcon there on the left out of Festus. Say Festus, always wonder where Mr. Dillon is. You have to be old to understand that. 427 Ford on the left-hand side. Phil cranking off a 19 light. And again, stock eliminator. Need you to lanes, please. Stockers to the lanes. Come on down. Spite at 1088 at $1.57. 1091 by Horseman. 138. Philip Oakley, you need to be seen at the Division III trailer at the head of staging, please. Philip Oakley, your presence is requested. The D3 trailer at the head of the staging lanes, please, is Dan Hallwood. And Mark Von Heater, otherwise known as Mr. Montana. Doubleheader event up in Montana, Acton Dragway, not that long ago. Von Heater on the left went to the finals at both events. 1-1, runner-up. So you just call him Mr. Montana now. Dan's got problems with his Firebird, so Mark Von Heater cruises through 1091 at $1.54. And we'll get Dan's Firebird pushed back and out of the way and get the St. Paul, Missouri runner. Opportunity to get it back to the pits, get it fixed, and get on back. Again, stock eliminator, need you to lanes, please. Stock eliminator to the lanes, come on down. And word comes that we need Kevin Wright back to the trailer, please. Kevin Wright needs you back to the D3 trailer. Just need to sign your tech card before we can let you head down the racetrack. But Kevin Wright, do need you to report to the D3 trailers. Kelly Sperry. Frank Higgins come rolling in. Kelly on the left. Small block combination, little 406 motor. Underneath the hood of that first generation Chevy too. Higgins Camaro on the right. Likewise, a 400 cubic inch power plant. And a class dominated by big blocks. A couple little mouses running around. Ooh, hang on there, Frankie. Frank let go of the button and the car went wee-haw. 1085 at $1.39 for Higgins. 1087 for Kelly Sperry. 122 miles an hour. Barney Barnhart in the Blaster. 66 Chevelle for he and Penny. Don Snow out of Texas. 65 Corvette. Former D4 Jegs All-Star rep. There on the left-hand side. Stock Eliminator, Q1, need you to lanes, please. Stock Eliminator, qualifier number 1. To the lanes, boys and girls, come on down. Stowe on the left, Barney on the right. Super Street about halfway through or better. Their first time run of the weekend. Barney off and running. 009 light, and he's getting out of here. Down track he goes. 1080 at 89 miles an hour. Ooh, Barney's trying to reverse throttle stop thing. 1086 and $147 for Don Snow. Seems to be becoming the rage of late. Make it a little tough for your competitor to judge you at the stripe. Sure did work out for James Kunkel a couple of weeks back in Topeka. Barney will get the hang of it. There's Roger Hayward. Comes pulling in on right. The 67 Fairlane out of Ankeny, Iowa, up there on the north side of Des Moines. I know it's Des Moines, but hey, you know. And a little Vega, Texas Vega, hikes the front end up in the air. Sets it back down. Comes off the throttle stop. Pulling down for the big end, the Fairlane. 1095 at $139, Vega. A few more adjustments and tweaks might be needed. 1164 at 127. Lou Murray. The double wheel standing Camaro out of Eureka. Lou Murray, double wheel stands, the Hoosier equipped. Chevy Camaro here on the right-hand side. How about a 10.902? First dead on we've had this session. 151 miles an hour. Randy Ship at 1123 out of the Corvette. Is Randy one of the final four contestants for the Bowling Green race? Scotty Rudeau and Chris Tees. Chris over on the right-hand side. Number 4 in the division in Super Street action. Last year in D5, Jegs All-Star rep. Scotty Rudeau with his wheel standing. Omaha-based. S10 truck. 1097, $125 for Rudeau. 1086 for Chris at 152 miles per. Brandon Cincinnati up in the Malibu wagon. There on the left. And Tony Jones, beautiful Chevrolet Camaro. That is a gorgeous metallic yellow hot rod. Tony on the right, the Sunset Performance powered 67 Camaro out of Gilmer, Texas. Tony cruises through 1106 and 150, 1082 for Cincinnati. As the wagon trips the lights at the other end at 129 mile an hour terminal velocity. Jimmy Dobbins, Wisconsin-based entry on the right, the 68 Camaro. Austin Claiborne on the left out of Texas, another D4 runner making a toe up. Claiborne yet another Camaro with a Sunset Performance power plant underneath the hood. Austin's in the left. Jimmy's in the right. Going to do a little quick track check. And Stock Eliminator, need your lanes, please. Stock Eliminator needs you to the staging lanes, please. Come on down. Stockers to the lanes. Jimmy Nobin working his way down on the right for the Wisconsin runner. Take your pick of the orange first-gen Camaros. Nobin 1095 at 143, 1083 for Claiborne at $159. Brent Rookers, Wasco, Illinois based Camaro on the left. Then Laurel Morris up from Alabama, another beta runner. Laurel at the wheel. Joe Tankersley's name's listed on the car. It makes me wonder. Laurel Tankersley Morris. It's all beginning to become very clear. 535 cubic inch, big motor in the Trans Am. Rooker on the left. 11 flat, 132 for Brent, 1065 at 140 for Laurel. Not quite Don Moyers, 1048, but giving it a ride. Michael Campbell and Alex Miller now. As Miller comes rolling in, the fleet of Miller Racing Transmissions, Racing Monzas. Miller on the right, Campbell on the left, the Minnesotan. A welder by profession. Always good to have a welder around. 78 Malibu there on the left-hand side. Alex a little quick on the get-go. 2 foul, 2 red. 1079 at 142 for Miller. Campbell's Malibu, 1096 at 148. He hustles his way down track. Steve Coley's Chevy S10 there on the left-hand side. And Jeff Wheats. Wheats out of Morrison, Illinois, the Wheats and Sons. Mopar, 572 cubic inch combo. Stock Eliminator, need your lanes, please. Stock Eliminator, need you to the lanes. Whoops. Stevens Callie's truck goes about 40 feet. Jeff Wheats goes 1,320 with a 1085 at 141. But the Indiana-based Chevy S10 over there on the AAA side of the racetrack having issues. So we'll back up Callie's truck. Bring up Steve Pearson. What appears to be our final Super Street car. Starting to see some crew members out there from some stockers. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Parts call. APD fuel pump pulley or a complete APD belt-driven fuel pump. Jimmy Fitz is in need of one. An APD fuel pump pulley or a complete APD belt-driven fuel pump. Jimmy Fitz in need of a pump or a pulley. APD belt-driven fuel pump. Jimmy Fitz is looking for a pump or a pulley. Racer in need. Parts call, please. One ringy-dingy. As Steve Pearson off and running. Little 77 Vegan. Again, the small block combination. Shoehorned in. 1099 at 123. Tell you, there is one Vegan I would love to have, and that's the one sitting over in Jeg Shop. Got the LS power plant, the coils packed down inside the inner cowl with the windshield wiper. One neat Vega hot rod. First off, I want to know where they found a Vega that wasn't full of rust. I want to know where they found a Vega, whether it was full of rust or not. Whew. And stock eliminator getting ready to roll out now. As we have put round one of time trials for our Super Street contingent into the record books. Bruce Castle comes rolling in. And Vern Buchanan had Vern's presence down in Dallas last weekend for the runner out of Conway, Arkansas. Headed home and he thought, he says, might as well just do some laundry and keep on going. So the 351 Mustang G-Stock automatic entry, Castle. The V stock automatic, 6-cylinder AMC Pacer. Last year out in Great Bend, we were commenting about the stick-on fish on the inside of the windows and what the cars commonly referred to as a fishbowl. We figured, what the heck, if it's a fishbowl, might as well put some fish on the inside of the windows. Can't have a little humor while you're doing this, boys and girls. You better go find another round of golf or something. Vern off and running. Castle leaves the red light in his wake. Little 351 Mustang goes 11:10 at $1.18. Castle 15:15 at 85 miles an hour. Vern throws down the gauntlet at 89 under the index and says, come get you some. Tommy Turner's J-Stick, 302, 5-speed Mustang there on the left. Jim Cakel, the Oldsmobile out of Michigan, up on the right-hand side. Turner works his way through the gearbox, slaps it into high by half track. Runs it on through, 1168 at 102, 10900 for Keiko. Hey, Jim, Super Street was a class before. 10900 at 121. Keiko's at 80 under. He's good for number 2. Turner 66 under. Dan Toole's Mustang on the left. Little 4-cylinder Mustang, another V-stock automatic entry. Jim Nichols, double A stock automatic. Man, you want to talk about going from one end to the other. 4-cylinder, slow roller, Mustang on the left. Big block, 426, heavy-fied. 65 Belvedere on the right. Oh, baby, that'd be a handicap start, wouldn't it? 976 by Nichols at 134. Dan Toole goes 1491 on a 90-mile-an-hour pass. Nichols goes 93 under. Toole's 58 under their indexes. Jimmy goes to number 1. Here's John Korish, the La Crosse, Wisconsin-based runner on the right-hand side. B-stick entry. Johnny Osborne's F-stock automatic, the 455 Buick, up on the right-hand side. Whew, whole lot of running going on out there. Makes my knees hurt. Anyway, Korish on the right, Osborne on the left. 71 Buick Grand Sport 455 Torque Monster. Neat hot rod. Out of Raineyville, Kentucky. The Copo, John Korish. Steps off the clutch, heads for the other end of the racetrack. 1046 at $1.13 by Korish. 1094 Johnny Osborne. Osborne's 90 under with the Buick. Korish 73 under with the Camaro. Bob Wells up on the left-hand side. Car and driver to be named later. Over here on the Mopar Express side.
Lights on it, let's get
1092 for Bob Wells, the C-Stock automatic runner out of Warrensburg, and 1037 for the driver to be named later over here on the left. Bob Seaworth's factory stock H Mustang, 1056 at $127. Marissa Hammond's Camaro out of Louisville, 1121 at $117. Seaworth goes 93 under the index, takes over the number one spot from Jimmy Nichols by 7 thousandths of a second. Marissa's 78 under. Bill Simsprott's Chevy 2 on the left, and Tim Tosto, B-Stock Automatic, to Wentzville, Missouri. Big block, hot rod, right-hand side. Got the student driver poster in the back window. Something tells me that Timmy's probably not a student driver. $10.34 to $1.27 for Tosto. 11.04 by Simsprott. 119 miles an hour. Tosto's at 90 under the index. Simsprott at 75 under. Jimmy Hanlon's iStock Automatic, the 327. Chevy 2 in the left lane, and Bill Feist, F-Stock Automatic. Wait a minute, what's this? A Feist machine with an automatic in it? Say it isn't so. The Feist Automotive line performance Fairlane over here on the right-hand side. 390 combo, hikes the front end up in the air, sets it back down. Now sailing down the Mopar lane. Kevin Mitchell and Mike Welfel working their way down track. 9:22 to $1.44 by Mitchell. 11.05 at $1.19 for Welfel. I think we're still leading the pack. Jim Nichols 2, Tosto number 3, Johnny Osborne, Vern Buchanan rounded out the top 5. Tommy Reese, K-Stock Automatic, Camaro on the left, and Tom Gillums, D-Stick 350, 70 Camaro. Second gen runner with the 350 and a 4-speed over here on the right-hand side. Gillum Motors through 1062 at $1.24, 1201 for Tommy Reese at 109 miles an hour. Reese at 63 under the index. Slides onto the front page of the qualifying sheet. George Warren's F-Stock Automatic. Fairlane on the left. And Tim Barrett out of Fort Ann, New York. Gave up after Earlville. Went all the way back to New York. Sat and talked to the bride, and she said, we need to still go racing. So they scrubbed down the motorhome and the trailer and turned around and hit the roads back to St. Louis. Glad to have them. Tim Barrett's G-Stock Automatic, 1136 at 113, 1108 for George Warren. Warren goes 76 under. Barrett 63 under. Keith Wells B-Stock Automatic entry on the left, and Donnie Beeler's H-Stock on the right. Keith Wells on the left, 1041 out of the wheel standing Camaro, 1109 for Donnie Beeler. Beeler goes 90 under, Wells at 83 under. Tim Weisdaffel comes rolling in, the 66 Bel Air wagon. 283 cubic inch, small block, 4-speed wagon. Rick Winchester's Endless Agony Corvette over here on the right-hand side. As we continue cranking our way through Weisdaffel dumps the clutch, heads for the other end. That old 66 Bel Air with a 283 hikes the front end up in the air when it leaves. That's cool. 1306 at 101 for Timmy. 1153, 98 miles an hour. For the Endless Agony Corvette. Weisdaffel at 88 under the index. 26 cars down track so far. Jeff Sharp's I-Stock automatic entry. Rosalind Gresson's O-Stick. Mustang convertible. Got the drop top. Rosalind goes 3 out of the R&R Enterprises ride. Jeffrey's little 327 Malibu. Works its way through. 1145 at $113. 1250 for Rosalind. Sharp at 84 under. Rosalind's at 59 under the index. Bob Seaworth still leading the pack at 93 under. Jimmy Nichols' Mopar ride, number 2. At 93 under as well. Bob Beals. 66 Chevelle, 4-door Malibu on the right-hand side. The taxi cab entry. And Paul Williams. No, not that Paul Williams. The other Paul Williams. Paul Williams out of Ohio. The 302-89 Mustang GT there in the left lane. Rob Beals off and running. Paul Williams, likewise, now giving chase in the Mustang car. Beal 1241 at 104. 1231 at 105 for Williams. Williams 53 under. Beal 43 under. It's Donnie Vaught's E-Stick. High winding. 350 cubic inch small block. 4-speed Camaro on the left. Michael Rooks. 70 Duster over here on the right-hand side. The 340 E-Stock automatic combo. Whoops. Michael Rook wants to bring the RPMs up, and the car crept right on through the beams. So Michael will get no time recorded. Donnie Vaught, 1064 at 123 miles an hour for the Tennessee runner. Donnie goes 1 second under. Take over the number 1 qualifying spot, a little 4-speed Camaro. Matt Antrobius and Steve Hooter. Steve, the body shop owner out of Cromwell, Minnesota. As the Minnesota contingent made their trip down to Dallas last weekend. The Line Performance and Hooter family, all with a fleet of D5 race cars. Making a stop in D4 last weekend, making a stop in D3 before they head home. Antrobius H-Stock automatic there on the left-hand side. At the runner-up a year ago at Indy in the final round. Goes 11:25 at $117. 11:40 by Steve Hooter at 115 miles an hour. Had to be one of the all-time classic final rounds at the U.S. Nationals. Heads up, stock eliminator late in the night on Sunday night. He and Austin Williams duking it out. Austin be able to throw down a bag of donuts on the starting line. That just happened to come up a little short as Randy Shepard's A-Stick. Hot Rod, the big block 396 there on the right-hand side. And Johnny Beeson's C-Stick Camaro on the left, couple of 4-speed rides. Shepard at 20 under the index. Beeson goes 93 under the index. He jumps into the number 3 spot. Skinny Friedman and Larry Henderson come rolling in. Another Missouri runner here on the right-hand side. Larry Henderson out of my hometown, Liberty Mo. Henderson family racing operation. That means if Larry's here, there ought to be a few others as well. Kenny Friedman, in stock automatic wagon. Kenny doing some damage last year on the D3 stock eliminator chase. Runner up at the first race. One later on in the season at Bowling Green. Friedman 1247 at 104. 1070. Over on the right-hand side. For the 4-speed, Deuce of Larry Henderson, put him 65 under the index. Troy Henderson, Larry's son on the left, another big block 4-speed combo. As Larry's car still coasting off the top end of the racetrack. So 4 speeds a pair, Camaro's a pair, 396 left, 350 right. Troy out of Trimble, Missouri, just on the north side of the KC Mo area. Works the big block through, 1064 to 102. Dave Walther goes 95 under with the 1084 to $1.15. Dave slides into the number 2 spot behind Donnie Vaught's Camaro. 1064 by Troy puts him 30 under. That 102 mile an hour speed, though, tells me he wasn't really pedaling hard down at the other end of the racetrack. Marlene Nelson's J-Stock automatic. Chris Knudsen, the old man. 4-speed, big block Camaro on the right-hand side. It's Chris working his way down track. Number 4 in the world last year. Goes cruising through 1049 at $1.26. 1172 by Marlene. Knudsen at 85 under. Marlene at 72 under. Jamie Peach comes rolling in. Another hot rod out of the Line Performance Rake Stables. And another 455 Buick. Jamie on the left. Jeff Strickland on the right. Good to see the signpunk.com kid with us out of Red Bay, Alabama, where it's raining today. Wonder if they call them beta drops down there today. Some hurricane beta? Anyway, 946 at 123 by Strickland. Jamie goes cruising through. 1106 at 105. Strickland at 83 under the index. Peach at 79 under the index. Tim Lowe's Copo on the left. Dirk Olson. I love this Chevy too. Big block, 396 4-speed. You could eat off of it. But then you'd have to clean it again because, well, that's just the way Dirk takes care of it. Beautiful Deuce. I want to drive that car so bad. Sweetheart of a hot rod. Dirk, 1007 at 131, 1027 for Timmy Lowe. Timmy's 92 under. That slides him under the number 6 spot. Dirk goes 87 under. That's good right now for number 15. This is Brett Candies and Rochelle T-Bear. I want to say hi to Dad. Dad's not here with us today, but I know he is listening in via the World Wide Web and DragRacer.tv. Want to thank DMP Awnings, your presenting sponsor for the event this weekend here at Worldwide Technology Raceway. Of course, big tip of the cap to Larice Motorsports Insurance and Crew Chief Pro. Also helping out with today's delivery. Brett Candies on the right, the Candies Family Motorsports. Cloverjet on the right-hand side. Brett giving a championship a chase. Got a couple of wins under his belt this year. Beautiful bride standing down there next to the wall listed in. Rochelle 003 out of the little 305 Malibu. 933 by Candies at $1.44. Rochelle goes 98 under. That's good for number 2. Brett 66 under. That's good for number 32. This is Gary Hirsch and Derek Finner. Derek at the wheel, another one of the Henderson family motorsports entries. Should be a B-stick car. Not in the system yet. Gary Hirsch on the left, the F-Stock automatic entry. And another 455 Buick. Lots of Buicks. Old 455 motor was just a torque monster. 1102, 118 by Hirsch, 1071 for Derek Fenners. We'll have to get Derek's information entered in. 82 under for Hirsch on a 21 number qualifying effort. Steve Blondell's Cabrera on the left and Dustin Nelson on the right. Dustin out of New London, Minnesota. Dustin also making a run down south last weekend. 4 races, 2 weekends. 2 at Dallas, 2 here at Worldwide Technology Raceway. Busy, busy, busy. The Copo. Dustin Nelson off and running, working its way down track. Blondell's Camaro there on the left. Giving chase. Nelson 8:59 at $1:58, 11:23 for Blondell. 80 underlap for Dustin. Puts him number 23. Paul Candies comes rolling in now. The other half, the Candies family motorsport stables. 392 cubic inch Mopar ride, and Stevenson got the 360. Chrysler Baron there on the left-hand side. Hey, Super Comp. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits, please. Super Comp, need your lanes. Super Comp. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Time to come on down. Super Comp. Need you to the lanes, please. This PB Candies, 956, 121. 1172 at 112. Candies goes 103 under the index. It's good for your number 1 qualifying spot unofficially. Stevenson at 92 under. Into the number 8 spot is Ben Line. And Corey Hopkins, 2 more Minnesotans. Pulling their way to the line now at International Falls, up there where it gets real cold in the wintertime. Comes Ben Line in the B-Stock automatic entry. Want to say hi to Jason, who's probably listening in. How about Corey Hopkins? 383 cubic inch. Mopar Dart hiking the front end up in the air, and I mean hiked it up. Carries it out to the other end of the racetrack, steps off the throttle, goes 11:18, 98 miles an hour. 10:37 at $1:26 for Ben. He's 87 under the index. But I would just about guarantee you that Jason Line is listening in, following along with all of his Minnesota family here at the races this weekend. Ryan Hooters, 73 Buick Century with the 455 combo. LT Bear, still 1, 2, 3 out of our 57 cars down track so far. Mike Taylor's Malibu on the left, Brad Cavisto's on the right. Stopped by the pits yesterday, and they were doing a little rewiring on the 74 GTO, trying to make the car a little bit smarter. Brad says he's got to work on the car, make the car smarter. 74 GTO, 1162 at 91 miles an hour, 1162 at 112 for Mike Taylor alongside of him. Mikey goes 92 under. Cavisto a little bit further down on the pack. Super Cop to the lanes, please. Super Cop, need you to the lanes. Billy Foder's Pontiac Trans Am. Garden City, Michigan based, 72 edition. And Larry Hill, back in Old Reliable, the 440 CUDA, A-Stock automatic entry. I got to get by and see Patsy. She told me come see her. Larry on the right, 440 cubic inches of classic, 70 Barracuda Mopar muscle. Doesn't get a whole lot more better than what Larry's got. Unless you got Dirk Olson's 396 4-speed, then it's better. 1023, 128 for Larry. 1120 by Foders. He cruises down the racetrack. Larry Hill at 76 under the index. Slides in number 35 right now. Jerry Bennett's D-Stock automatic entry up on the right-hand side. Hickory, Kentucky based, 340, 70 Duster. Another sweetheart of a stock eliminator ride. And certainly a car capable of winning it all. Big block, 454 Chevelle there on the left. Not yet in the system. Won't be able to get you where he stands. 1032 at 126 for the Kansas runner. 1080 for Jerry Bennett. As Bennett motors through. Giving it a good ride down track, but only 105 miles an hour. Is Al Wick, Lynn Johnson. Come rolling in next. Al on the left, the 340 CUDA. Out of Oconomowoc, Wisconsin. I like having Al around. I just like saying Oconomowoc. Lynn on the right, out of Cloquet. Not to be confused with Croquet. 1040 at 128 for Lynn. 1120 at $1.16 for Al. Al 64 under. Lynn's 94 under. As we keep on rocking and rolling. Rob Turkle up on the left in his Camaro. $10.75 at 122 for the dart. 11.22 by Rob Turkle at 116 miles an hour. DC and Houston Race come rolling in. DC Morris up on the left, Houston Rakes on the right. The young runner out of Kentucky with the big block. Chevelle won the Jegs race a couple of years ago down Bowling Green Way. 1021 at $1.26 for Houston. 1078 by TC. TC's 91 under. Houston's 78 under. Logan Warnett. Logan picking up a win on the Lucas Oil circuit this year. Also been running on the Midwest Stock and Super Stock Association circuit. Having a very good season. 383, 62 Belvedere on the left-hand side. The E-Stock automatic entry. Drew Whalen for Lucas Oil. Over here on the right-hand side. There's that very distinct look to it. Former Gary Emmons stock eliminator ride. Drew at the wheel, goes through 1036 at $1.27. 1114 by Logan. Drew at 88 under, that's good for number 20. Logan's 55 under, that's good for number 57. Again, all of this very unofficial. Do we have the opportunity to go through all the tech cards, make sure nobody's gone from A to B or B to A. As the case might be, is Kenny Bomars. 427 Camaro off and running, and Brian Rogers. 302 Z28 here on the right-hand side. The big block runs and high, goes 1032 at $1.26. Brian leisurely, a 1395 lap, 94 miles an hour. Bomar at 37 under the index with that 1032. Eric Compolito and Kenny Witcher. Witcher's a past winner. The Lucas Oil circuit, picked up a win a year ago in the H-Stock automatic. Small block Camaro, Eric Compolito's J-Stock automatic, Russell Performance. The Caprice there on the left-hand side. Eric picking up a win on the circuit not too long ago as well. The Caprice serving him faithfully. The Ohioan. It's for the other end of the racetrack. Super Comp, need your lanes, please. If you're not there yet, come on down. Super Comp. Need you to the staging lanes, please, boys and girls. Super Comp. Need you to the lanes. 11:58 at $1.14 by Eric. 11:13 for Kenny Witcher. Witcher goes to number 2 at 101 under the index. Compolito's 86 under. It's good for a number 26 spot. PB Candy still leading the pack at 103 under the index unofficially. Kevin Wells, 350 Nova left side, and Steve Zorni. The McCormick Motorsports Dodge Dakota on the right. $11.06, $1.17 by Wells. $11.81, 110 for Zorni. Z cruises through. Candies, Witcher, Vaught, T-Bear, Walther, Smith, Johnson, Seaworth, Wells, and Beeson. Your current top 10, but we're not even done with the first session yet. James Reeds, Copo on the left-hand side, and Ronnie Richards. G-Stock automatic. 305 come out the right-hand lane. Again, Super Comp. Need your lanes, please. Super Comp. To the lanes. Whoa. Jimmy's Copo. He must have been tuned into the station today. Carter, little do-si-do. Leaving the starting line. 988, 144 for Reed. 1186. 73 miles an hour. Stepping off the throttle on the right-hand side is Chris Stevenson and Austin Williams. Talking earlier when Matt Antrobius was up about the heads-up final round at Indy a year ago. Here's the other gentleman that was involved in that notorious, classic Indy final round battle. Austin on the left. This weekend at the wheel of the Mopar machine, the Croc Rocket out of Waxahachie, Texas. Stevenson's 400 cubic inch bird on the right-hand side. And Crystal Motor through 1081 at 120. Austin Williams goes 10 at 92 to $1.19. Unofficially, that puts Austin number 1 at 108 under, but I think we might be off a class on that one. So like I said, we'll have to double check all the cards, make sure we got all the folks in right. Matthew Lund's H-Stock automatic entry, and Mike McDonald. I love Mike's hot rod. That's a sweetheart of a car. 64 Malibu, 283, in-stock automatic. I mean, that's a Sonic cruise car if ever there was one. You can take the kids or the grandkids. Matthew Lund's Lund Motorsports. Chevrolet hustles through. 1046 at $1.16. 1219 by McDonald. Ooh, Matthew may be in the wrong class as well, because that all of a sudden lists him as number 1 at 168 under the index. Nope, I don't think so. So we'll have to get Matthew's entry corrected. First round, always a challenge to make sure we got everybody in the right class. Mitch Truman, a.k.a. New Bomb Turk, coming up on the left-hand side. The Russell Performance. Sullivan Motorsports entry for the Indiana runner. Randy Lynn Ship over here on the right-hand side. Floyd's Knob, Indiana-based. 67 Firebird. Randy Lynn, a 1060 lap at 123, 1044 by Mitch. Mitch at 95 under, Randy Lynn at 94 under the index. Joey Ship comes rolling in now. Joey at the wheel of the H stock automatic. 70 Nova for the respiratory therapist there on the left-hand side. And Austin Alves, G stock automatic, 69 edition. The Nova on the right, another 350 combination. Out of the gate they go. How about Joy with a 0.08 reaction time? 11:31 at $1.15 for Joey. 11:11 for Austin. Joey's 84 under. Number 36. Austin's 88 under. That's good for number 28. And again, all of this very unofficial. This is Daryl Boreski's F stock automatic. The Olds 442 convertible. And Ellis Booth, the LDYT, little darn yellow truck. 4-cylinder, 91 Ranger. Truck W stock automatic entry, off and running. $11.12 at $1.16 by Darrell. He's 72 under. Booth 77 under with the 1587 lap. Showing Austin Williams at 108 under, and I think that may stand to be corrected. PB Candies at 103 under. Kenny Witcher, Donnie Vaught, Rochelle T. Barrett, 98 under. Dave Walther, Lynn Smith, Mitch Truman, Lynn Johnson, Randy Lynn, Bob Seaworth, Kevin Wells, Johnny Beeson, Jim Nichols, Mike Taylor. Rounded out the rest of the quick 16, but again, like I said, all very unofficial till we get everybody squared away and taken care of. Super Comp getting ready to come up next for their first time run. I got tapped on the shoulder a moment ago. Good friend of mine said he wanted to step in and do Super Comp.
I'm right here.
Oh, and he is here. Okay. Well, I'll let him. It's Alan.
Well, thank you very much, Bob. Let's get all them little baby hole shots out of the way. Really? Bet you thought I was in Gainesville this weekend. We didn't have any Budweiser in Gainesville, so I came to the home of the Budweiser, St. Louis Mo. I hear they got plenty of it here, unlike Golden, Colorado. Yeah, it's not really Alan. It's me, Warren. Just goofing around a little bit this morning on my way to Great Bend. Double this weekend. 2 races in St. Louis, 1 in Great Bend, and how about 1 in Gainesville on the national level, plus all of our sportsman friends down there. As we roll right into Super Comp Eliminator. 890 cars coming at you right now. 410s Pro Tree. 890 up on the scoreboard. This is a time trial. Just trying to figure out where we're at. Zach Papp, left side. A little tire shake there for Zach coming off the starting line. Alongside car X551. You know, we're putting them in the computer as fast as we can. So if we got it, we'll tell you about it. 891 at 178 for Zach on the left side in the AAA insurance lane. Mopar side of the track, 9 flat at 169 for car X551. Jim Blinkern rolls up now, Murfreesboro, Tennessee, and Zach Fisher out of Clayton, Ohio. Blinkern for Blend Car Performance. Got that old Team Mopar paint scheme there on the side of his 01 Mullis. Zach Fisher right side. The Chromeworks entry over here on the right for Zach in the RV biz. Zach better at the starting line, letting go with a 007. Dun, 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 dun. Sorry, I don't have any Homer side effects. 881 at 179 for Zach Fisher. Jim Blinker an 878. Low ET of the session at 165. Dutch Stamper. He'll pull up. Left side out of North Vernon, Indiana. Little 90s style dragster over here on the left-hand side with those small aircraft-style front tires on the front. And Rose Richardson right side from Woodburn, Indiana. The P&R Express advanced chassis machine. Rose a little bit early off the starting line, turns it red. That's okay. It's a time run. Looking for the number on the scoreboard. How about an 889.5? Hey, that's pretty close. 173 for Rose. Dutch Stamper 896 at 156. We are up and running on DragRacer.tv this weekend. My new executive producer, Andrew McDermott's sitting over there, manning the controls this weekend. Be nice to Andrew. Want to keep him around. Car 5715 left side, alongside Jerry Mellis on the right from Hope, Indiana, the Mellis Brothers M&M chassis machine. Super Comp, if you're not in the lanes, we're running you right now. You need to be there. Mellis, a full pull, 888 at 162. The Division 5 car on the left slows at the finish line to a 971 at 113. Joey Fusting and Larry Burnshausen coming up now. See a lot of Larry because he likes to travel the country and race his superclass category cars. Burnshausen out of Manitou, Illinois, Gebhardt-built machine. Joey Fusting, left side. From Grays Lake, Illinois, the Phoenix Industries McIlvain car. Joey rolls in there. Here comes Larry. He tickles the beams. And away they go. See him coming off the stops there as they go to full throttle. 889.3 at 179 for Larry Burnshausen. Good looking lap there. 892 at 179 as well for Joey. Megan Straswig pulls up now. See JB and Tori behind the car. Megan rolling up. Megan out of Louisville. Part of the JBA team. Out here for Cool Shirt. By the way, the power plant in that machine is for sale. You can pick it up after this weekend. There's my buddy Don O'Neill out there checking things out as well. Alea Wishmeyer from Columbus, Indiana. Alongside Alea out front by about a car length. Here comes Megan. 888.0 at 184. Hard charge there from Megan Straswig. Alea, 891 at 176. Nathan Crowley comes up now, a.k.a. Butch. Right side, car 3296. See what old Butchie can do here. He's 003 on the red side. Doing the reverse throttle stop thing down at the top end, 887 at 121. So he drops the nose down there at the finish line. They got something to work with. Tori and JB and Don out there. Right side, 888 at 166. Terry Kamler comes up now, Freeburg, Illinois. He'll pull up his power chassis machine left side, AAA lane. Rock Haas right side, wrong way rock. Commerce, Michigan, you'll have to ask him why he is called wrong way. He doesn't call himself wrong way, but others do. The Haas Carruthers Racing dragster over here on the right. Again, 890 the target they're shooting for, 889.8. Oh, so close for Rock Haas. Terry Kamler, 892 at 176. So people are all around it. Haven't seen an 890 yet. I'm sure that's coming. Billy Walker. The from start to finish land. Well, I thought that was going to say landscaping, but it just says land eye. I don't know what that is. Oh, yeah, landscaping. Read the line above it, dummy. Got it. Loganville, Georgia, the home base. Division II runner. Alana Haas, right side from Novi, Michigan. That is Rock's daughter. She's been getting comfortable in the Corvette, getting ready to kick Dad out of the seat there. 894 right side for Alana Haas. She's slow by 4. Billy Walker, 887 at 173. He is quick by 3. Shannon Mingy backs up now. Mingy out of Urbana, Illinois. Mingy's dragster left. Right side, D5 car 5576. Both of them turn red by 005. Mingy skating around mid-track there as he got out of the groove and the car kicked sideways. He still goes 888 at 180. Right side, car 5576 also runs 888 at 177. Here's car W567 over here on the left, a Division 5 runner. We're going to see plenty of crossover this weekend between D5 and D3 campaigners, along with a few D4 runners. Here's Dwight Allen out of Waco, Texas. From Waco, Texas, Division 4 campaigner. Allen's red by 003. $889.6 at 169 for Dwight Allen. Left side, car W567 with an 897 at 171. Don Higgins backing up from his burnout right now. The retired underwear model / software developer for Crew Chief Pro Software. Proud sponsor of DragRacer.tv this weekend and a lot of weekends throughout the 2020 season. If you're looking to drop your car dead on the number, that is the software to use. They have all the tools to help predict your future. Mike Eggleston, the Tough Paw racecraft machine out of Highland, Illinois. And there is an 890. Wouldn't you know it, from Don Higgins. Dead on with a 9 at 182 out of the box. That's a testament to his software. Mike Eggleston, 883 at 180. Car 565 left side. I think that is Bryce Mickey over on the left. Right side, Roger Cheney out of Decatur, Illinois. Cheney lets go 001 from Perfect as he heads for the other end. Cheney gets there first, another 890, 8904 at 181. For Bryce Mickey, 876 at 172. With that turbocharged ComSync machine. Rick Bailey comes up now, left side, alongside car C385 right. Bailey, they call him Beach. Beach Bailey. Mainly because he kept running it off in the sand trap back at home at Coles County. Out of Decatur, Illinois. And they're having some sort of little confab out there on the starting line. So not sure if we got a little leakage or just what's going on there for Bailey. But we're going to go ahead and sit in the car on the right. And Bailey will get pushed off to the safe area. Right side, 902 at 158. Bailey, some trebles there. We'll get him back and clear. See if we can give him a better opportunity yet today. Little touch up on the starting line right now as our Worldwide Technology Raceway crew handles things out there this weekend. Kimber Fusting rolling up now. Yes, Joey. Mom and Dad like Kimber best. Kimber Fusting. Out of Round Lake, Illinois. Comes out of the burnout box. Two-time Division Super Comp champion. The young lady over here on the left alongside Pat Martin. Pat, right side, from London, Ohio for Armor Paving and Sealing. The Martin Motorsports dragster backing up Mopar Express Lane. Kimber's 006 on the tree. Trying to put an 8,900 up on the scoreboard. How about an 883 at 177? Whoa, Nelly. Back her up a little bit. Pat Martin, 884 at 185. Scott Vandewalker. That is the Viper. Coming out of the water box. Occupation genius. Right side, the champ. Ray Miller III, Spring City, Tennessee. Carrying that big number 1. Your defending national champion in Super Comp Eliminator for Miller Race Cars. If you want to buy one or build one, they're the folks that can help you out. Ray and Ray can take care of you. Vanda Walker, all motor, 5-speed Lenco equipped Mopar. Heads for the other end. Vanda Walker, 901 at 162. Ray Miller III, 891 at 185. Tim Millwood pulls up now. Tim from Columbus, Indiana, in the 1993 Dodge Daytona. 540 cubic inches of Mopar holding up the hood scoop. And Bill Jackson waits in the water box right now. The octogenarian over here on the right, who can still cut a light. Saw him at Indy a couple weeks ago, and he 5-packed his opponent. Unbelievable. Nitro Joe out there looking over things. So Bill Jackson comes out of the water box right now. He hustles back from his burnout. And the Daytona, the door slammer over here on the right. Little dry hop there for you. As he is also 5-speed equipped over here on the left-hand side. Millwood gets way sideways off the starting line, gathers it up, heads for the other end. Little tire chatter there for Millwood. 9:26 at 154, but he got a good look at the tree straight on his windshield there. Bill Jackson out the back door to an 884 at 178. Steve Hoyt and Jeremy Mason coming back now. Hoyt, Fort Wayne, Indiana. For Steve and Jan. Multi-time top 10 runner in the super categories. Jeremy Mason alongside. Mason out of Richmond, Kentucky, another former division champion in Super Comp. Oh, by the way, his other car carries the big number 1, world champ in Super Gas. Off the stops they come. At the finish line stripe, it's an 888 at 187 left side for Steve Hoyt. Jeremy Mason, 891 at 182. Daniel Hedges and Sonny Nemitz coming up now. Hedges left side from Plainwell, Michigan. Nemitz right side, Warsaw, Indiana. Super Comp cars left and right. To the other end, it's an 898 at 174 for Daniel Hedges. Sonny Nemitz, 896 at 167. Joe Tankersley, part of the Double Tank Racing operation out of Prospect, Tennessee, the GTO door slammer. Pontiac Power. Derek Denny right side from Pleasant View, Tennessee, the Denny Mechanical American car. So Tennesseans side by side here at Worldwide Technology Raceway at Gateway. Just rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? Denny leaves when it turns green. Joe Tankersley leaves when it turns tomorrow. 891 at 186 for Derek Denny. Tankersley 882 at 160. Car 3233 hustling back from the burnout. Better look out. Here he comes. Dave Dahlem alongside from Tremont, Illinois. Dahlem right side, longtime campaigner. Winner last season at Route 66 Raceway in Joliet. Car on the left side, 001 from Perfect. 884 at 180. Dahlem 001 from Perfect on the other end as he goes 889.9 at 177. Kendra Robinson comes up now, left side of the track. For DMP Awnings, Pro Blast, Bishop's Performance. Right side, car 572. So Kendra slowly backing up. Now positions herself behind the pre-stage beam. Kendra away early. Car 572 early. 902 at 171 for the car 572 on the right. Kendra 1174 at 98. Just kind of a trouble-plagued run from beginning to end. Wyatt Miles and Allison Pros come up now. Last I saw Allison was just a couple of days ago in Dallas, down at the Motorplex. Bob and Allison made the trek to the Southland. Here they are back in their home territory. Wyatt Miles alongside from Flintstone, Georgia, the Division II runner. .006 left, 007 right. Both of them on their game this morning, leaving the starting line. 889.3 at 181 for Allison. Wyatt Miles, 894, speed of 177. Jimmy Smith comes up now out of Walton, Kentucky. John Sickish Jr. alongside. John out of Belmont, Ohio. Smith out of Walton, Kentucky. Smith is staged and ready now. Sickish gets in there. Pretty close coming off the starting line, 2 thou apart. At the finish line, it's going to be Sickish with an 885 at 168. Smith, 884 at 185. Car 4204 backing up from the burnout right now. AAA insurance side of the track. Right side, Bob Pros. We saw Allison a few minutes ago. Here's Bob and his new ride for 2020. Brand new Miller race car over here on the right. Head man over at Honey Creek Collision in Terre Haute. D4 runner left side with an 886.2 at 185. Bob Pros right side, 886.9, also at 185. Leo's into the third, and Todd McCann coming up now. Leo for the Ring and Pinion Shop out of Clinton Township, Michigan. Right side, Todd McCann, Centennial, Colorado. The McCann Racing undercover car here in the Mopar Express lane. Leo is in. Todd is in. Leo 004 on the let go. McCann out front. Easing his way backwards here. Todd McCann 882 at 165. Leo Zinda 896 at 182. Kyle Fickler from Tonganoxie, Kansas for Driven Motor Oils. Deborah behind the car, making sure that her man doesn't run her over back there. Plenty sticky out there. She's got plenty of traction, that's for sure. So Kyle, left side. Tony Elrod on the right for ATM Innovations. So Jamie behind the car. Supervisor / crew chief. Tony's better on the tree, 009. Leaving the starting line, a little move to the left and then straightens it out. 888.8, 181. Kyle Fickler, 897 at 167. No information for the car in the right-hand lane, car 329K, but on the left, it's Dean McIlvain getting set to do his burnout. Dean will do a 70-mile-an-hour burnout and a 70-mile-an-hour backup. Watch him hustle back here as fast as he burned it out. He'll be back behind the starting line well before his competition, but I think that's because the competition broke. Way to reinforce the point there, Dino. See my buddy Kevin Pepper out there alongside the guard wall taking pictures for photos and more. If you're looking for action shots this weekend, stop by and see Kevin and Nancy. And is Alex with you this weekend, Kevin? 2 thumbs up out there. He's right across. Alex Owens. See him over there. Trying to not pay attention to me, but that's okay. Also see Fred Knorr out there. Fred, the proprietor of Drag Scope, the blog out there. Fred providing great coverage for sportsman drag racing here in the Midwest. And if you haven't checked it out yet, be sure and go online to dragscope.com and check things out. It'll be well worth the read. So still troubles the car on the right, but McIlvain drives it out the back door to an 889.3 at 182. Right side 1034 at 176, but no indication of what that car can really do. The stop charges towards the other end. 885 at 182. Car on the left side slowed about mid-track and never got there under power. 1037 at 94. Greg Kaufman waits in the water box alongside Scott Cook. Kaufman, the D2. Finally, perfect light. Trip zip. Greg Kaufman gets the job done. 86 at 183. Perfect reaction time for Kaufman. Scott Cook, 882 at 172. Brian Casson and Brian Cook. Casson, Cook, Cook, Casson. Brian. Clarence.
I'll take Brian.
You'll take Brian?
First to the stripe.
I got Brian. Bob's got Brian. I think it's a push. Brian is 15 to Brian's 18 as they head down track. And Brian gets there first. Brian Casson, that is, 893 at 172. Brian Cook, 925 at 166. Super stock to the lanes. Super stock to the lanes. Rick Hughes, left side. Top 3 in Division 3 last year for A&A Transmission, Rolla Competition Engines. Fishers, Indiana, the home base. Right side, one of those single-digit cars, number 6 in the world last year. He just goes by number 6. That's all you need to know. So Mr. number 009, Mr. number 33 is 002. Rick Hughes with a 9 flat at 177. Car number 6 on the right side, 886 at 192. Tommy Phillips from Forney, Texas. Tommy re-entered the Super Comp World last weekend with his brand new race car out of the Casey Lane race car shop over here on the left. Taking on Tim Foley, right side, Dardenne Prairie, Missouri. That's a Danny Nelson car on the right. Phillips, last weekend, brand new tube. Got down into the money rounds 2 races in a row, just like he never left. .014 lights helped him a bunch. .883 at 191 for Tommy Phillips. Tim Foley, .891 at 168. Car number 3367 backing up from the burnout right now. No information in the computer. Right side of the track. Brian Milam, left side. .001 red on the right side, just about dialed into that tree. 888.9 at 169 right side for car 3367. Left side, Brian Milam, 891 at 179. Ross Larice coming up now. They call him Baby Larice. Out of Raceland, Louisiana. For Larice Motorsports Insurance, one of the primary national sponsors for Drag Racer TV. If you're looking for peace of mind for your entire operation, go see Ross or Holden. They would be happy to provide you with an instant on-site quote to provide coverage both on and off the track for your entire racing operations. You can also check them out online at LariceMotorsportsInsurance.com. Scott Spees, he is a Division III native, turning the wrenches now for the Larice family. Gene Quinn alongside from Gainesville. 882 at 188 for Ross. 894, 180 for Gene Quinn. Super stock to the lanes, super stock to the lanes. Tony Collier and Jeremy Lurkey. Good morning, Jamie Elrod, if you can hear me. Tony Collier, Jeremy Lurkey, left and right. Lurkey, he and Carey representatives for Larice Motorsports Insurance. They can help you out as well. Lurkey out of Omaha. Tony Collier, Delaware, Ohio. .887 at 172 for Tony Collier. Jeremy Lurkey, 891, speed of 170. Now it's time for Chuck Ridenhour and Nick Eisenhower. Ridenhour, Eisenhower. Chuck and Nick. Nick and Chuck. Ridenhour out of Plainfield, Indiana. Eisenhower from Brownsburg. Eisenhower Out front, a little less throttle stop for Eisenhower. Chuck Ridenhour catches him down there, 893 at 186. Eisenhower, 885 at 171. Trinae Crisoni, left side. Phil Smida on the right. Smida, also a former division champion, not only in Super Comp, but in Super Street as well. Also a former JEGS All-Star winner. He's a lot of formers. Trinae, left side from Raceland, Louisiana. Affiliated with Larice Racing Operation. Trinae. Scott out there looking things over as well. 008 left side, left second. 001 right for Smida. 1,000 from Perfect on the starting line. 884 at 190 at the finish line. Trinae with an 881 at 181. Holden Larice, head man for Larice Motorsports Insurance. As I said before, stop by and see them. They can provide you with coverage for your entire racing operation, both on and off the track. Adam Gerber alongside Massillon, Ohio. So Scott with a quick once over there on the car for Holden, just making sure everything is good to go before he pulls into the pre-stage beams. Gerber's 011 letting go of the button. 8,900 finally, dead on 00. 8,900, 178 for Adam Gerber. So we've at least seen a perfect light. We've seen a perfect pass. Put them together and you have a perfect time ticket. Holden Larice 891 at 188. Jessica Bogacki and Shanna Stone, young ladies a pair on the starting line right now. Bogacki left side from Carterville, Illinois. Lists her occupation as mom. Having to take care of 3 kids, the 2 little ones plus Luke. Shanna Stone alongside. Part of Vintage Trailers. Vintage Trailers also a proud national sponsor for Drag Racer TV. Happy to have them on board. 889 at 184 for Shanna Stone. Jessica Bogacki 878 at 181. Christopher Mullins and Brad Cole backing up now from their burnouts. Mullins left side from Lincoln, Illinois. Cole right side, Avon, Indiana. Super stock to the lanes. If you're not there, you're late. We need you. Cole and Mullins to the finish line. It's an 890 with a 7 at 170. Dead 7 for Brad Cole. Christopher Mullins on the left, 889 at 182. Troy Stone out here for Vintage Trailers. He is the head man up there at Vintage in Elkhart, Indiana. If you're looking for a custom trailer built to your specs, they can build you a quality piece. They've been in the business for almost 30 years. Stop by vintagetrailers.com and check them out. Brian Harris, right side for Indianapolis, the auto painter. Troy, let's go way early. Harris is 003. 887 at 185 for Troy Stone. Brian Harris, 878 at 170 miles an hour. Bo Butner, yes. Bo Butner. Who is running today, flying to Gainesville to compete tomorrow. But here today to finish up the Bowling Green race. And Kevin Trusty, going Radical Racing over on the right out of Groveport, Ohio. So Bo trying to finish up competition from the Bowling Green race in his Super Comp car. Then he's going to be on an aeroplane headed south. Kevin Trusty at the finish line, 8:38. Whoa, wait a minute. 8:38 at 183. There's a little switch on the dash there called throttle stop. Need to flip that on, buddy. Bo Butner, 895 at 186. Philip Oakley, the Texas Roadhouse. Oakley Motorsports operation out of Owensboro, Kentucky. Car 530C over here on the right. Oakley, builder of horsepower. You'll see him in Top Dragster. You'll see him build a lot of power plants for Top Dragster and Super Comp. 007 on the right, 025 left. Here comes that hard charging Philip Oakley ride, 892 at 190 miles an hour. Booming speed down there. Right side, 884 at 170. And it looks to me like Super Comp just about done. Here's your final pair. Jake Smith out of Liberty Township, Ohio, and Chris Sullivan from Auburn, Illinois. Before I jump off the microphone, big shout out to everybody helping out with Drag Racer TV this weekend, including Whalen Insurance out of Waverly, Illinois. Jim and Drew Whalen jumping on board this weekend, along with Weldon High Performance, Mosier Engineering, Service Department Solutions, Larice Motorsports Insurance, Crew Chief Pro, and most especially DMP Awnings for their support as the presenting sponsor of Drag Racer TV coverage. Jake Smith, 892 at 174. Chris Sullivan, 895 at 178. And with that, I am out of here, literally. Headed for Great Bend, but I'll leave you in the capable hands of Johnny Giroux. Was that your DJ name?
No,
back at the
we fired Unkefer. We hired Johnny Giroux.
Boy, if we did fire Unkefer. Mr. Don O'Neill in the house doing social media work this weekend, and I think he's used spots available. If he can help you out with social media and marketing, see Don. He can take care of you. But in the meantime, not Bob Unkefer. Looks more like Al Roboski to me.
Oh, there you go.
The Mad Hungarian. I'm lying to you. It is Bob. To tell you all about Super Stock.
You little fib. B automatic, 69 Camaro for the Air Force pilot out of Norman, Oklahoma. We'll be down that way in 2 weeks. The 427 Super Stock B automatic entry for Sean. Dyer, the Super M stick shift Mustang 302 combination there on the left-hand side. Sean goes through 896, 147, 1080 for Dyer. Dyer's 79 under. Sean's Camaro leaps to the top with a 94 under lap as Dan Steed and Greg Tucker come rolling in now. Steed's Super K automatic, the little 283 Chevy Deuce. Greg stands it up on the wheelie bars, the GTL automatic. Cruising drilling entry. There on the right-hand side is Tucker, 1029 at $128, 1061 by Steed. Tucker at 75 under, Dan Steed 63 under. Larry Hodge out of Larry Hodge Race Tires. If you need tires, get a hold of Larry. Man seems to have this little magic wand he can twist in the air and poof, there's your tires. Robbie Brewer's Oldsmobile out of Ohio. The heads-up cylinder heads entry here on the right-hand side. The 305 combination underneath the hood. And Hodge. Likewise, the 305 under the hood of the Monte Carlo. There on the left. Robbie. Rocking and rolling on the right. The heads-up cylinder head Porter. 1031 at $127 for Brewer. 1042 by Hodge. Larry unofficially at 103 under the index for the number one spot. Robbie Brewer, 1031. 98 under to 126. Brian Cyberdex. GTQ automatic, the little 265 fuel injected. Taxi cab motor underneath the hood of the Regal. And Russ Campbell on the right, the Hemi car, the Missouri Mule. Out of Springfield, Mo. I want to say happy birthday to some boys out there celebrating the birthday. Paul Darrow, John Collins, Mark Powers, Steve Collier, Tex Miller, and my good buddy Red LeBlanc. All of them celebrating their birthday. Jim Hannig yesterday. Luke Knudsen on the 22nd as the Missouri Mule kicking its way over towards the center stripe. 8:55 at $158, 11:29 for Cyberdeck. 116 miles an hour. So he goes cruising through. Cyberdeck at 45 under the index. Russ Campbell, 8:55, puts him unofficially at 104 under. Jeff Gilman, beautiful Chevy Cobalt out of B&B Race Cars. Brett Candies up on the right-hand side. The Thibodeau, Louisiana, and Candy's Family Motorsports entry on the left. Also want to send out a birthday to Kim Kakuza. Janice Swan celebrated hers a couple of days ago. Our Bounty Hunter program. Thanks to Janice and her hubby. Gelman 825 at $161, 929 by Candies. Brett at 95 under, Gilman at 94 under. A couple of pretty quick hot rods making their way down track is Mike Walter and Darren Christian. Darren up on the right-hand side, another one of the Candy's Family Motorsports race cars with Darren at the wheel. Class winner up at Indy, the factory Superstock F427 Copo on the right. Mike Walters, GTO automatic. The P.K. race cars. Pontiac on the left-hand side. Stands the front end up. Sets the front end back down. Meanwhile, Darren says TTFN. Ta-ta for now. See you later, buddy. 936 at $125 for Darren. 1055 by Walter. Darren at 83 under. Walter at 89 under. Unofficially, Mikey's 7. Darren's number 8 is... Again, just getting all the tech cards up and getting everybody entered. Mike Stokes, C Modified, comes rolling in. Super Gas, need you to lanes, please. Super Gas, needs you to the lanes. Stokes on the left, the C-Bot out of Captain D's Seafood. Give me the number 1 seafood, please. A couple extra packages of tartar sauce. Don't forget the Hush Puppies. 867 at 153 for Stokes. 987 for Lund as he cruises through. Stokes at 82 under. Lund at 62 under. Mikey goes in 10, and Mikey goes in number 16. Stokes is number 10, that is. It's Josh Twitchell's GT truck, the 350 S10 out of Indiana, and PB Candies. Saw PB and Brett up earlier. Stock Eliminator rides. Back down their super stock ensemble. Brett currently number 4 in super stock with his ride. Let's see what PB can do. Wheels up, launch for the truck. Rocks it back on the wheelie bars. Candies rocket ship, 789. 175 miles an hour, 10:08 for Twitchell. Twitchell 76 under. Candies goes 90 under. Candies into the number 7 spot. Josh, number 13. Don Kennedy's Haggerty Insurance. Hot Rod, the GTE automatic entry. Dan's Rust, beautiful Barracuda out of Maple Grove. GTA automatic, the 426 combination underneath the hood of the CUDA. Kennedy's GTE automatic, a Pontiac Sunfire with 428 cubic inches of big motored Pontiac squeezed into that little Sunfire body. Wheels up, ×2, and away we go. There's Rust on the right, the CUDA, 904 and 146. Kennedy on the left, 907 at 146. Don to number 3 at 102 under. Dan at 65 under. Slides in number 18 is Bill Jenkins. The Maryville, Kansas GTE automatic runner. The Will the Cavalier and Kenny Schindler's Corvette on the left out of Arch Used Parts, where if they don't got it, you don't need it. Jenkins off and running. Tickles the red ball back here on this end. 5 foul, too quick out of the gate. Schindler, 922 to $142. 1147 by Jenkins. Kenny, 97 under. That's good right now for number 5. Jenkins, well, we'll have to get him squared away down at the bottom of the sheet. Alan Wade and Bill Rink working their way down. Super C automatic. How about a 000 light for Wade? Goes 907, puts him 97 under. Number 5, Bill Rink, 1173 at 85 miles an hour, off the throttle by the time he got to other end. Ricky Decker. Ricky in our quarterfinal field of 8 for our Bowling Green win. Jason DeForest, the GTC automatic. Minnesota runner there on the left-hand side. The Cavalier, multi-time divisional winner and a very strong contender to be your number 1 qualifier. Number 9 in the world last year. Jason headed down track on the 990 index for GTC automatic. Goes 898 at 149. 996 by Decker. Jason's 91 under. That's good for number 10. Deckard's 73 under. That's good for number 19. It's Todd Datweiler. The Super G automatic, Chevy 2, and Jeff Dona. Jeffrey, another contender in our Bowling Green quarterfinals matchups. He'll be back to Swanger a little bit later on today when we resume Bowling Green activities. Todd on the left, classic little Super G automatic, 327 combination. Jeffrey's car slows right out of the get-go. Back on the bar, 964 to $136 by Todd. And Dona is going to creep across the line at the other end. So that was his way down track. With that 964 lap, puts him 90 under. And number 11, Kurt Ebe out of Chamberlain, South Dakota, there on the left-hand side. Kurt Cycle Center and the Kurt's Dairy Queen. David Neal's GTF. Pontiac on the right, the little 327 combination. Heap careful to stage with the Cobra Jet on the left. And off and running he goes. 005 light for Kurt. Nice hit at the tree. Let's see what he can do down track against the 1080 index. Goes 986 at $1.35. It's good for 93 under and unofficially number 2. David Neal's little Pontiac, 921 at 144. For David, that's 89 under the index. And a good lip for him. Christy Ships, GTO, automatic. 327 Camaro on the right. Brina Spling Air and their Chevy Cobalt there on the left-hand side. Brina, another one of our 8 quarterfinalists, as David Neal was. Saw him just a moment ago. Brina working on the tree, working on the numbers. Looking to get tuned up, dialed in, and ready to go as we will complete Bowling Green's race day here a little bit later on today. 9:39 by Brina. At 138, 11:07 by Christie there on the right-hand side. Need Michael Lund. Michael Lund, you need to come see us in the tower, please. Race control. Michael Lund out of Bettendorf, Iowa. B-Stock Automatic, Michael Lund. You need to come see us here in the tower if you would, please. Jim Whalen. What's Jimmy doing at an Olds Calais? Inquiring minds want to know. I have to go find the Whalens. Eric Wilkerson on the right, 1022 to $1.27. Jimmy 1033 at 128. Whalen's 46 under. Wilkerson's 32 under. Donna Morris on the left-hand side. Wyatt Wagner here in the right lane. The Wagner Classic Cars. Gorgeous Chevrolet Camaro. And Donna Morris, a Super Stock L Automatic, the 283. 66 Chevy 2 there on the left-hand side. Super Gas, need your lanes, please. Super Gas needs you. To the lanes, please. Come on down. Wagner off and running. Don't have Wyatt yet in the computer, so we won't be able to know what his he is under his index. Donna Morris, 1119 at $1.16. Donna's 25 under. We'll get Wyatt entered in here shortly. Evan Wilson, another car, not yet in the system. The Chevy 2 there on the left. Don O'Malley, Super H Automatic. Corvette over here on the right-hand side. Big hands on the right at the wheel of the Camaro, the Corvette. Evans slows. O'Malley slows. It's a coasting contest to the stripe. And Evan Wilson does it, 14:02 at 51 miles an hour. O'Malley cruises through 13:59 at 64, and the only thing they've accomplished there is putting their name on a qualifying sheet. Bobby Rashid, the Major Magic's Pizza. Still got to get used to seeing Bobby in the Cavalier. Jeff Neiswanger's Camaro up on the left-hand side. Jeff and Jeff Dona. On Ricky Decker and Bob Dutton. Johnny Rakes, Todd France, Brenda Splinger and David Neal. 8 cars left in our Bowling Green competition. Nice Wanger Super J automatic there on the left-hand side. And Bobby in the GTG automatic, 948 at $137, 1019 by Jeff. 109 miles an hour. Irvin goes in, 96 under the index. That's good for number 7. 980 lap by Wilson, 89 at 9 under, puts him number 16. So in other words, if you're going to be in a quick 16, you got to be 90 under or better. Darren Robinson's Hemi car, the 68 CUDA. Boilermaker for the Burlington Northern and Santa Fe Railroad Company. Justin Jenkins on the left, GT. And I do believe he's a GTG automatic, not a GTF automatic, but we'll double check that. 952 at 138 for Jenkins, the winner up in Montana. Darren Robinson goes 17 under with a 942 lap. Rene Garza. Cameron Costello up on the right-hand side, the 20 Camaro. Factory Superstock B, Copo entry. There in the right lane, and Garza there on the left. Do want to remind everybody, concession stands are open. They'll be open today until 4. After that, our freestanding carnival-style concession stands will be open after 4 o'clock. This is Rene Garza easing down track. 14:38 at 62 miles an hour, and 8:52 lap by Costello. 67 under. Jeremy Mudds. C-Modified, Grand Am, and Todd France, another one of the aforementioned quarterfinalists. And for those of you that might be so acclimated, don't forget the bar right next to the main concession stand. It'll open up at 6 o'clock this evening, and it'll be open until 2 hours after we conclude racing activities. We've got to grab a cold one and sit in the grandstands and watch our Bowling Green contestants duke it out for their Wallies. France on the right. The GTD goes 919 at $129 for Todd. That's 80 under. For Jeremy, he's 89 under with an 860 run at $155. Casey McCarty's Pontiac on the left, and Matt Lund's Super High automatic. Pontiac formula over here on the right for the Hawkeye. And again, Super Gas. Need your lanes, please. Super Gas. To the lanes, come on down. Lund 999 at $114. Puts him 71 under. For McCarty, a 974 lap. Puts him 75 under at 139 miles an hour. Fred Allen comes reeling in now. A super stock truck. Fred Allen Auto Center, the little Chevy S10 short bed step side. Never a lot of those around. Fred's got a very nice looking one. 331 combination underneath the hood. Chuck Bellinger over here on the right. Chuck at the wheel of the Firebird. Super J automatic ride for Chuck working his way down track. Bellinger Motors 61 lap at 120 miles an hour. 58 super stock cars down track so far. Brett Spear comes up on the left. Chiropractor out of Fort Ripley, Minnesota. There on the left-hand side. And the car to be named later, driver to be named later, class to be determined later. Up on the left. Spear on the GTJ automatic Camaro. Ripping through at the other end, 10:02 at $1.15. Brett 77 under. Good for number 31, the Pontiac. Will be determined later. Russ Campbell, number 1. Unofficially after the first session. Larry Hodge 2, Don Kennedy 3, Robbie Brewer 4, Alan Wade's Camaro 5, Kenny Schindler's Corvette 6, Fred Allen in the truck, number 7. Irvin Johns, Indiana Johns, sits number 8. Brett Candies, Jeff Gilman, Sean Tucker, Kurt Heeb, Jason DeForest, Bobby Rashid, Todd Datweiler, and BB Candies round out the quick 16. The super stock in the books now. Super Gaz getting ready to come up next. Lyle Schreiner out of McAllister, Oklahoma. Lyle, another one of the competitors that jumped on the highways and the byways and made the tow from Ennis, Texas to Worldwide Technology Raceway. Getting in a couple of races last weekend, couple of races this weekend. Alan Keener on the right out of Washington, Illinois, the Keener Electric Chevrolet Camaro here on the right-hand side. So we put a 990 number up on the AAA and Mopar scoreboards. .990s on the boards. And the drivers will take aim and fire. $12 cars left in our Bowling Green competition. Lyle Schreiner goes 991 at 146. And back Keener right out of the box, 9903. With the 27 light, that's a 30 thousandths package. That isn't bad. Larry Bernshausen comes up on the left, the Little Vega. Out of Monito, Illinois, in the Chevy Nova. Over here on the right-hand side. Todd Stromwell out of St. Cloud, 977 at $1.30. 995 by Bernshausen, 150 miles an hour. Gary McMahon's Little Monza, another D5 competitor, this time out of Marengo, Iowa. There on the left-hand side, Arnold on the right, Young Van out of Houston, Texas. Ellen been down behind the car, videotaping the run, as she does each and every time. Van takes his Charlie Stewart race cars built machine down track. Van with a 985 at $1.74. Gary McMahon, 9901 at 134 miles an hour. Rick Swank on the left. As he comes rolling in, his 27 Ford Roadster, the C5 Edition Corvette Roadster here on the right-hand side. Swank heads for the other end of the racetrack now. I think that might be Justin over here on the right. Goes 982 to $164. Kind of hard to tell when he can seize the tail lights. 997 at $153. Swank there on the left-hand side. Yeah, because there's Dwight, the anniversary gent. Mike Kramer on the right, Scott Deffenbaugh on the left. As Mike Kramer rolls in, the Michigan-based runner. Lights both bulbs inadvertently. They roll him back out. Scott Deffenbaugh up on the left-hand side says, I'll wait patiently. Kramer at 989, 2 lap out of the S10. 992 with an 8 for Scotty Deffenbaugh at 149 miles an hour. Want to say happy anniversary to Dwight and Linda, celebrating the big day yesterday. 42 years. Congratulations. Jerry Duke working his way down track in the Beretta, 999 at 160 miles an hour. One of our D2 Corvettes on the left, 983 at $164. We'll get everybody in. It won't be long. Steve Shaughnessy's Roadster on the right. Beautiful 37 Ford Roadster. Dave Combs on the left. David motoring through the Beretta on the left-hand side. 400 cubic inch small block. Shaughnessy got the Ford-powered Roadster. Go along with the Ford body on the hot rod. 905 by Shaughnessy, 983 by Combs. 141 miles an hour. Justin Lopes comes rolling in. The Deuce on the left-hand side. And there's another dark red C5 Corvette over here on the right. And again, not in the system. How are we doing on? And Justin Lopes, a little smokes. As he runs 988 at $172, 987 for our Corvette Roadster here on the right-hand side. Sean Carter. Sean had the dubious distinction last weekend in his Super Street ride down in Dallas, setting low ET of Super Street time runs for the entire season. As a Super Street car went 957 in a 1090 class. And no, I'm not going to let him forget it. Truck over here on the right-hand side. The S10 off and run at Carter. Out of Park Hill, Oklahoma there on the left-hand side. 991 at 172 miles an hour. Big speed out of the Cavalier. 987 at 142 out of the S10. Tom Carlson and Kenny Bowers. More Roadsters. Kenny on the right out of the Buckeye State, his 57 edition. Tom Carlson out of the Land of 10,000 Lakes there on the left. In his C5 bodied Corvette Roadster. 993 at 160 miles an hour for Carlson. 992 for Kenny Bowers. So he takes the early model Corvette through at 165. Dale Evans. And George Warren. Dale Evans has to run Roy Rogers is certainly going to get interesting. Dale up on the left. 62 Corvette. Out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. George Warren's Mustang over here on the right. Well, the all Ford Fomoco entry goes 986 at 117. 997 for Dale Evans at 162 miles an hour. Billy Causey's Regina, Saskatchewan. Base Thunderbird there on the left-hand side. They have forsaken the Mustang and gone to the T-Bird. It looks like it's Kirk Kuhn's old car. Rodney Benson on the right. Out of Scott City Mo. Ford-powered Mustang motors through 989 at 165 for Causey. 991 at 151 miles an hour. Steve Theodore on the right. I do believe that's Double D on the left. 989 at 137 there on the left side for Steve Theodore. The Ohio runner, 991 at 162. And Oakley Top Dragster needs you to the lanes now, please. Oakley Top Dragster needs you to the lanes. Come on down. Top Dragster, boys and girls, come and get you some. And Tool out of Jacksonville, which we all know is in Illinois, not Florida. Arms Mustang Roadster right side, 987 at 165. The Firebird there on the left, 993 at 163. Timmy Millwoods, 83. Dodge Challenger. Joe Harper's Mississippi-based Dodge Avenger. Yeah, this is a rarity. Mopar side-by-side in super gas. Harper goes 0-0-4 in the Avenger. Heads toward the other end of the racetrack, runs 986.6 at 163. Millwood's Little Mopar, 993 at 130 miles an hour. Jackson on the left-hand side, Tim Tyree on the right. Bill, the engine builder, the proverbial team captain of the Jackson Scratcher Racing operation. Bill and his bride, Mary Ann, and Nitro Joe. As Tim Tyree says, I'm leaving now. Goodbye. Tyree takes the Monza through 989.9 at $147. 988. 166 for Bill. The Jackson Scratcher entry. Rob Stiegels. Brentwood, Tennessee based. 63 Corvette on the right. Leo Zinda, the Ring and Pinion shop owner. Opened the doors back in 1972, coming up on a 50-year celebration of business at the Ring and Pinion shop there in Clinton Township, Michigan. Double 08 led by Stiegel. Double 08 and a 9906 by Stiegel. A little 14,000s package. That'll make him happy. 987 at $166 for Zinda as he cruises through. Dave Dahlem on the right-hand side. Dave's gorgeous early model Corvette. I love this hot rod. I love the body style. Love the color work. I love the paint flow. Nice looking operation. Dustin over on the left-hand side. Back at the wheel, the family's Olds Forenza. Good to see him back in biz. 989 at $159. $991 for Dave. Dahlem takes the Corvette Roadster through. And again, Top Dragster needs you lanes, please. Top Dragster needs you to the lanes. Carl Root on the left, the gorgeous Chevy 2 for the body man and painter out of Washington. Keith Hucksteps, Cape Girardeau Mo based. Pontiac on the right-hand side. Keith dialed in the downtown Sinclair. Firebird on a big block combination underneath the hood for Carl. Takes that beautiful Bush, clicks off. How about that? A 9:89.9 lap at 173. Again, big speed for Bush. Brad Garner, 998. 159-mile-an-hour run. John Gosh. Firebird there on the left-hand side. And Rock Haas. Commerce City, Michigan-based runner. The Haas and Carruthers. Race Ops. 005 light out of the gate for Haas. He goes 991.3 at 171. 993.4 for Gosh at 167. Dwight Noose rolling in now. The Making Bacon Dodge Rampage. Very rare automobile in this day and age. The economy version, El Camino, if you will. Jamie Southard's out of Kings Mountain down in North Carolina. Jamie comes rolling in, the 67 Corvette over here on the right-hand side. Looks more like a 63 to me, but hey, what do I know? Jamie, 988 at 160, 988 at 152. In fact, they were identical elapsed times down the racetrack, 9.881 for the pair of them. It's Ray Miller III. Spring City, Tennessee runner comes rolling in. A Camaro Roadster. Darrell Sutton. Bickle Belt. Lumina there on the left-hand side. Darrell out of Moscow Mills, right across the river. Working his way down track. Big Lumina Motors through 978 at 161. And by Ray Miller, 992. 170-mile-an-hour lap. Tommy Diamonds. And Bob Anshoe come rolling in next. And again, Oakley Top Dragster. Oakley Top Dragster. Need your lanes, please. Top Dragster. To the lanes, come on down. Tom Diamond left in the Roadster. Bob Anshoe on the right in the Firebird. And for Diamond, it's a 989 lap at 160, 996 at 145. For Hanshoe there on the right-hand side, the Oldsmobile coming in next. Here in the right lane, and Larry Riddell. Larry up on the left. Big block Chevrolet powered, Don Davis built, classic super gas style, 27 Ford Roadster. As many Corvette Roadsters as there are these days. There used to be as many, if not more, of the Don Davis style 27 Ford Roadsters back in the early days. 978 at $154 by Larry. 984 for the Oldsmobile here on the right-hand side as the Olds cruises through at 152 miles an hour. Tom Heads. 33 Dodge Roadster comes rolling in now. Runner out of Illinois with the 500 cubic inch Mopar. Al Walker's Trans Am, the 74 body style entry on the right lane. The Mopar express side of Worldwide Technology Raceway. 981 at 156 by Walker. 986 for Tommy Head. As he takes the Roadster through at 144 miles an hour. Looks like a little cleanup down on the starting line. Before we send the Lumen up alongside Greg White's Beretta. And again, Top Dragster, need you to lanes, please. Top Dragster, need you to the lanes. Come on down. And again, we need Top Dragster lanes, please. Top Dragster to the lanes. Hey, attention in the pits or attention out there in Raceland. If your name is Monique Barrett out of Chesterfield, Mo. Monique Barrett, you need to report to race control in the tower, please. Monique Barrett needs you to report to race control in the tower. Bring your ID if you would. Monique Barrett need to report to race control in the tower, please. Come on down. (2020) Division III Championship Chase and Super Gas. Tommy Turner's out in front. Rick Swank, Steve Hoyt, Rock Haas, Leo Zinda, John Sickish, Riddell, Dave Dahlem, Pat Martin, and Bob Prose all duking it out. Top 10 points earners so far. Greg White on the right-hand side, 996 at 149. For Buttram there on the left, 987. At 158 miles an hour. Brianna Rayshak comes rolling in. The young lady out of Fargo, North Dakota. United Automotive, 77 Vega there on the left-hand side. Brianna up alongside Mike Lagos. Cass City, Michigan based. 440 cubic inch bow tie combination underneath the hood of the Camaro. for Raycheck. 971 at 146 miles an hour. 993 for Mikey. Legos cruises through at 156 miles an hour. Paul Brown and Osby Brewington. Osby at the wheel of his 78 Mercury Zephyr. Saw a Ford Fairmont go down track earlier. This is the distant cousin. Osby's Zephyr. Out of Springfield, Tennessee. Paul Brown on the left. Another runner out of Cass City. Up in the Palm State, out of Pro Temp Heating and Cooling. Osby Burrington, 988 at 153 for Paul Brown, a 991, 166 mile an hour shot. Steve Hoyt. Steve chasing Tommy Turner and Rick Swank for the division championship. Got some rounds he needs to make up. No place better to do it than a double divisional here at St. Louis this weekend. Heidi Robeson, Gardner, Kansas. The wheel of her Corvette Roadster on the left-hand side. We got Corvette Roadsters here. We got Corvette Roadsters there. Well, by gosh and by golly, we got Roadsters everywhere. 993 for Heidi. 173 miles an hour. Steve Hoyt, a 991 shot. He cruises through over 170 miles an hour. Tommy Turner, your points leader out of Naples, Florida. Here on the right-hand side, and John Sickish. John, number 6 in the points chase. Currently, as he goes 999 at 173. Turner's got issues. As he cruises through 1306 at 112 miles an hour. And you're reigning world champion, Jeremy Mason out of Kentucky. Well, 66 Chevy 2 there on the left-hand side. And to go down to Rockingham, North Carolina, late last year to clinch the world title. He's up alongside Bob Prose. Honey Creek Collision, business owner out of Terre Haute. Making the tow over and down I-70 to get here this weekend. Of course, he was down in Texas, so, he had to go home to turn around and come back. 10-14, 158 for Bob. Jeremy, 983 at 155 miles an hour. Eddie Arnold's Oldsmobile up on the right-hand side. Kevin Wright on the left, the Longmont, Colorado runner. Kevin down in Texas this last weekend. And I got to be honest with you, I'm a little surprised that Kevin didn't turn left to go to Great Bend. But it looked like he wanted to decide to come right. A couple of races in St. Louis. 980 at 163 miles an hour. 994 at 174 for Eddie Arnold. Matt Tankersley's GTO and Alex Miller's Corvette. Attention in the pits, please. Super Gas runner number X368. You need to report to the racer registration trailer with your paperwork, please, as Matt Tankersley's got problems. Pontiac's not wanting to move rapidly down track. 10:48 by Alex Miller. Is Alex about a half a second off of where he should be? Tankersley about a month off from where he should be, as he just cruises through. Bob Locke up on the left-hand side, another early model Corvette. As we wait for Tankersley to make the bend down at the other end of the racetrack. And that may be another situation where throttle cable broke because the car just idled down the racetrack, and I'm sure Matt would have hustled to try to get to the other end. Brian Windman, Troy Stone, Lori Motion and Jeff Jensen, you have packages at the front gate if you haven't picked them up yet. Ryan Windman, Troy Stone, Lori Botson, and Jeff Jensen. Lori, I honestly can't tell what your last name is. If your name's Lori and you're waiting on a package, you need to go. Problems for the Camaro here on the right-hand side. 1198 at $133. Is the car getting all sorts of wacky doodle. Bob Locke takes the Corvette through. 992 at 157 is Rob Rowan and Pat Martin. Hey, it's Rowan and Martin. And again, you got to be old to understand that. Not everybody out there remembers Rowan and Martin and Laugh-In. But Pat Martin on the right, Rob Rowan on the left. Pat's not laughing about the 002 red light, but he'll take the 994 to $169. Rob Rowan goes 1001 at 162. Bo Butler, who you heard Warren explain to you earlier, is here today to finish up Bowling Green. Jump on a bird and head for Gainesville so he can qualify for this weekend's race, the Gator Nationals, as they will finally be concluded. Down in Florida, Joey Ships, Oldsmobile on the right. And again, Super Gas Racer X368. Need to report to racer registration with your paperwork, please. Super Gas Racer X368. Needs your report to racer registration with your paperwork. 946 by Bo. Bo, it's a 990 class. That might be low ET. Trying to keep up with Don Moyer and Super Street. He went 1048. You go 946. Joey with a 970, but 161. New Corvette there on the left-hand side. The D2 runner here in the right-hand lane is reaching toward the ends of our Super Gas field. Top Dragster, you should be in the lanes. Top Dragster, final call to the lanes, please. Cop Eliminator, get them ready. We'll be knocking on your trailer door here momentarily. Oldsmobile, right-hand side out of D2, 965 at 159. Certainly no Bo Butler 946, but close. 989 for the Roadster there on the left at 168 is Jacob Elrod. Comes rolling in on the left. They're new. Corvette. Beautiful hot rod built by Travis Colangelo. Par Race Engines power plant underneath the body. Jake Moffett running with a 989 at 171 here in the Mopar Express lane, a 995 lap at 158 miles an hour. Sure, a lot of cars not in the system. Very strange. Somebody must have wiped the memory disk. Janice Swans, Race to Win Motorsports, the Bounty Hunter program out of Indiana. Second-gen racer. Her hubby, Michael. And the Corvette Roadster here on the right-hand side. 973, 163 for the vet. For Janice Swan, how about 13 on the tree and 91.5 down track. Little 28,000s package for Janice as she gets ready for race eliminations. Janice, still one of our competitors in our Bowling Green competition. And again, if your name is Monique Barrett, you need to report to racer registration. You need to report to race control in the tower, please. We've got something you're missing. Monique Barrett. Got something you're missing. Gentleman was kind enough to turn it in. Like to get it back to you. Mark Miles, 832. Well, he makes Bo's 946 look paltry. 165 miles an hour for Mark as he really hustles down track. 892 at 171 for Joe Fisher in the Corvette. 832 on a 990 index. Hey, boys. Austin Williams on the left-hand side, coming off the win down at Dallas last Sunday evening. Dan Gilgosh, the Minnesota runner out of Gil's Paint and Body. The Camaro Roadster over here on the right-hand side. This is Gilgosh. Cranks out a 991 at 170 for Austin Williams, a 982 lap at 169 miles an hour. And Austin will be back a little bit later on as we continue on with our Bowling Green competition. Jimmy Costello there on the left, the Costello Auto Repair out of Illinois, and Rudy Matthews, long associated with Super Gas category and some killer runs for the multi-time All-Star champ. 986, 151 by Rudy, 966 by Costello. I got news for you, James. You're close to Bo, but you're nowhere near Mark. As I do believe that's the Larson Farms new Camaro on the left-hand side. And Bob Eaker. My screen says Chevrolet Camaro. My eyes tell me second generation Chevy 2 station wagon. And the Corvette Roadster, about 9,904. How about Larson with an 11 light, dead 4 run, 15 thousandths package at 173 miles an hour for Bob Eaker's wagon. 989.9 at 151 miles an hour. And last but not least, Chris Hess comes rolling up. The Larson Farms. Camaro on the right-hand side. Plants the foot. Let's go the button. Heads for the other end of the racetrack. Goes 986 at 170 miles per. And again, Monique Barrett. Monique Barrett, you lost something earlier today. It has been found and turned into race control. Monique Barrett. We have something you're missing here in race control. Second floor of the tower. Come on down. Top dragster should be in the lanes. Let's see what you got. It was kind of fun and exciting last weekend down in Dallas. Well, it was quick. Should be just as quick here. Man, if only we could have run the top dragsters this morning in 530 feet of air. Wouldn't that have been fun? We're at 1,400 feet currently, at least according to my weather station, and I realize everybody's looking at different numbers and different weather stations, and as long as you use yours, you'll find. Mine right now says 1,402 feet of corrected altitude, 73 grains of water in the air. 67-degree cool temperature out there. The only thing I can say to that is probably going to be quick here, just like it was in Dallas last weekend. Our Oakley competition, Oakley Motorsports, top dragsters. If you're not in the lanes yet, you're late. Top dragster needs you to lanes, please. Little track maintenance, little track check. Get the starting line area ready to go for our top dragster contingent. And check the rest of the racetrack. Make sure we're clean and secured. A little spray going down as well. Top dragster, you should be in the lanes. First call, comp eliminator. First call, comp eliminator to the lanes, please. And again, big tip of the cap to DMP Awnings, Larice Motorsports Insurance, and Crew Chief Pro for making our DragRacer.tv program available for everybody across the country and around the world. Here this weekend from Worldwide Technology Raceway, affectionately referred to as St. Louis. Obviously, we're in just across the river from the Arch in the great state of Illinois. But here we are, ready to go. Top dragster, round one of qualifying. Comp eliminator, need you to lanes, please. Comp eliminator. To the lanes, come on down. Jacob Elrod tells me he needs a parts call. Well, that's good. Jacob, what do you need a parts call for? And Jacob Elrod says he needs a Pro Charger F1X12R. Just a Pro Charger F1X12R. Will says he's got a decal, but I think Jacob, he says he needs the whole Pro Charger F1X12R. If you have a spare Pro Charger laying around, Jacob Elrod is in need. F1X12R is the part number he's looking for. Jacob Elrod looking for a Pro Charger. Pro Charger F1X12Rs. And Robert, if you've got a Pro Charger, that part number on it, Jacob Elrod says, come on over. Let's make a deal. And if you've got the Pro Charger, I'd say the advantage is in your court. No offense, Jacob, but anyway, little drag going on. Top dragster, comp eliminator, top sportsman getting ready to come out at us. Top dragster in the lanes. Competition eliminator has been invited. But our Oakley Motorsports top dragster contingent will be the next group out. Jacob says if you got a Pro Charger F1X12R, they are parked on pit row of the IndyCar track. So over there in the infield of the circle track is where the Elrods are parked. But he's looking for a Pro Charger F1X12R. Jimmy Sakovich comes up out of Raymore, Missouri, as they've been on the road for the last month. Had the Pro Mod up in Martin, Michigan. Came home, unloaded the Pro Mod, put the top dragster in the box. Went down to Dallas and played around a little bit here this weekend. First pair, top dragster out of the gate we go. Remember, 6'10" is as quick as you can go. 6'14", look at the speed for Sakovich. 241 miles an hour as Jimmy motors through. 631 there on the AAA side. 189 miles an hour. Zach Sackman comes rolling in. The Hanksters.com entry. Out of Illinois, the young man who has grown up and out of the junior dragster ranks, as did Afton Swanson. Over on the right-hand side, the blown big block combination for Botham. Spitzer chassis cars for Botham. The Arnold Motor entry for Afton out of Iowa here on the right-hand side. Husband Joe tuning the car. Zach's been to the final round and walked away with the Wally. So's Ashton. Afton, she knows how to get it done as well. Claimed the title over at Topeka a couple of years ago. Top dragster, round number 1 of qualifying. What do you got? How low can you go? Well, just don't go below 6'10". 6'15", 232 for Afton. 6'17" by Zach Sackman at 226 miles an hour. And again, need comp eliminator to the lanes, please. Competition eliminator. Need you to the staging lanes, please. So we're loading them up, lighting them off with a barrage of 16 runs so far, a 14, a 15, a 17. Mark Krupa up on the left, the Elgin, Illinois base. Got the front motored machine. Trying to mix it up with all the rear motored cars like Jimmy Prevost. Prevost over here on the right. The VRN, Vince Naniti fabricated chassis. Jimmy lists his occupation as the bellhop at the Pet Motel. I would hate to think of the duties for the bellhop at the Pet Motel. And I'll just let it go at that. Krupa hanging in there, 630, 216. Nice lap out of the front motored car, 633 by Prevost. 209 miles an hour. So Krupa slides into the number 4 spot. Prevost 633 puts him on the sheet. Chris Carrico coming up on the left lane, and Mikey Coughlin over on the right. Mikey tried all sorts of different engine combinations over the last few years. Settled into the blown big block this year in the Dan Page chassis car. Carrico up on the left out of Fort Wayne. Kids sitting at home watching the big screen going, "Go Dad, go Dad." Former top dragster champ, former super quick champ. Carrico there on the left-hand side. And again, comp eliminator, need your lanes, please. Competition eliminator, need you to the lanes. Come on down. Looks like we're clean. Top end, Mikey. Up on the right-hand side, Jigs. Carrico up on the left. And a little puff of smoke out of Carrico's car, 638, 205. How about Mike Coughlin, though? 610, 3. 222 miles an hour. So we're going to go down track and chase that smoke trail of Chris Carrico and see if there's anything on our racing surface or if it's just inside Chris's car. But how about that 6:10 run by Mr. Coughlin? 6.103 at 222 miles an hour. You would think that would pretty much lock down the number one spot. But, well, as we saw at Indianapolis, it doesn't quite work that way. But 6:10 with a 3 takes a pretty good shot at it. Only leaves a 0.003 of a second window for somebody to try and sneak in. But I'm telling you, with the cars we've got here on the grounds this weekend, certainly something that could be done. As again, the crew's checking out the top end of the racetrack after a little puff of smoke out of Chris Carrico's car down there, about 800, 900 feet. And the smoke got just a little bit thicker down in the shutdown areas. So do some track work, some track check, see what we got. And then get ready to rumble them some more. Yeah, it looks like they're going to erect the little yellow stanchions down there. It says clean up in aisle 1. Got some quick cleanup to do down in the shutdown area of our AAA lane. So we'll be on hold here for a moment or 3 while we do a little dust and go down at the other end of the racetrack. Get some grease sweep broomed in. Do want to remind everybody, concession stands open until 4 today. After that, the carnival-style freestand concession stands will open up. They'll be open after 4. And for those of you that want to kick back and enjoy an adult beverage while we conclude our race event from Bowling Green, the bar will be open right there next to the main concession stand at 6, and it will remain open until 2 hours after we finish racing. So lots of food available for you over there in the food court from either the main concession stand or the freestanding carnival-style trailers. After that, the carnival trailers be open at 4 and be open along with the bar. In case you want to kick back and relax and enjoy a cold adult beverage. A barley pop or two, as they will. Again, quick cleanup going on the AAA side of the racetrack. Comp Eliminator need you to the lanes. Top Sportsman, get them ready. We're going to be knocking on your door. Our Oakley Motorsports Top Sportsman will be knocking on your door momentarily. Then it's back into session number 2 of time trials and qualifying. Then we'll pick up the pace a little bit, get back with our Bowling Green eliminations. Super Street, round number 4 will be back out. Stock, Super Comp, Super Stock. Work towards crowning our champions. Of course, our alcohol dragsters and alcohol funny cars. Going to be out for a test and tune session later on today as well. So lots of activity still to go on. Got to finish up our Bowling Green event. Crown our champs. Put the bounty on those winners for tomorrow's race for our Race to Win Motorsports bounty program. So lots of contabulation and figuring and going to see who's going to, A, take home a Wally, B, have a bounty placed on them for tomorrow, and C, have the opportunity to pick up not 1, not 2, but 3 Wallies here this weekend. Those racers still in line for the conclusion of our event from Bowling Green that got moistured out by Mother Nature and Hurricane Laura. An opportunity to pick up the Bowling Green win today, race number 1 win tomorrow, and race number 2 win on Sunday. 3 Wallies in 1 weekend. Why, it's unheard of, I tell you. But we're going to give it a shot. Hey, I got a parts call for you. Anybody out there got a scooter tire? I need a tube for a scooter tire. 3" by 10. Anybody out there has an inner tube for a scooter tire? Got a racer looking for one. Ellis Booth needs a 3" by 10, 3.00-10 scooter tire inner tube. I've made lots of parts calls over the years, but kind of crazy. A scooter tire inner tube. On hold here for a moment. Got a little oil in the top end, shutdown area from one of our top dragster contestants. Hopefully they'll be able to get whatever that was fixed and back for round number 2. Race day tomorrow. We got to clean up on the top end, and as soon as we get that taken care of, we'll get right back with Bob Mandel and Al Peevler and the rest of our round number 1 of Oakley Motorsports Top Dragster Qualifying. Hey, Ellis, is that a Zuma? I got a racer that's got a wheel and tire for a Zuma. I'm going to put on my Monty Hall hat. We'll just go into negotiation stage up here in the tower. I have a racer with a spare tire and wheel for a Zuma. It's an Elite. Well, you bought the wrong kind of scooter. But it's nice to know we got a spare tire and wheel for a Zuma. Anyway. If you wanted to check, go see Scott Cascio over in the pit area. Comp Eliminator pit area. They've got a Zuma wheel. Nope, excuse me. It's not Scott. Justin Allen. Justin Allen. Super Gas. Got one over in the pit area. I got messages coming at me from 17 different directions up here. Okay, I think we got everybody handled. Nitro Joe, I can't put out a parts call for a new body. You're kind of like me, stuck with the one you got. Sorry. Let's grease sweep going on down in the big end, and as soon as we get the all clear that the shutdown area is as safe and secure as the racetrack itself, we will be back into round number 1 of our Oakley Motorsports Top Dragster Qualifying. So a tough break for Chris Carrico as the engine ventilated a little bit down at the other end of the racetrack. Gave us some slickery stuff to clean up. We'll be back at it here within, I'd say, probably about 4.5 minutes or so. And roll back into top dragster qualifying round number 1 for our Oakley Motorsports. Quick gutters, 610 with a 3 for Mr. Coughlin. As he sits in the number 1 spot. Still some room to get in. 610-0, 610-1, 610-2. The top spot's still available, but Mike sure did make it a very narrow window. Again, if anybody out there has an F1 X1 2R Pro Charger or a spare case for an F1 X1 2R Pro Charger, Jacob Elrod is in need. Need a F1 X1 2R Pro Charger or a case for said Pro Charger, Jacob Elrod is in need, would like to talk to you. But he needs a Pro Charger or a case, one of the two. If you have an F1 X1 2R Pro Charger, Jacob Elrod could be your new best buddy. BFF. Jacob says if you've got, come see him or call him or send up smoke signals or something. Let him know. Alrighty then. Back at it we go. Bob Mandel and Al Peebler come rolling in. Al sitting number 4 in the points chase right now. He's about a round behind Mike Coughlin. Coughlin with that 6:10 3 lap to put him atop the heap. Bob Mandel on the left, the Profab chassis shop. House car. Young Bob Mandel, the third at the wheel. Beautiful hot rod. Of course, everything that rolls out of Profab chassis shop is beautiful. People are on the right. People are trucking out of Illinois. Mandel on the left. They build race cars. They build a lot of race cars. Mandel cruises through in the left lane, 627. 214 miles an hour, 614 for Mandel at 215. That's a little quick at 217, 608 by Peevler. And that's a little quick. They'll go drop down to the bottom of the qualifying sheet. And Mike Coughlin remains number one with the 610, Phil Dion. The runner out of Paradise Valley, and Karma Hopper had the opportunity to catch up with Karma yesterday and chat with her. Karma and David, beautiful race car out of Kentucky. Phil Dion there on the left-hand side, 72-year-old youngster out of Paradise Valley, Arizona. We're looking to see if he can pick up another number one qualifying spot. His hot rod there on the left-hand side. 72 years young is Dion there in the left lane. Not nice to talk about a lady's age, so I'm not going to tell you about Karma. But Karma Hopper. Here on the right, beautiful race car. Pair of 6-0s on those last two cars going down track. Karma goes 627 at 216. Dion 615 at 221 miles an hour. So Karma drops in to the show. 615 by Phil puts him up number 4 right now. Taylor Vetter. Hot rod on the left out of Las Vegas. Taylor part of that Plan B Motorsports team, if I remember seeing correctly. The Hemi 5 up, blown up motor there on the left, and Ryan Keener, the Illinois-based runner here on the right-hand side. Turning the bottle on, a little laughing gas. See if they get a chuckle of a ride down track. Warren Evans is listening to the DragRacer.tv program as he's headed for Great Bend. His eyes just rolled back in his head. Even long distance, Warren, I'm going to reach out and get you. Keener goes 0-0-7, 639 at 213. Taylor Vetter 609.5 at 230 miles an hour. Took a shot at that number one spot, missed by 5 thousandths of a second. So got 3 cars down to 6-0 range. Mike Coughlin sitting number 1. Jimmy Sakovich number 2. Here's Jim Thorpe, runner out of Texas. Tom and Miss Suzanne over here on the right-hand side. Elliott out of Brooks, Kentucky. Another runner that has been around for a day or 3. 78 years young is Tom. Mitch Truman, they need to see you at fuel check, please. Mitch Truman, need to see you at fuel check. And I said fuel check, not fool check. Mitch Truman, need to see you at fuel check, please. Jimmy Thorpe on the left. New Spitzer chassis car for Jim. He'll be back in a bit with his beautiful Top Sportsman ride, painted up just like his dragster. Good looking hot rod. Pay no attention to the red light. It means nothing on this end. 609.8. Jim Thorpe misses by 2 thousandths of a second. Tom Elliott goes 615 at 223. And it is quick out there, boys and girls. Let me tell you. The reigning champ, Danny Nelson, getting ready to come up next. The chassis builder out of Batesville, Arkansas. Racecraft Chassis Shop. Brandon Performance Engines. High gear only transmission. And a Vortex supercharger. And he carries the big number 1 on the side of the car. Red Fritch out of Columbus. Red's Auto Services over here on the right-hand side. Six O's, 6 O's, 6 O. Danny Nelson looking to go 6'10". 6.100. Can he? Yep. Has he before? Yep. Is he going to do it here? Well, going to find out. Red off and running. Nelson goes 6'14" to 226. Red with a 6'19" to 220 miles an hour. It's Tom Fisher, Angry Tom, a.k.a. Fireball Tom, comes rolling up. The Copperfish car, the Copper Cat car over there on the left-hand side. Beautiful race machine. Phil Oakley wheeling and dealing. The Texas Roadhouse entry on the right. May have to find the Texas Roadhouse. That sounds pretty good. Small cut of prime rib. Baked potato, extra butter. Yeah, looked like a few calories. Oakley on the right for Texas Roadhouse. Yeah, but their stuff is so good. Fisher on the left, Angry Tom. Tom works his way down, 622, 218 miles an hour. 614, 225 for Phil Oakley, the Texas Roadhouse gang. Tom Fisher's hot rod. I think they're going to go out and check after the Copper Cat made its lap down track. Nope. Looks like a quick clean up here on the starting line. I stand corrected. Jeff Strickland getting ready to roll in next. So a little quick cleanup on the starting line. So we get ready to continue on. Jeff Strickland sitting and waiting patiently. Lynette Hudgens likewise. So Strickland on the left. Gwinnett Hudgens up on the right. Husband Robert out in front, lining her up. Jeff Strickland on the left. Strick at the wheel, the signpunk.com entry. Gwinnett, who was running very strong in Texas last weekend at the doubleheader event on Thursday and Friday, failed to qualify for the Saturday-Sunday event because she ran 2.60s and was a spectator. Gwinnett goes 001, 607, 230 miles an hour. And the car continues to go too quick. 625 for Strickland there on the left-hand side. As Robert's like, I'm going to have to put another brick in the car. J.R. Baxter on the right-hand side. Out of Waxahachie, Texas, comes rolling in, and Zach Fisher there on the left. 21-year-old youngster out of the Fisher family racing ops. Angry Tom and Joe and Patty and Zach. Family that races together stays together. So Zach coming up on the left. JR on the right. Looks like a blower belt decided to shred itself down there on the big end. So on hold for a moment while we do a little rubber band pickup down at the finish line. Zach sits and waits patiently. JR sits and waits patiently. All right, now it's Zach and JR. There's the Texan over here on the right-hand side. Miller chassis hot rod getting ready to head for the other end. Fisher with a 615 at 228 miles an hour, 625 for JR. At 194 is Baxter. Gets his name into the list with a good qualifying lap. And Top Sportsman, your invitation now goes out. Our Oakley Motorsports Top Sportsman cars need you to the lanes now, please. Oakley Motorsports Top Sportsman contestants need you to the lanes. Top Sportsman to the lanes, please. Come on down. Rusty Baxter up on the right-hand side. Part of a Larice Motorsports field on the left. Motorsports Insurance Gang. Don't know if that's Holden or Ross. Can't tell from looking just from behind, but I know it's part of the team because Scott's out there keeping an eye on everything. Rusty Baxter on the right. A couple of cars that were down in Texas last weekend. Making a toe up. Come play some more here at Worldwide Technology Raceway. 6:11.1. 211 miles an hour for Larice there on the left. Rusty Baxter goes 6:17 at 203 miles an hour. Well, I would say that was Holden Larice because this is Ross coming up on the left-hand side. We saw Holden go 6:11. Ken Ross and the Larice Motorsports Insurance race car there on the left. Go to number 1 with a 6:10, with a 2 or a 1 or a 0. How about JB Straswig over here on the right? The Meyer Distributing entry for the Indiana runner. Well, we're going to find out real quick. 6:13, 232 by Ross. 6:12, 221 for JB. Patty Fisher, Joe Fisher. Patty on the right, Joe on the left. For those of you watching on dragracer.tv, our qualifying board is doing some weird stuff right now, but hey, it's 2020, so why not? We'll get that squared away. All the times are going incorrectly. It's just not picking them up for the qualifying screen. Patty on the right, Joe on the left. Joe goes 6:10.1. How about a new number 1 qualifier, 230 miles an hour? 6:26 by Patty at 2:27. 6.101. Well, there's still room at the top, but you're going to have to take a 6:10.0 to get that number 1 spot. Wow. How wacky, how crazy. Cop Eliminator rolling in now. Dwayne Robeson and Joe Aerosmith coming at us. And again, always a tip of the cap to the folks that make the bonus program here in D3 possible. Billingsley Car Wash, C-Tech Cabinet Manufacturing, Indy Gear, Total Seal Piston Rings, T&E Enterprises, Bullet Cams, Cohen Engineering, Camp Plain Machine Shop, Brow Bell Housing, and of course, John Holt Race Cars. As Dwayne does his burnout, takes a minute to get it back in gear. Dwayne on the left-hand side, C altered, 795. For those of you not familiar with Cop Eliminator, it's how low you can go against your index. Not sure if Dwayne's having issues there. Lots of hand signals going on between Dwayne and Heidi. Joe Aerosmith over here on the right, the G-altered automatic. The Pontiac GTO, and pushing Dwayne's car backwards. Not a good sign that he's going to be moving forward. So it'll be a single for Joe Aerosmith. So we kick off our Cop Eliminator qualifying. How low you can go against the index. 887 the index for Joe. Runner out of Minnesota. Like to be down about the 820 range. Oh, how about an 802? Oh, my. Hello. 168 miles an hour. How about 84 under the index? We might need to double check, make sure Joe is running G-altered automatic. Is Joe in G-altered automatic? Can you guys hear me down there? Is the NG altered automatic? That a yes or a no? Yes? That's 84 under, boys and girls. Holy guacamole. Woo. Well, I think Joe set the bar for everybody else. You want some? Come and get it. Travis Gusso and Ron Bone. It's a G altered automatic, 84 under the index. You guys been working on something over there because, yeah, whatever you did, it's working. (71-degree air, 63% humidity. Uncorrected barometer at 29.58. 73 grains of water in the air. Perfect day to go 84 under. So Travis comes rolling in. He's got the G altered. Little 314 cubic inch combination for the runner out of Sioux Falls. Going to row the gearbox as he heads down track. Ron Bones' little six-cylinder J Dragster automatic. Over here on the right-hand side, Ron's been your number one qualifier. Ron wants to be number one qualifier here. He's going to have to step up with a run. I'm telling you. Joe Aerosmith, 84 under the index with an 802 lap. Great googly moogly. Bones, a little flyaway dragster, heads for the other end, 763, 170 miles an hour, 827 by Travis. Gusso goes 70 under the index. It's quick out there, boys and girls. Let me be the first to tell you, 763. What did I say the index was? 833. The computer's doing some really weird stuff up here as far as getting to the qualifying sheet. Jim Promozic, B altered automatic, comes rolling in. The 500 cubic inch Mopar powered Chevy Cobalt. These are race motors combination underneath the hood now for Jim Promozic. Clint Neff's K altered automatic. The 4-cylinder. 32 Bantam over here on the right hand side. Neff on an 814 index. Run through 744 to 176. 773 by Promozic as he lifted before he got to the other end of the racetrack. 744 by Neff puts him 69 under the index. Whew. 84, 70, and 69. Oh, my. Oh, my. Art Hodges comes rolling in. Art on his farewell tour. I think he said he's going to race one more year next year and hang it up. The C altered out of North Carolina, the Lucas Oil entry there on the left-hand side. Gary Comiskey, Taylor Comiskey and the gang helping out. David Billingsley's little V6 powered Chevrolet Camaro over here on the right, the I altered automatic. 272 cubic inch combination. Billingsley on the right, Art on the left. Call goes out, fire him up. Let's get him going. Hodges there on the left-hand side doing his burnout. Got the V8 powered Camaro bodied entry. David Billingsley over here on the right, the little V6. Spins it up, turns him over. Heats the hoops on the back of the car for the former U.S. Nationals champ. Couple drivers been added a day or two. Couple very seasoned drag racers. Know how to get down the racetrack. Oakley Motorsports, Top Sportsman cars. Top Sportsman, need your lanes, please. Top Sportsman, need you to the staging lanes, please. Come on down. So Hodges on the left, 785. Billingsley on the right at 866. How low can you go? Today, looks like it's, well, a roller coaster day. The thrill ride is getting down the racetrack. Arts Lucas Oil Machine, 726 at 187, 803 for David Billingsley. So Billingsley 62 under. $59 under for Art. Hodges at, well, 58 under technically. John Freck, the little dragster. There on the left-hand side, as we work with our Cop Eliminator field. Freck's F dragster. On the 859 index, thing only car only weighs like 1,250 pounds. Little four-cylinder Pontiac for motivation. West Leopold. A Supermod automatic, the Dodge Stratus. That'll Pennsylvania over here on the right-hand side. 853 the index. West wants to be in the high sevens. Freck would like to be in the high sevens as well. See if either one of them or both of them get there. $7.96 and $1.66 for Leopold. He's there. $8.02 for John. He's close. Freck at 57 under. Leopold at 56.9 under. So a thousandth of a second separating them against their index down track. John goes to number 5. West goes to number 6. Taylor Comiskey at the wheel of the Dodge Dart Chevrolet bodied. D-altered on the left-hand side, and Pete Pollock coming out of Wisconsin. Pontiac Firebird, C-altered automatic over here on the right-hand lane. Taylor on an 832 index, the D-altered. Pollock C-altered automatic on the right-hand side, 794. But Aerosmith, 84 under. Gusso at 70 under. Neff at 69 under. Just to name a few. I got a feeling there may be one or two more. 60 to 70 under the index before we get there. Pete Pollock rolls in, drops the bottom bulb. Yeah, we back him out. We'll try this again. Taylor on the left. Young man out of Dallas. Pete on the right, young man out of Menasha, Wisconsin. Pollock's car goes nowhere. Comiskey hustles through 774 to 175 miles an hour. Waiting for Pete to get underway and motivated again. So it'll be 57 and change under for Taylor, if my math in my head is correct. 57 and change, 57.4 under the index. Terry Smith, semi-powered. TL Smith Excavating. 500 cubic inch Mopar 8 dragster automatic coming up on the left. Jim Promozic Sr. got the B dragster automatic, another front engined car for the runner out of Ohio. Jim says, I'll do it my way. Thank you very much. 380 cubic inch small block Chevrolet. Sitting out in front of Jim in the B dragster automatic. 740 the index. Terry Smith on a 705. For Terry to go to the number one spot, let's just say he'd have to be well down into the low 6 second zone. Don't know that car's ever been there, but I'm telling you, we got some pretty prime time conditions right now. Smith rolls in a little bit deep. They move him back out. Let Jim Promozic roll in. Jim's in. Now we can stage, boys. Jimmy's ready. Terry is ready. Promozic loses a little something off of the car down there. 672 for Terry Smith at 164. I don't think that was the run they were looking for. For Promozic, looked like it may have been a battery case. Goes 805 at 134. So we got some cleanup to do, some parts and pieces to pick up over here on the Mopar Express side of the racetrack. Scott Shamness and Brian Brow come rolling in. Brian currently the points leader here in the D3 comp eliminator points chase. David Billingsley, though, right behind. Greg Camplain not that far behind. Troy Galbraith, Chad Vogus, Scott Shamness. Scott sitting number 6 in the points chase. Robert Bailey, Terry Smith. Just saw Terry go down track. Jim Promozic Jr., he was earlier. Ronnie Bone rounds out the quick 10. Ron's made his lap down to get his first qualifier run in. Scott does his burnout. He's got issues. Pulls it over to the right-hand wall. Brian Brow, the V6 powered D dragster on a single run. Comp eliminator field last week in Dallas. Missed a mine shaft field by 8 thousandths of a second. Still made some pretty good racing, though, let me tell you. Brow up on the left, set the index. If he wants to be number one, he's got to be in the 6 second zone. Whew. They'd be hustling for the V6. See what he can do. Tough break for Scott Shamness. Not going to get this run in. Brow hustling to the other end with the D dragster. 7:17 at $1.66, and you could hear it wind down before I ever got there. So 7:17 lap, 166 miles an hour. For Brian, put him on the qualifying sheet. Robert Bailey and Gary Kokoro sitting and waiting patiently to come up next.
When my grandfather started Jim Butner Auto in 1955, he had one mission: sell people quality vehicles at prices they can afford. And nothing's changed today. Now we do $299 down, $299 a month, $299 down, and $299 a month get you into a quality used vehicle with a 1-year warranty.
So don't work for your car, make your car work for you. $299 down, $299 a month, $299 down, $299 a month. And that's another reason at Jim Butner Auto, we're striving to keep you driving.
So Scott Shamness getting hooked up to the golf cart. Do want to remind everybody, if you're going to be out around the starting line area, you do need to have on tie-on shoes. No open-soled or slip-on shoes, because you're probably going to get a shoe stuck to the racing surface. So you need to be having tied on to make sure when you lift your feet, your shoe comes with it. Robert Bailey's Sea Dragster automatic on the left. Gary Kokoro on the right. Panama City, Florida. Getting out of the way of Hurricane Beta and coming up north to have a little bit of fun this weekend. Gary, glad to have you. Bailey on the left. The Sea Dragster automatic. Jeremy's car. Robert fits in the cockpit quite well.
When my grandfather started Jim Butner Auto in 1955, he had one mission: sell people quality vehicles at prices they can afford. At the Jim Butner Auto Group, we're striving to keep everybody driving. Whether you need to reestablish your credit or have traditional bank financing, we created the
Looks like we're ready to lock and load. One more pair is Gary Coccaro and Robert Bailey. Been sitting waiting patiently as we got Scott Shamness right off the top. I'm sure we'll see Scott back here in just a little bit for qualifying session number 2. Bailey at the wheel of Jeremy's car. C Dragster automatic. Robert, of course, having the incident in Columbus with his big motored car. And while that one's getting repaired, Jeremy said, hey, Dad, go ahead and drive mine. I'm good with it. So Bailey, sit number 7 in the points chase. And Gary Coccaro's H-altered automatic, the Chevy Cobalt over here on the right-hand side. 293 cubic inch combination. So Robert on the left, Judy watching on, Gary on the right, and 2 more head for the other end. Remember, we've already got one at 80 under or better. 7-11 for Robert Bailey as he motors through to $164, 859 by Coccaro. As Gary's 58 under the index. $7.11 and $1.64 for Robert. Joe Aerosmith at 84 under the index, leading the pack. Todd France there on the left, the A Econo altered entry. Small block combination for the painter out of Louisville. Troy Galbraith over here on the right. Supposed to send a message to Troy and says, hey, have fun this weekend. Craig won't be here. Troy, number 7 in the world last year, number 4 right now in the points chase. Not that far behind. Looking to see if he can step up. The B Dragster automatic. For all the competition engines in France. Johns and France Racing there on the left-hand side. Irvin and his beautiful bride watching on. Todd working his way towards the other end of the racetrack now. 789. The index for France goes 778 off the throttle at $129, 671. 198 miles an hour for Galbraith. There on the right-hand side. And what do my wondering eyes see but a new race car? For Chad Vogus, the F Dragster automatic there on the left-hand side. That's enough to make a person go, Ain't this interesting? I have to get by and check that one out. Mike Farrell over on the right-hand side. Of course, always a hello to Mike's wife and sister who listen in to dragracer.tv on each and every race that Mike and CJ are at. Because they want to keep track of what's going on, too. Farrell off and running. Chad's not going anywhere in a hurry. Farrell down to the other end of the racetrack. About a 778 on an 840 index and 170. Bogus goes 1167 at 104 miles an hour. And Brian Stuffelbeam and Greg Camplain roll in next. Stuffelbeam, F Supermod automatic. The Cobalt appears to be a new addition to the race car family for the Stuffelbeams. Greg Camplains. See Dragster automatic on the right-hand side. For Camplain Machine Shop, one of our sponsors of the bonus program here in D3, like we said earlier. Camplain Machine, Billingsley's Car Wash, C-Tech, Cabinets, Indy Gear, Total Seal, John Holt Race Car, Brow Bell Housings, Corn Engineering, T&E Enterprises, and Bullet Cams. All stepping up throughout the 2020 season. Provide a little bit of bonus for the guys and the gals here in comp as Brian rolls in. Riley flips on the computer. Camplain on the right-hand side in the dragster. As Judy looks on. Ooh, the car goes left for Brian. Reels it in. Camplain 692 at 190 miles an hour. Stuffelbeam 1118 on an 88 mile an hour lap. And Jim Greeneck, the boss man at C-Tech Manufacturing at racecabinet.com. Jim coming off a recent victory. His C-Altered automatic there on the left-hand side. And Jimmy Kimbrough, utilities contractor out of Pace, Florida. ProStart chassis, C Econo dragster coming up on the right, the single 4-barrel. Small block automatic transmission machine for the Floridian. Kimbrough right, Greeneck left. Jim, the boss man, out of Wisconsin. C-Tech Manufacturing, and he through 719 at 187 miles an hour. 728 for Kimbrough at $169 on the right-hand side. Greeneck goes 64 under the index. Throw his name into the hat. Joe Aerosmith, 84 underlap. Those still leading the pack is Alan Wilson. We'll see Connor Dragster on the right-hand side and David Eaton's A Altered Planetary. They're on the left. Merritt Island, Florida-based runner. David Eaton, the A Altered Planetary there on the left-hand side. Looks like we're good to go. Alan Wilson on the right, David on the left. 723 for David, so you know he wants to be down in the mid-sixes. Wilson on the right, 791 the index. He wants to be down in the low sevens. Let's see how well they do what they want to do. And can they do it? Looks like it to me. 647 lap for David Eaton. That's stout at 206 miles an hour. 729 for Alan Wilson. Alan's 61 under the index. And again, our computer screen not picking up all the cars and all the numbers. Brian Cyberdeck rolling in. Brian says, I just want to put my name on the qualifying sheet right now. Going to start and stage. Accept the green light, back it out. And that will put Brian Cyberdeck's F-Drag Stratomatic on our Comp Eliminator qualifying sheet. And I do believe Top Sports will be coming up next. Benjamin Board comes rolling in as we roll into our Oakley Motorsports Top Sportsman. Qualifying session number 1. Michael Chitty alongside the Chevy Cavalier out of Iowa here in the right-hand lane. Former division champ in the Top Sportsman category. Chitty selling off the family biz here not that long ago and entered the retirement zone. Benjamin Board up on the left. He and his dad, Ben. 400 cubic inch Pontiac with a whole lot of power out of it. Chitty on the right-hand side. 669, 207 miles an hour. 695 and a $184 for Board there on the left-hand side. Two more come rolling in. Bill Rotz, Rick Soka. Soka on the right-hand side, the Illinois-based runner out of North Aurora. Firebird on the right-hand side. Bill Rotz out of East Moline. His bright yellow Camaro. They're on the left in Super Street. Need you to the lanes now, please. Super Street, time trial number 2. Super Street to the lanes, please. Come on down. Bill on the left-hand side, 700 cubic inches. Rick over on the right. He's got the smaller motor of the two, only a 630 cubic inch combination. Soka's Firebird. Whoa! That one went nowhere in a hurry. And Bell Rott, 692 at 193 miles an hour. I'm not sure that wasn't a driveline issue. They looked into the scoop and saw no fire. But a def brake there as the car literally, for Rich, went nowhere. Hit the button and boom. She kind of coasted to a stop before it even got to the 60-foot clocks. Eric Burnett and Bob Wright sitting and waiting patiently. Our West Virginia body shop owner over here on the right-hand side. Getting ready to make his lap down track. Burnett out of Indiana, the professional Marine service entry. Looking to see what he can do. And again, Super Street, need you to lanes, please. Super Street. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Come on down. Super Street. To the lanes, please. Session number 2. Come on, come on. Eric Burnett with the twin turbo entry. The Cavalier there on the left-hand side. Wright's combination over here on the right. Opar Express Lane here at Worldwide Technology Raceway. Brooke gets him lined up. Looks like everything's set and ready to go. Making sure the air bottle's on. That's an important step. Getting Eric lined up over on the AAA side. So Burnett's going to spin up the turbos. They're on the AAA lane. They're a little popping and banging out there before he lets go and heads for the other end. Well, popcorns are popping. Burnett drifts out of the groove and shuts it off. Bob Wright, 685. 201 miles an hour to move him up. 1059 at 83 miles an hour for Burnett. Bob Wright, that's 685 lap, goes into the number 2 spot. Burnett goes down to the bottom of the qualifying sheet, but we got more. And we will see them back a little bit later on today for session number 2. Timmy Kerman's Pontiac Grand Am bodied entry there on the left-hand side, and Scott Linder. Beautiful. Pontiac over here on the right. Runner out of Hedrick, Iowa. Want to be number 1, got to go quicker than Michael Chitty's 669. Of course, we saw some 620s last weekend down at Dallas, so I'm here to tell you there's some cars out there that are quicker enough to take that number 1 spot away. So far, haven't seen them. Super Street needs you to the lanes, please. Super Street to the lanes. But then again, we haven't seen Kurt Fredericks. We haven't seen Lester Johnson. Haven't seen Tommy Turner yet. Those are the 3 gents leading the points chase currently. 652 and 653. Well, we talk about your number 1 qualifier. How about a new number 1 for Scott Linder and a new number 2 for Timmy Kerman? Linder 652.1, 211 miles an hour. For Tim, a 653 lap, also at 211. Jimmy Fallon and Kynan Dinkel come rolling in next, Kynan. Gentleman who the majority of his time you will find educating students on an automotive future. College professor in the automotive industry field, and Jimmy Fallon's Ohio-based. Hemi-fied Camaro here on the right-hand side. So Kynan on the left, Jimmy on the right. 2 more getting ready to make their assault on the quarter mile here at Worldwide Technology Raceway. Scott Linder, 652, leading the pack. These 2 gents got anything for him? How about a 624 by Kynan Dinkel? How about a 630 by Jimmy Fallon? And a new number 1 and a new number 2. And the hits just keep on coming. But how about Kynan Dinkel? 624, 225 miles an hour to ride that rocket ship to the number 1 qualifying spot. Jimmy Fallon right alongside. You know, Jimmy had the best seat in the house to watch that number 1 qualifying run. John Stelz, Wisconsin-based Cavalier, out of Fast Times Performance. On the right-hand side, Chris Osborne. Chris with the Pack Springs. 69 Camaro there on the left lane. So Chris, John going to have their opportunity. See if we can take over the number 1 spot again. We've dropped it substantially on the last 2 pairs going down track. 6.247, currently the leader in the clubhouse. And I wouldn't bet money that stays number 1. 657 for John Stelt, the Cavalier on the right-hand side. 663 for Osborne. Stelt goes to number 5 spot. Osborne slides in number 6. Guyan and Dinkel, 624, still leading the pack. A speed of 225 still. Top speed of the meet so far. Brian Brown's superior mechanical entry there on the left. And Billy Thoman over here on the right-hand side, the Mount Washington, Kentucky. Base 63 Corvette. Oh, hang on there, Brian. Car made a move off the line, went straight left towards the wall. 775 at 135, the effort after that. 657 lap for Billy Thoman over here on the right-hand side. That was much better, 210. So whatever it was for Brian Brown, car came off the line. By the time he was out there about 100 feet, he was well out of the groove, starting to stare at that white concrete wall. And you know what? Concrete and race cars just don't mix. I don't care how you shuffle them. Bad Eye Bridiger. Coming up on the left-hand side. Kurt Fredrich on the right. Kurt, your current points leader. Out in front of Lester Johnson. Well, we haven't seen Lester yet. Kurt coming off the win at the Jags race. Number 4 in the world last year. And he and Leanne were down in Texas last weekend. Went down to visit some friends. Figured if they're going to be in Texas visiting friends, might as well take the race car with them. Had a pretty good run at the doubleheader event down at the Texas Motorplex last Thursday, Friday, and Saturday and Sunday. We'll see if they can do just a little bit better here this weekend. Kurt's car with a little wiggle out there goes 661, 209. For Bad Eye, goes 651 at 213. That's Bad Eye number 3. Kurt number 8. Andy Horn and Rich Smith. Getting ready to roll in next. Horn. Out of Delaware, Ohio, the Mustang. Beautiful. 2018 bodied Mustang there on the left. And Smith. Darrell Smith trucking entry out of Wentzville, Mo. Making a tow down and across the river to get here. Little riding 68 Camaro on the right-hand side. Ooh, Andy Horn's ride. Gets all sorts of evil, wicked, mean, and nasty leaving the starting line. Rich Smith, 656 and 212. Andy's machine, the Mustang. Started to dance a little bit to the right. Tried to correct it, get it back into the groove. She danced to the left. And he lifts to an 1176. But Smith, well, that 656 lap goes up to the number 6 spot. It's Troy Finner. Out of Rockford, Illinois, comes rolling in his Camaro. Oh, Camaro with the Hemi-powered car. Larry Canolti out of Washington, Indiana, the T&L Truck Repair. All Ford Mustang coming up on the right-hand side. .900 cubic inch, Hemi-powered, 68 Camaro for Troy Finner there on the left-hand side. Canolti's Mustang over here on the right. Love the deep red and the gold combination. Beautiful car, 700 plus cubic inch blue oval. Hang on, Larry. Whew. Car came off the line, moved to the left of the groove, had one in, one out. Larry tried to stay with it. 802 at 124 is the results. Troy Finner's Hemi-powered Camaro, muscles down, 655 at 212 miles an hour on a much straighter run. Larry was taking the tourist route there. Getting down the right-hand side of the racetrack is Justin Souders. First-gen Camaro on the left-hand side. Jonathan Smitty got the little Ford over here on the right lane. Little Ford EXP bodied entry for Smitty out of Indiana. So Smitty right, Justin Souders on the left, Ford and Chevrolet getting ready to dance their way down track. Ooh, bang boom for Smitty. That ain't good. 6:59 to an 11 miles an hour for Souders. Smitty gets down there about the 750-foot mark, pulls it up next to the wall. One of the stages came in. You saw the backfire out of the header pipes on Smitty's hot rod. Jonathan pulling the car over to a stop down there, making sure he's not putting any fluids on our racing surface. Didn't see anything blow up. Just had a pretty good, healthy backfire. So getting Smitty's car off the top end of the racetrack before we fire up the next pair. Gary Wisnowski and Jim Thorpe sitting back here on the starting line, waiting patiently for their shot at the quarter mile here at Worldwide Technology Raceway. Jim Thorpe over here on the Mopar Express side of the racetrack, our runner out of the Lone Star State. Gorgeous new Camaro entry, pro-charged power plant for Thorpe Wisnowski out of Brunswick, Ohio. Got the late model Chevrolet Cobalt there on the left-hand side. And again, Super Street, need you lanes, please. Super Street to the lanes. Come on down. There's some quick hot rods side by side. 642, 224 for Thorpe. 651, 214 by Wojnowski. Jimmy Thorpe jumps up to the number 3 spot. Gary jumps into the number 5 spot. 22 cars down track so far, and a couple of them getting pushed off. Bill Simmons, Grand Am, and Robbie Irby up out of Collierville, Tennessee. Robbie with the Camaro on the right-hand side, and Simmons there on the left with the Pontiac. Simmons with the Pontiac. Irby with the Camaro. Robbie Irby, 695 at 199 miles an hour for Simmons. 676 lap, 204 mile an hour run down the racetrack, and Vince Nannini. Bob Mandel Jr. come rolling in next. Mandel saw young Bob earlier. Dad up now in the 55 Bel Air. Beautiful race car in the Nannini's. Vince Nannini belt. Oldsmobile over there on the left-hand side. Vern Morrison powered, 97 Olds Cutlass bodied entry. Comes rolling in. You want to be number one, you got to take it away from Kine and Dinkles, who ran that 624 early in the session. Jimmy Fallon, number 2 to 630. Jim Thorpe with his 642 a moment ago, sitting number 3. As Vince and Bob come rolling in now, just about to put the wraps on the opening round of qualifying for our Oakley Motorsports Top Sportsman cars. Mandel with the 55 Bel Air, waiting on Vince to roll in. Vince is in, waiting on Robert. He's in, flick of the switch. Ooh, and Vince hikes the front end up, moves to the left. Be a slow roll for him. Mandel, meanwhile, 673. 203 miles an hour. Nanini on the sheet with a 961, 112 mile an hour lap. Mark McDonald. Steven Brenniger come rolling in. Steven at the wheel of his Ohio-based Mustang on the right-hand side. McDonald on the left, the Mustang. DragstersForSale.com. Mark and Deidre and all the rest of the DragstersForSale.com crew. Checking it out, watching Mark. Jeg's all-star runner. National event winner, divisional winner. Locked, loaded, here we go. Ooh, flame out for Mark. That wasn't looking good. 715. Buck 46, 650 for Brenniger, 210 miles an hour. That's going to take a look-see at the racetrack out of Mark's ride. He got down there just past the half-track mark, and all sorts of fire and smoke and ugliness coming out of the right bank of that Mustang. So Mark will limp his way into the number 23 qualifying spot. Steven goes to number 4. Rodney Benson doing his burnout now. The Scott City, Missouri base Camaro there on the left-hand side. Ryan Boland appears to be having some issues. We're going to back it up. Looks like try it again. I think the boys were leaning in the door telling him put it in first. I'm kidding. Looks a little bit better. So Ryan does his burnout. He'll back up now over here on the Mopar Express side of the racetrack. We're just about to put the wraps on our Top Sportsman field. Looks like maybe one more to go after this pair. 28 cars down track so far. Had a couple get pushed off, didn't get their runs. So we'll be looking at a full 32 car field before all is said and done. Boland on the right-hand side, Rodney on the left. The Benson's custom auto body machine. And looks like we got all the hand signaling done over here on the right-hand side. Everybody's good, satisfied, happy. Here we go. Yeah, it wasn't all good and happy, but got down track. 681, 200 miles an hour for Rodney. 968 for Ryan Bolin is the car. Well, it kind of did this, and it kind of did that, and it didn't really want to go there in a hurry. Jerry Albert comes rolling in now, the GTO. For Mickey Thompson and Jegs, former division champ, former all-star champ. Glenn Butcher on the right, the Garrett Race Cars entry. 69 Camaro for the demolition contractor out of Doylestown. And I do believe we're going to come to a conclusion of our top sportsman qualifying. Super Street, our 1090 cars sit under the tower as we get ready to begin session number 2. Stock Eliminator will take you to the lanes now, please. Stock Eliminator, round number 2 qualifying. Stockers, come on down. Jerry Albert's ride pointed towards the center stripe, went towards the center stripe, still went 652, 215, 649 for Glenn Butcher. Butcher goes to number 4 spot. So Kyan and Deco 1, Jimmy Fallon 2, Jim Thorpe 3, Glenn Butcher 4. Stephen and Bad Eye Rittigard, number 5 and 6, Gary Wojnowski 7. Scott Linder rounds out the quick 8. Then it's Jerry Albert, Tim Kerman, Troy Fenner, Rich Smith, John Stelt, Billy Thoman, Justin Souders, and the points leader, Kurt Frederich. Rounding out the quick 16. Luke Boganke coming up, the Little Vega there on the left, and Dwayne Dulesky. The Oldsmobile on the right. We put 1090s back up on the scoreboards and say, take aim, boys. Girls, see what you can do. As we look to get them dialed in on a 1090 number. Dulesky goes 1092 at 102. For Luke over there on the left, 1105 at 129 miles per. Barney Barnhart. Dalton Deffenbaugh come rolling in. A couple of the gentlemen here in the division known to go rounds. Dalton on the right-hand side, a little Chevy too. Barney on the left. Getting their respective left and right, left lane and right lane runs in. Barney at the wheel of the Blaster. Chevelle out of the Buckeye State. Here for the double divisional this weekend, the national next weekend. Dalton on the right-hand side, going to motor through 10.904 at 141. 10.78 for Barney at 150 miles an hour. Larry Zipczynski comes rolling in alongside Dan Elwig. Oh, Dan had some problems with the Firebird in this morning's early session, got pushed off. Hopefully be able to make a time run and get it down track here in this session. And it's looking like a whole lot more better. Again, stock eliminator, Q2, need your lanes, please. Stock eliminator. Qualifier number 2 needs you to the lanes as Dan goes 1085. 131, Zepchinski, 1087. At a $1.24, Richard Sperry and Tim Irwin. The R&D Research and Development boss man over at Mosier Engineering. Rolls in is 70 over here on the right-hand side. Sperry, the Malibu. Big block underneath the hood. Looking for the other end of the racetrack. Goes 1083 at a $1.34, 1078 by Timmy. 146 miles an hour, and everybody's running quick. Still haven't got them dialed in to the 1090 numbers. Jay Smith's Malibu. Steve Pearson's Vega. Getting their shot at the track. Pretty good bear to draw to in the water box, let me tell you. Jay Smith goes 0-9 on the reaction timers, 1069 at 129. Told you everybody's going quick. Pearson's a little bit closer. He's 1121 at a $1.15. Mark Smith up on the left. Reagan Wilson over here on the right. Reagan with the big 600-plus cubic inch Brodix pickup. Tyler, Texas-based runner, up alongside Mark Smith, the attorney out of Bowling Green. 630-plus cubic inch, big-motored Chevrolet in the engine compartment of that Mustang. Why, that makes it a Fordolay or a Chevord, one of the two. Big motors a pair, lots of throttle stop. These two will come off the stop. Head for the other end of the racetrack. Reagan, 1086 at 154. Mark Smith, 10904 at 154 miles an hour. Greg Carter comes rolling in alongside Jason Hennessy. Jason, the Pontiac GTO. Here on the right-hand side. Carter wheeling the Camaro. Big block combination out of Kentucky in the left. $10.96, 142 for Hennessy. $10.92, 120 miles an hour for Carter. Is Mark Harmon and Laurel Morris come rolling in. Laurel at the wheel of the Trans Am out of the Tankersley Racing Stables. The Alabama-based runner there on the left-hand side. Harmon on the right. How about Markey? Trip Zero. Bag of donuts, a 3-egg omelet back here at the starting line, goes 10.94 at 140. 11.13 by Morris down at the other end at the wheel of the Trans Am. Cruising through at 139 miles an hour. Randy Jones and Phil Smida come rolling in next. 1096 for Randy's Mopar, 133 miles an hour. 1089 for Smida. All that initiated with a 004 light, so Phil misses a perfect lap by 7 thousandths of a second. Marcus Bush, Bob Schmidt, Robert over here on the right in his Chevy 2. Marcus there in his Nova. Tree comes down, off and running is Bob. So is Marcus right alongside. Bush 1087 at 150. 1091. 143 for Robert. There on the right-hand side is Tim Purcell's Chevy Deuce comes rolling in. Good-looking hot rod out of Decatur, Illinois. The 72 Nova SS with the big block under the hood. It's cool. Not quite as cool as Dirk Olson's big block Nova, but it's cool. Brandon Harris on the right, the Discount Trailers Tulsa-based entry. 00 lights a pair, 003 red for Brandon, goes 1087. 142, 1091 for Purcell at $126. After he initiated his run with a 8 thousandths. Green light. Jeff Wheats, Barracuda. Jared Ross at the wheel of his Camaro. Ross over here on the right-hand side. Coming out of Texas. Wheats coming out of the great state of Illinois here. But actually chased the points, claimed the points in Division 5 competition last year. Double O lights a pair again. 002 for Jared. So he stops the timers. 1098 at 146. Wheats goes 1088. 141 after his 009 light. Gary Horseman's Falcon comes rolling in now. The all Ford all the time entry for the runner out of Festus Mo. Tony Jones on the right, the Camaro. With that beautiful metallic yellow color on it. Tony had the 00 light this time. He's 002 out of the get-go. 1096. 150 for Jones. 1091-1 for Gary Horseman. 137 miles an hour. He gave her a pretty good run down the racetrack. Is Don Moyer. Don, who went 1048 this morning to set low ET for Super Street. Alex Miller on the right. 10906 for Alex. He's got a 19 thousandths package at 141. 1086 by Moyer at 141 miles an hour. So he's much better this time around than he was earlier today. Scotty Rudo. Up in the Rudo Enterprises S10 here on the right-hand side. Little small block S10 pickup out of Omaha. Really stood her up on the rear bump wheelie bars this morning. See if he's got it toned down a little bit now. Doug Wood on the left. Out of Standard Testing Labs, the big motor Olds Cutlass. Yep, definitely had it toned down a little bit. Goes 1097 at 126. 1088 for Doug. 139 mile an hour lap. Kelly Sperry's Chevy 2 on the left, and Mark Von Heater, a.k.a. Mr. Montana. Headed up to Acton Dragway in Montana about 3 weeks ago. A double divisional there on D6. Mark Von Heater, a.k.a. Princess, over here on the right-hand side. Went to the final round in both, won one and runner-up in the other. That, kids, is what you call a pretty good weekend of racing. Von Heater off and running. Use the big motor and the throttle stop. Come from behind. 1097 at 153. 1088. 122 for Kelly. Craig Meyer comes rolling along now, the classic early model Mopar entry. Brent Rooker on the right-hand side. Brent at the wheel of the 69 edition. Wasco, Illinois-based entry. In and ready. Off and running. Craig Meyer a little bit better at the hit. Got a motor down track. 1089.8, 1088.9 for Brent Rooker. Identical numbers, just a little bit different in their order. 145 for Craig, 132 by Brent. Lou Murray's twice wheel standing Camaro. Got the big Hoosier sticking on it on the back. Want to be sure and put out a word of thanks to everybody at Hoosier for all their support and help. Terry Robinson's Chevy Nova there on the left, the Arkansas-based entry. Looking to see what it can do. Ten 903 by Lou Murray. How about a 5 foul pack? Dead on 3 and 002. Terry Robinson goes 1089 at 145 miles an hour. Brian Shockley's Chevy Deuce comes rolling in alongside your Indy champ, Ray Miller. Little 75 Monza, the 540 cubic inch big block. Pairing him to the win at the U.S. Nats. Miller on the right, Shockley on the left, and we keep on keeping on. Stock Eliminator, Q2 needs you to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator, qualifying session number 2. Need you to the lanes, please. Miller, 1095 at 144, 1087. For Brian Shockley at 145 miles an hour. Roger Hayward's Ford comes rolling in, left-hand side. For the Tractor Doctor. Runner out of Ankeny, Iowa. So you can fix your case or your international. Not a problem. Steve Dominguez. Over on the right, we tell you what Steve does, but then we'd have to kill you because, well, shh. Hush, hush. Dominguez, a.k.a. Big Dog. Over here on the right-hand side. Steve says, you don't have to be so emphatic about it. These people start to get nervous. 1091 at 157 for Steve. 1113. 138 for Roger Howard. Don Snow and Dan Smith. Dan, Dan. Shake hands, go to neutral lanes, and come out running. Smith out of Buffalo, Minnesota. Snow on the Corvette on the left-hand side. Out of the great state of Texas. Down on the left, 1093 to $145, 1089 for Dan. Z-Motors through at 149 miles an hour. Jimmy Bannister's Little Vegan. Corey Bentley with the deuce. Love the deuce. I say that a lot about Chevy twos, don't I? I think I may have a weakness in my heart for them. Second and third generations especially. Classic hot rods. Corey Bentley, 18 on the tree. Big motor pulling him down track now to a 1091 at 148. 10.905 for Bannister. Missed the perfect lap by 13 thous. Allison Pros and Frank Higgins rolling in. Higgins out of Sweet Springs Mo. The Camaro on the right, Allison on the left. Counting now by profession. Finishing up her degree. Honey Creek Collision. Allison looking to see if she's got this one dialed in and ready for tomorrow. 1087 at 140. Got a little womp room. 1094, Frank Higgins. 005 at the hit. Trevor Larson's Corvette comes rolling in on the right-hand side, and Austin Claiborne. The Camaro there in the left lane. A little quick out of the gate for Trevor with a 7,000ths red light. But if you're going to do it, today's the day to do it. 1086, 146 by Trevor, 1092 down the left-hand side. He gave it a pretty good run down the racetrack. Rob Voss, Ray Dew, Rob Ray, Ray Rob. Dew over here on the right-hand side, the multi-time Division 4 champ. Still one of the players in our Bowling Green event. Rob Voss, the small block powered S10 there on the left. Dew likes to use the big horsepower combination. Big block come from behind. Goes 1093 at 143. Tried to come from behind, but Rob Voss wasn't getting there quick enough. 1105 at 132 for Rob. Michael Campbell comes rolling in on the left-hand side. The welder out of Roseville, Minnesota. $10.94 for the Camaro on the right at 143. Campbell's Malibu, $10.87 at $1.49. Christie's. Brandon Cincinnati. T's on the left out of Nebraska. Cornhusker making the toe over. He's off and running. Here comes Cincinnati. The Malibu wagon on the right-hand side. Christopher's car is looking a little rich out there. Z-Motors through 10.901. 10.89.7 for Cincinnati. He had the better light. He was 10 on the tree. Put the reaction time and the elapsed time together from one lane to the other, and you got a heck of a run. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. Randy Ship up now, the Corvette. Right-hand side runner. Beautiful 60 model. Over here on the right for the Corvette family. Randy's going to motor through 1094 to 149. And I do believe Scare Super Street. Stock Eliminator, if you're not in the lanes, you're late. Stock Eliminator, qualifier number 2 to the lanes, please. Come on down. Stock Eliminator to the lanes. Super Comp, get them ready. Going to be ringing your doorbell here in a minute. Bruce Castle and Tommy Turner as we roll into Stock Eliminator qualifier number 2. Paul Candies, Ken Witcher, and Donnie Vaught said 1, 2, and 3 after the first session. Tommy's J Stick, 302, 85 Mustang there on the left. Castle's Fishbowl, 77 Pacer on the right. 258 cubic inch. 6-cylinder AMC power plant. Just kind of easing down the track for Bruce. 11:58. 114. Turner picks up a 10th. 15:28. At 85 miles an hour for Castle. Turner picks up a 10th. Now sits number 54. Ryan Korish. Kenny Friedman. Next pair to get after it. Kenny's in stock automatic wagon on the right. Korish here on the left. The Camaro out of La Crosse. Making a toe down. LS powered 4-speed machine. For the 22-year-old mechanic. Friedman off and running. Corey's looking to improve on a 1037. Goes 1039. No help there at 129. 1254 by Friedman. As he locks himself in a spot on the qualifying sheet. Jimmy Kakels. E-Stock Automatic Oldsmobile up next to John Beeson. Beeson number 11 on the sheet. He's got another one of the LS powered late model Chevrolet Camaros. This time in C stick. 1041 earlier to put him 93 under the index. So he picks up the pace in here. Jim Kakel. 10,900 in the last round. Kakel off and running. Beeson saying, I'm going to wait till I'm darn good and ready. Okay, I'm ready. 1039. Beeson picks up a couple more. 1094 by Kakel. He slows up a couple of ticks, but Beeson now sits at 96 under the index, and that's good for number 5, John Korish. There on the left, Jimmy Reed's Copo on the right. James, who based here in the land of Lincoln, out of Lincoln, Illinois. Factory stock B. Camaro on the right-hand side. John Korish goes left. Hikes the front end up. The car drives a little bit to the left. For the Wisconsin-based runner. Reed goes 949, at 143. 1032 by Korish at 119. So Korish picks up on his best run of the two today. Donnie Beeler's Corvette left side. Vernon Buchanan, the 351 Mustang for the Arkansas Warrior here on the right. Beeler through 11:10 at 117. No improvement, but stays consistent. Buchanan slows up 0.06 of a second. Goes from an 11:10 earlier today to an 11:16 here. And Dan Toole and Jim Nichols. Didn't these two line up alongside each other earlier today? Very quick. AA stock automatic. And your number 12 qualifier Nichols on the left. Dan Toole, the slow roller Mustang. Over here on the right-hand side, the little four-cylinder V-stock automatic entry. Nichols, 986, 133, no improvement for him. Dan Toole, 1521 on an 88-mile-an-hour lap, but he stays consistent going down the racetrack. George Warren's Fairlane. Johnny Osborne's Buick. Ford versus General Motors. The 455 Buick Grand Sport. For Osborne, making a run up out of Raineyville, Kentucky. Osborne, 11:01, no help there at a $1.19. 11:06. Warren picks up a couple of hundredths of a second. Jimmy Hanlon's the livestock automatic, 327 Chevy 2 there on the left. Tim Weisnapple, boy, I tell you what, you got to love stock eliminator. 283 cubic inch, 4-speed, 1966 Bel Air wagon. And yes, Martha, you could order a 4-speed in a wagon back in those days. Wow. Talk about some twist. Old wagon just haunched back on the right rear. Timmy's going to ease down through a 14-second run. 11:57 to 113 by Hanlon. Neither driver finding any improvement. Tim Barrett and Tim Tosto. Hey, Tim, meet Tim. 69 Camaros a pair. Stripes a pair. 350 for Barrett to run around in New York in the left lane. 396 for Tosto on the right-hand side. Tim and Linda went home after Earlville. Then turned around and came back just because they missed us all. 11:46 for Tim. 112 miles an hour. 10:42 for Tosto. Neither driver finding improvement out there. Bob Wells and Kevin Mitchell. Mitchell's factory stock B. Copo here on the right-hand side. Bob Wells. C-Stock automatic entry, the 95 LT powered Camaro here in the left lane. Bob Wells. Kevin Mitchell. Mitchell 937 at a $143. 11:06 by Wells at 120 miles an hour. The top three stay the same. Skinny Bomar and Rosalind Gressens come rolling in next. Bomar's ride, the AA stock automatic, 427. Camaro hikes the front end up in the air and heads for the other end now. Roslin's stick entry, 302 drop top convertible. Mustang on the right, 1032, 127 for Kenny. 1250 by Roslin at 107 miles an hour. And a huge field of stock eliminator cars. Mitch Truman. Mitch is actually aimed left down on the starting line, sitting right here behind him, and he is headed straight towards the 330 cone. Truman's B-Stock automatic. Car he bought brand new off the showroom floor. Not a rescue car, but a brand new factory built for the street Camaro. Truman goes through 1041, picks up 3 Honda at 126, 1079 by Stevenson, and Stevenson picks up Tom Gillum working his 4-speed Z28 Camaro down the left side, and Wayne Stevenson over here on the right, 1074 at 123 by Gillum, 1176 at 111 by Wayne. Carson Pettit goes 92 underlap earlier today. Puts him number 16 in the field. Keith Wells got the late model Camaro there on the left-hand side, the runner out of Walnut, Mississippi. Carson's big block, 402 combination. $10.39, no improvement by Carson at 125. $10.46 by Wells. No improvement for he either as Steve Zorney and Tommy Reese come rolling in next. Reese on the right, the K-Stock automatic 305 power plant underneath the hood of the Camaro, and for Steven, the McCormick Motorsports Dodge Dakota. Got the 360 power plant. Off and running, Zornick. Can he improve on an 1181 from earlier today? Tommy Reese on the right is Camaro. 1189, no help for Steve at 107. 1208 for the Camaro at 109 miles per. Rick Winchester's H-Stock automatic Corvette. Bill Simpsprott's 4-speed 327 Chevy Deuce. Here on the right-hand side, the Mopar Express lane at Worldwide Technology Raceway. Corvette of Winchester, the Endless Agony Machine, working its way through 1142 at 103, 1106. Simpsprott, he went 1104 earlier, so he'll stay at 75 under the index. Is Ellis Booth, the LDYT. Little darn yellow truck getting ready to pull in alongside Donnie Vaught, your number 3 qualifier. Tennessee base runner. Revs up the big motor, dumps the clutch, does the burnout. Brings it all to a stop, all within a very short distance. Donnie creeping up to the beams right now. If he wants to be your number 1 qualifier, He needs to run a 1060 or an extremely low 1061. Booth on the left. 1587. His 77 under lap earlier today. 1092 at 109 miles an hour. No improvement for Donnie Booth. 16 flat on a 79 mile an hour run. So Donnie Vaught will remain at number 3 in the field. Brett Candies on the left. The Thibodeau, Louisiana-based runner. 933. Right now, currently holding him 66 under the index. I do believe, though, that might change. It's a possibility. Marissa Hammond's Camaro on the right, the G stock automatic, and another 305 Camaro. For Brett, can he improve on a 933? Nope, he goes 940 at 139. 1121 by Marissa. She has run back-to-back 11:21.1 laps. If she can't dial that car tomorrow, call me. I'll help. Dirk Olson up. Love this car. 4-speed, 396, big block. Whew. There's a whole lot right with that combination. Gary Hirsch on the right, the 455 Buick. Dirk out of La Crosse, Wisconsin. Olson headed for the other end of the racetrack, getting there at a rapid race. 10:18 at 130. Not quite as quick as his 10:07 this morning, but that's to be expected. Day's a little bit warmer. 11:08 at $1.17 now for Hirsch. Randy Shepard and Timmy Lou working their way down track. Tim goes through 10:25. There's a couple of hun, and Tim moves from number 15 to number 9. Hello. 10:21 for Shepard at 130 miles an hour. And Bob Seaworth and Rob Turk will come rolling in. Mark Krupa, Nick Janik, Chip Beverett, Belva Brinegar, Jeremy Jensen, Chad Crawford, Phil Smida, Ryan Boland, Larice Motorsports, Gary Komisky, and George Whitaker. Y'all have packages at the main office. If you're looking for your packages, they've been delivered. Seaworth, Cobra Jet, the factory stock H entry there on the left-hand side. Number 11 qualifier earlier to 10:56 goes 10:61. 11:28 for Turkle's Camaro. The Illinois-based runner here on the right-hand side slows up 0.06 of a second as Matt Antrobius and Travis Booth get ready to do battle. Again, George Whitaker, Gary Komisky, Larice Motorsports Insurance, Ryan Boland, Phil Smida, Chad Crawford, Jeremy Jensen, Belva Brinegar, Chip Beverett, Nick Janik, and Mark Krupa. Y'all have packages at the main office. Need to pick them up. Travis is going to make his first lap, the little 4-cylinder Pinto wagon. 32 at $1.16, no help there. Travis gets down track, 15:78 against the 11:85 index. So that'll give him a good run, put him on the sheet. Mike Waffles F-Stick, Chevy 2 on the left. Mike Taylor on the right. He's got the Malibu. The K-Stick 305 combination. For Taylor on the right-hand side, currently sitting number 14. Hang on, Mikey. Waffles ride, brings the front end up a little bit, twists a little bit to the left. And Waffle looking to make his way down track. Goes 11:09 at $1.19. 11:69 for Taylor. Neither driver improving on their run from earlier today. Daryl Bureski's Oldsmobile and Michael Rook's Duster on the left-hand side. Rook's Mopar ride for the heating and air conditioning tech. 1091 at 119. 11:26 for Darrell. Bureski Motors through at 115 miles an hour. No improvement for him. Troy Anderson and Paul Williams. Come rolling in. I want to remind everybody our outside vendors are fixing to be up and running here shortly. The Top Fuel concession stand will be closing at 3. The bar will be open tonight starting at 6. Breakfast sandwiches available tomorrow morning from 8 until 10. And the restaurant, the Top Fuel Cafe, will be open all day long. Paul Williams left, Troy on the right. 1095 the index for Henderson as he whips the big block. 4-speed car down track to a 1083 on a 99-mile-an-hour run for Williams. 1226 at 106. Jerry Bennett's Mopar and Vance Cummins. Vance out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. The 68 Dart 340 E-Stock automatic car here on the right-hand side. Good-looking little deuce of a Mopar, that is. The Dart in the right lane, Alfred running. Jerry Bennett likewise. Jerry had earlier 1080. Vance had earlier 1075. 340s a pair. 1080 by Vance. He's off a nickel. 1073 by Jerry Bennett. Bennett was number 60. But that picked his pace up a little bit. And Jerry jumping from number 60 all the way up to number 42. Took me a minute to find him. Bet Lines, B-Stock automatic entry. Comes rolling in right-hand side. The line performance, 428 Mustang. Kenny Wetcher, your number 2 qualifier there on the left. Line working down track, trying to improve on a 1037. Doesn't. Goes 1043 at 125. 1126 by Witcher. He, too, fails to find improvement. Drew Whalen. Jeremy Peached come rolling in next. Jamie, another one of our trio of 455 Buicks here in Stock Eliminator this weekend. Jeff Cheney had made his way. We could have had 4 of them. But no Jeff. Drew, the Lucas Oil Products. Firebird there on the left-hand side, the B-Stock automatic entry. Working its way down track. 1036 earlier for Drew. For Jamie, an 1106. Beach picks up 600 at 117 and moves out of the number 48 spot. Moves from 48 to number 35 on the qualifying sheet as the driver's trying to jostle for position. Lynn Smith and Marlene Nelson, another member of the Line Performance fleet of race cars out of Hugo, Minnesota. Marlene at the wheel, the Chevelle on the right-hand side, Lynn wheeling the Buick there on the left. 11:38 at 114 by Lynn, 10:78 by Marlene at 110, neither driver picking up any improvement is Billy Foder's F-Stock Automatic. Firebird on the right-hand side, and Steve Hooters. Steve's Auto Body, classic 67 Impala SS. There on the left-hand side, the 396 power plant underneath the couple of tons of Impala. Hooter, a body man for some 30 years or so. Works his way through 11:48 at 114, 11:21 for Billy Foder. 117-mile-an-hour lap. Mike McDonald on the right. Newburgh, Indiana base, 283 cubic inch. Malibu. And your number one qualifier, PB Candies, Paul up on the left. Louisiana-based runner, the family's Candies family. Dodge Challenger, the drag pack. 9:56 earlier to put him 103 under. Well, late model. Factory hot rod there on the left-hand side. McDonald cruising down track with the Malibu, not quite as quickly. 9:79 at 136 for Candies, 12:25 by McDonald. 105-mile-an-hour run. Bill Feist, the F-Stock Automatic. Fairlane on the left, and Logan Worden. Logan picked up a win earlier this year over in Topeka. If memory serves me correctly, the E-Stock Automatic. Classic 62 Plymouth Belvedere. For the runner out of Mason City, Iowa. $11.21 for Logan on the 1170 index. 11.10 for Bill on the 1185 index. Larry Henderson's 4-speed Nova comes rolling in alongside Ryan Hooter's big block A-Stock Automatic. 396 combination Camaro here on the right-hand side. And Larry, 1071 at 102 miles an hour, 1020 for Hooter. 128 mile an hour lap. Larry Hill and Brad Cavisto come rolling in. Bradley on the left-hand side to Minnesota. Line Performance, team runner. Larry Hill's 440 CUDA. There's Dumbo, the Flying Elephant. New drag pack Challenger. Still getting a rebuild done on it after, well, Larry blowed up the engine. That's the easiest way to put it. It went kaboom. There were parts and pieces of that elephant laying everywhere. So he's back to the 440 combo. He goes 1022, picking up a Hun. 1143 by Cavisto. 114 miles an hour. Rachel T-Bear and T.C. Morris. That's two more come rolling in. T.C. on the right-hand side. The Indian Pontiac GTO. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits, please. Super Comp, need you to lanes. Super Comp to the lanes. Come on down. Super Comp to the lanes, please. Rochelle T-Bear, K-Stock Automatic. Young lady out of Lewisburg, Kansas, little 305 Malibu, cranked off at 11:66 this morning. Put her number 4 on the qualifying sheet. Stout run. TC goes 10:79 at $122. He falls off a hun. 11:71 for Rochelle. She falls off 5 hun from the run this morning. And Derek Finners, 402, big block powered, 4-speed. 70 Nova. It's actually his wife's car, but Derek asked nicely if he could borrow it this weekend, and she said yes. Because Tristan's that way. Sharing person. Al Wicks, 340 CUDA here on the right-hand side. 1068, 125 for Derek, 1127 for Al at 116 miles an hour. And again, Super Comp, need your lanes, please. Super Comp. To the lanes, come on down. I see a few. We need a whole bunch more. Super Comp to the lanes, please. Yeah, all y'all. It's Kevin Wells and Steve Blondell roll in. Stevie over here on the right, the H stock automatic entry. He's off and running. Kevin Wells, the G stock automatic ride. There on the left. $11.11, $117 for Kevin, no helps. Blondell goes $11.32 at $116. Same thing run he ran earlier, numbers wise, is just in a different order. There's Lynn Johnson's Mustang, the 428 out of Cloquet, Minnesota, 4-speed car this time. Up alongside Randy Lynn Ship, but again, Super Comp. Need your lanes, please. Super Comp. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Come on down, Super Comp. Come and get you some. Randy Lynn headed down track. Goes motoring through 1062 at 123, 1043 for Lynn Johnson. 128 mile an hour a lap. Austin Williams, the Croc Rocket, comes rolling in next. Waxahachie, Texas-based runner. Jeff Sharp's Malibu. Down here, the I stock automatic entry. Again, Super Comp. Need your lanes, please. Super Comp to the lanes. Come on down. Austin, off and running. Can he improve on a 1092 that he ran earlier? Well, yep, he can. 1089, 119, 1144 for Sharp. They both improve. Dave Walther comes cruising in now, number 6 qualifier. I remember Dave earlier today, the F stick, 350 Camaro. Made a pretty good run down track. He went 1084 to be the number 6 qualifier. Eric Capolito on the right-hand side. The 4-door Caprice comes rolling in. And again, Super Cop. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Cop, need your lanes, please. Capolito, 11:58 out of the Caprice earlier. Walther with that aforementioned 1084 lap. Dave working his way down track. Goes through 1085 at 121. 11:69 by Capolito at 114. As he slows up about a tenth. Enjoy Ships. Skillman Chevrolet. Chevy 2 on the right-hand side, the 70 edition. Dustin Nelson's Copo Camaro there on the left. The new London, Minnesota-based runner. Nelson with an 8:59 out of his factory stock A automatic entry. Joey dropping the top bulb constitutes a deep stage. Steps out of the throttle. He's going to listen to Foggett play slow ride as he cruises down track. Dustin Nelson, 9:15 lap at 155 miles an hour. So neither one of those drivers doing any change to the qualifying sheet. Chris Knudsen and Brian Rogers. 302 4-speed Z28 right side. 396 4-speed SS left side. 69 Camaros a pair, both of them. Got that third pedal on the left. Makes it fun. Knudsen, who finished number 4 in the championship chase last year, had a most excellent season of racing. National event wins, divisional wins. Love to get back on that horse. Ride it the rest of the year. And again, Super Comp. Need your lanes, please. Super Comp to the lanes. Come on down. Knudsen left. Brian Rogers right. Chris is already in the top half. 10:49 puts him number 33. Whoa, stands it up, blows the right rear tire off. Says this is going nowhere quickly. Brian Rogers motors through 10:58 at 124 miles an hour. Good run for Brian. 15:92 by Chris. 10:58 by Ryan's going to shuffle the field some. It's Corey Hopkins. G-Stock automatic. Mopar rolls in alongside Houston Rakes. Houston's big block 454 71 Chevelle. Here on the right-hand side is Corey's good-looking 383 Dart there on the left. Corey hikes the front end up, sets it back down, heads for the other end. Looking at the rear bumper of Houston's Malibu. Houston picks up a Hun, goes 10:20. Proves from his earlier 10:21, 11:21 at 98 miles an hour for Corey. No improvement there for him as Jeff Strickland and Ron Richards come rolling in, just about to finish qualifying for our stock eliminator field. Strickland's factory stock C. Camaro on the right for the Alabama runner. Richards G-Stock automatic. 305 Camaro there on the left for Rion and Kinsey and Colin and Buster. Strickland off and running. A 10:14 lap. 102 miles an hour as he steps off the throttle down at the other end, but it was hauling the mail early. 11:95 by Richards on a 73-mile-an-hour run. Austin Alvey and Mike Lund come rolling in, and I do believe our final pair. Stock Eliminator, Super Comp. If you're not in the lanes yet, well, you should be, because we've written you the invitation. Super Comp to the lanes. If you're not there yet, come on down. Lund on the right, Alvey on the left. Final pair qualifying for Stock Eliminator. Next time we see any stalkers on the track, it will be the resumption of eliminations from our race in Bowling Green a month ago. $10.39 by Mike Lund at 127, 11:16 for Austin Alvey as Lund picks up just a little bit. He's now 86 under, number 33. Paul Candies, your number one qualifier. Ken Witcher, Donnie Vaught, Rochelle T-Bear, John Beeson, Dave Walther, Lynn Smith, Lynn Johnson round out the quick 8. Then it's Timmy Lowe, Vance Cummins, Bob C.
Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from LODRS Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at LODRS Motorsports Insurance.
Because who knows what we'll see in a couple weeks. Jimmy Smith, Walton, Kentucky, going to be over here on the AAA side. Dutch Stamper, Mopar Express side. North Vernon, Indiana. So once again, Super Comp taking their second hit at the tree/track for the day. Plan is to get this second pass in for everybody today, get everyone qualified for tomorrow's eliminations on race number 1.5 or 0.5, however you want to look at it. We do have an event from Bowling Green to complete this evening. 881.2, 185 for Jimmy. How about an 889.2 for Dutch over on the Mopar Express lane. But once again, going to get through the second session of qualifying for everybody. Do some shakedowns for alcohol about 6 o'clock and then finish up the Bowling Green thing. No, it's definitely been a whirlwind season for everybody, and being that I got the microphone and a chance to thank everybody, we do appreciate it from us here at the North Central Division as well as the NHRA in general. Thank you. It has been one of those years that you just can't explain, but you just got to deal with. Kind of like me. Troy Stone, AAA Insurance Lane. Elkhart, Indiana, the trailer biz guy. Jim Blinkar, Murfreesboro, Tennessee. He's wired into the tree, as they would say, 004. Right where you want to be. 884 with a 3, 004. Slight adjustment. He'll be ready for tomorrow. Again, eliminations kicking off in the morning for all categories. So we'll get things rolling. Also got qualifying for alcohol taking place. But plan is to get the race run tomorrow. Full race, yes. Daring, but yet bold strategy, as they would say. Jerry Mells, Mopar Express lane, known as the right lane, out of Hope, Indiana. Kevin Trusty alongside his trusty dragster, AAA side. $858.1 for Kevin. Jerry looking at an 898 with a 2, 162. So we keep lining them up. Kind of hard to believe the season's going to wind down to the divisional side at the end of this weekend, rolling next week to our national event here
a Worldwide Technology Raceway. We know there's a handful of national events left to go. Some folks are starting to calculate the points chase, figure out if they need to set their sights to head west, young man, young woman, whatever the case may be. So the schedule's pretty well set. Got a couple events going on here in the near future. Of course, they're down in Gainesville this weekend. Going to run the Gators, which is the Atlanta, which is now the Gators event. If you can follow that one with an Etch-a-Sketch and a dry erase board, good luck. But that is the plan down there at Gainesville to finish up that event. We'll be up here next week. And then move on west. Wrap things up in Vegas. So, but that being said, Kevin Wright heading down track in the Mopar Express lane. 895-7 181. How about an 888-4 178 alongside the AAA lane? I can tell you Roger Chaney's in the Mopar lane, a.k.a. the right-hand lane. 888 to make that 883. I need to go to LensCrafters, evidently, at 180, doing 889.6 176. Gary Stennett will be over there in the AAA Express lane. Actually, AAA Insurance lane. And they got the Mopar Insurance lane. Hey, maybe I started something new for Mopar. Hint, hint, maybe the Mopar Insurance Company. See, there you go. Trendsetter ahead of the curve, as they would say. No info over here in the Mopar lane, but hey, I can tell you it's a green light, and I can tell you it's about an 8 or a 904 with a 157. 893.6 190 for Gary. Dwight Allen, Shanna Stone coming up next. Shanna out of Elkhart, Indiana. Dwight calls Waco, Texas home. It's actually a neat little town. Picked a sweeper truck up there once at Timco. Pretty cool little place. That's about all I know about Waco. Would like to go back there, though. Anyway, that was back when I ate real food. 891.7 167 for Dwight. Shanna going in 884.8 185. Brings up Steve Hoyt and Terry Kamler. Down in Freeburg, Illinois. Steve out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Final session of Super Comp going down track at this time. If for some odd reason you did not migrate to the lanes, you should migrate that way if you are a said Super Comp vehicle. Regardless of whether you have doors or not, do need to be in the lanes. Super Comp, Super Comp, Super Comp. Final call. As Steve going to go an 890 with a 5. That's where you want to be. 187, 003 on the tree. Terry, well, a little tune-up needs to happen on that thing on both ends, but no big deal. It's why it's a time trial. Maybe he's trying something. Maybe he's getting the bugs out of the system, either or. But, being said, 2 more. Rick Bailey, Decatur, Illinois. AAA Insurance side. 003 machine in the Mopar Express lane. You'll see an 894.7. And Bailey going 886.5, 167. Kimber of Houston. Round Lake, Illinois. Past Division III Super Comp World Champ. At least in the Division III World Champ side of things. Derek Denny. Kind of butchered that, but hey. Saved it on the backside. Derek, not sure if he's got the Division Championship on the resume just yet, but definitely a player at any point in time. And Pleasant View, Tennessee, coming up here to play in the Division III land. Taking advantage of the triple-double, or the double as they call it. Camera. 004 on the red side. Not a big deal. Looking down track. What are we going to see on the scoreboard? Well, we got that part of the equation handled. 890 with a 3. Derek going 890 with a 4. Can I get an 890 with a 5? As the illustrious Alan Reinhart would say, we're playing race car bingo. But then again, he can't spell bingo, so it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Leo's into the third. Been at this a long, long time. Brings the dragster up in the Mopar Express lane. Dragster over here in the AAA side. So Leo, well, he'll go 007 red. So pushing the envelope here. It's where you need to be. That's what time trials are for. You got to put a little in, take a little out. See a little more green, a little less green, or a whole lot of yellow, whatever the case may be. 887.2, 182 for Leo. 885.7, 170 alongside. Sonny Nebbits out of Warsaw, Indiana. Bring the dragster up on the AAA side. And Joe Tankersley, the Dare to be Different 1970 GTO. Prospect, Tennessee native. The genuine Pontiac 535. He'll go 006 red. So we've got, what, 4, 5, 6? Yeah, we're pretty much there on the bingo side of things. 874 with a 2. 887.3 alongside for Sonny. We'll rack up a pair of dragsters here. Shannon Mingy. And Leo Weisheimer. So Leo be at the AAA side. Shannon over here in the Mopar lane. Well, dual and red lights, nothing to worry about. One on the 24, one on the 13, red side that is. What are we going to see down at the other end? How about an 886.7 for Leah, 889.6 for Shannon, both in the 170 mile an hour range. Dylan Wagner. Bringing up the Olds-powered dragster. That's right, Oldsmobile powered. You don't see that every day. Tim Millwood alongside the Dodge Daytona. Can the door cars get it done? We're going to find out tomorrow, at least in race number 1. 888.2 for Dylan. Tim going to go in 885.5 with the Daytona. Brock Haas, AAA Insurance side. Out of Commerce, Michigan. Another dragster alongside the Mopar lane. Dueling green lights. How about that? 18 to a 13. 13 out in front, 18 coming up. And at the other end, 882A, 171 to an 887-2, 189 for Rock. Alana Haas alongside Scott Vanderwalker. Labels his, or I should say, dubs himself a 65-year-old genius. I don't know. He's racing a Viper. He pulls some gears, goes some rounds, has some fun. I would call that borderline genius in my book. Alana 004 on the tree, chasing after some Viper. The Viper pulling the gears. 886.7, 163. 886.6, 183 alongside. And just double checking down there on the shutdown area. You had a little bit of a cleanup here on the starting line. Nothing major, but while we're at it, we'll double check the other end and make sure it's good too. Pretty common sense approach, as they would say. But winding down here, I should say about halfway through, looking at the number of papers on the log sheet printer over there, we can tell where we're at in a program by how many sheets of paper we've used. We've almost got a full sheet done, so that therefore means getting closer to halfway. Well over 90, I do believe, Super Comp entries for the event number one here. Of course, Super Stock coming up here shortly, followed by Super Gas, then Top Dragster, Comp, Top Sportsman. Shakedown passes for a couple of the alcohol cars, and then back into, we'll transport ourselves back to Beach Bend Raceway in Bowling Green, Kentucky. I know I'm missing a lot of trees. I mean, a lot of trees. But I know we're not missing the weather that we had, where I don't think we've struggled so hard to get that many rounds of racing in. But it was one of those situations where at some point you had to say enough's enough. The one last push got us another round down to the numbers we're dealing with now. And, again, if you were a part of that and you're here today, thank you. We had everything out there, including wives and girlfriends with hair dryers trying to dry the racetrack. It was a sight to be seen. Of course, I did have the biggest hair dryer of them all, and it did consume the largest amount of fuel. Well over 1,000 gallons of fuel was put down on that track trying to keep it dry for the event. But folks here at Worldwide Technology Raceway, Chris Blair and the gang graciously agreed to let us finish things up, which I think was a good call. And I think all of us were ready to head to the U.S. Nationals and enjoy what that was, and then whatever was next. But season will be over before you know it. I can tell you this much: 2021's already taken shape. Some slight changes to make it a little more friendly, but definitely going to be a good season. So, yeah, 2021 will be one that hopefully helps us break out. As I call this my sophomore slump, as I called it earlier today in discussing things. And it's been a year. I think we're all can't wait for the New Year's Eve side of things and welcome 2021 in and see what the next season will hold for us all. But with that being said, looks like everything's clean and green on the other end. We're waiting on the high side on this side, and we're going to turn loose here momentarily. So we'll rack it back up with, you guessed it, a pair of dragsters. A class that predominantly is dominated by dragsters, but I got to admit, see a door car going some rounds every now and then, you just kind of got to be pulling for the doors. B-Rad on the ready line, he agrees with door cars. He's all about the door cars. He thinks they're cool. I don't have it. Well, never mind. I'll stop. See why they don't give me the microphone very often? It just kind of turns into one of those situations where they go, is the class over yet? Are they switching announcers? But I do have to say the closed circuit TV thing's kind of nice now. Can actually see what's going on without having to bark on the radio. Bob Pro's heading down Mopar lane. 892-9, 185, 883-0, 172 alongside. I have to say, my day is complete. I've seen Don O'Neill on a golf cart. It's a good side. Means he's up to no good. Don Higgins, Randy Estridge coming up next. Etheridge out of Tampico, Illinois. I have no clue where that is, but I can tell you it's in the state of Illinois. Bartonville, Illinois for Don. Once again, no clue where that is, but hey, it's Illinois, so I at least got 50% of the equation correct. Stops coming back in down track. 892 with a 2 for the Crew Chief Pro software machine at 181. 891-1, 181 for Randy alongside with his machine. Larry Bernhausen, the Illinois native, being the AAA side of things. And still working on getting those last couple of entries in here, so we do apologize for a couple even that we don't have the exact info for, but realize with the situation we're up against with our entries and the way we're trying to get everybody taken care of and how things flow, we do have a few that we're still working on. So, well, somebody just pulled out a bag of donuts and threw it at somebody. I love that line. If you know me, I don't eat donuts anymore because, well, donut stocks have gone down dramatically. But Larry throwing some donuts across the way, 886.7, 180. He'll want to save that for round number 1. As an 889, or make that an 888 with a 9, nothing but 8s almost across the other side. So what are we going to call nothing but 8s? I don't know. A toll-free number? Who knows? Anyway, next in the comedy tour, Tony Collier, Delaware, Ohio, part of the Jags team. I better be careful with this guy because he will body slam you if you do not treat him with the due respect that he says he's owed. Kendra Robinson alongside out of Minnesota. Lining up at the AAA side of things. Pair of green lights, pair of dragsters. making sure they got the last minute adjustments done the way they want it, how they're going to judge it at the stripe. And, well, I'm seeing 891.2 for Tony, 874.2 for Kendra over there on the AAA side. Attention in the pits, Superstock, bring it on down. Superstock to the lanes, please. Superstock Q2. We're ready for you. Bring them to the lanes. Once again, Superstock with no cheesy attention in the pit line. Just Superstock. Bring it on down for Q2. Megan Strasweg, Pat Martin going to line them up here. Megan over in the Mopar lane. Pat over here in the AAA lane. Well, it's actually still technically the other lane because I'm kind of standing directly behind the Mopar lane. So, go figure. 1,000 spread on this end. If it was a bracket race, this would be fun. But it's Super Cup. 893.0 for Megan. Pat going to go in 878.8. 185 and some change. I knew I was missing that line somewhere. William Clark out of Dartmouth, Minnesota. Claiming it's an 88 Pontiac, but that's the longest, skinniest 88 Pontiac I think I've ever seen. Dave Dahlem, Tremont, Illinois, American Chassis Machine. How about dueling 004 reaction times? A couple drivers that have got themselves dialed in on this end. What are we going to see on the other end? Well, 890 with a 7. I think Dave's right where you want to be. 888 with a 1 for William. Got to say, I like his first name. There's something about that kind of catchy. I just can't put my finger on it. Jeff Beckman be up next to the AAA insurance side. No info just yet over there in the Mopar Express lane. But it is going on the famous list that I'm writing here. And we'll get it taken care of. Once again, call was made. Superstock. Okay, I can't resist. Attention in the pits. Superstock. Come on down. Add the microphone. It's part of the rules. If you have the microphone, you get to say the attention in the pits thing. This is how it works. One of those lights is going to work. One of them isn't. That's why it's a time trial. Not a big deal. 892 with a 3 for Jeff. 889.6 alongside 160 for the Mopar Express lane. Wyatt Miles out of Flintstone, Georgia. Be in the Mopar Express lane. And Adam Gerber coming up next out of Massillon, Ohio. AAA insurance side. And waiting for the last pair to clear down there. Just going to take a look at something right quick. So we'll let the top end crew there look at something right quick. And don't forget, as I was talking about earlier, mentioning, I should say, to use the politically correct way of announcing, because Bob's going to come up and get the announcer's handbook manual out, even though I do have the Track Announcer Guild card. But coming up later on, the continuation of the Beach Bend Lucas Oil Series event will be our evening activities. And, well, we'll get that taken care of. And then we'll have a race tomorrow and hand out some Mollies. So, for a select few, you got a chance to win actually 3 Wallies in one weekend. I do not think that has ever been done. So a little bit of history potentially in the making for those 50-some individuals left that are here for the duration of everything, which I do believe everybody is. I think there's only 2 entries that did not make it out here to join us for the continuation, which we fully understand. Hated that is the case, but understanding we had to move forward with the program. But it should be an interesting evening. As I mentioned, first set of Wallies going out later on tonight. Got another set going out tomorrow. Well, 10 to a 9. That's what I call an even start. It's kind of how I bounce my checkbook. 890 with a 9 for Wyatt. Then 886 with a 3 for Adam. Not really sure where the checkbook analogy thing was going to go, but it sounded good when we started. But we're just going to move on to the next pair. As many would say, hit the button, please. Brian Cook, Daniel Hedges, Daniel out of Michigan. He'll be in the Mopar Express lane. Brian out of Missouri. It's like right over there, literally. Did you see me pointing towards the arch? So that's literally over there is Missouri, so it kind of works. 875, that's not going to work for Daniel. You might want to make some minor adjustments on that one. Brian, well, he's 879 with a 9. It's not 880, it's 890. Just a bit outside. Scott Cook, Festus, Missouri, which is, again, right over there, sort of. Being the AAA insurance side. Twin turbo LS dragster here in the Mopar Express lane. I've seen it run before. I should know who this is, but it's just not on my screen, so forgive me. Once again, Superstock, rack them up back in the lanes. It's time. Superstock Q2, we are ready for you. Should be migrating that way, please, and thank you. 887, 170 for the Mopar lane. AAA insurance side with Mr. Cook aboard. We're going to 885, 171. Rose Richardson, Woodburn, Indiana, Mopar Express side, and Barry Ryan out of Michigan. Get a red light out of a system here in the AAA insurance side. Rose take a green light. Head on down the Mopar Express lane, doing 892 with a 173, 887, 6, 166 for Barry. Brings up Tommy Phillips, Forney, Texas native. Been there, won that, plans on winning it all again, and then one more time after that for good measures. When your accomplishments fill up the entire screen, that means you do good. He a good doer. Billy Walker, Loganville, Georgia. Landscaping biz. Clean cut screen for him. Nice, clean, perfectly detailed and everything. Well, one of them with a nice 008. Oh, wait, it isn't eliminations. I can talk about it. So Tommy going 008 on the tree. Red light there for Billy. Not a big deal. As I mentioned, it's time trials. Try something out. Throw a few more in. Take a few out. Get your numbers. Know where you stand. 888-1 for Billy. Tommy going in 891 with a 6. Check that speed out. 190. I don't think my Toyota with a blower could do 190. Then again, it would be very entertaining to see. Hey, if you got the spare Pro Charger and you didn't go see Team Elrod, come see me later. I got a Toyota that might fit on. Just saying. Bob Mandel, Mopar Express side. And Jeremy Lurkey, Omaha, Nebraska native. Will be over there in the AAA insurance side. Mandel, 889.9, 178, doing 892.5, 169 for Jeremy. Starting to see the light at the end of the tunnels. I see last couple dragsters pulling out of the pre-staging lanes to the tunnel, as we call it. Super stock shouldn't be far away, so start suiting and booting and getting bolted in back there, kids. Joey Fusting and Ray Miller III lining them up. Ray, another one of those, been there, won that, and plans on winning it multiple times. Spring City, Tennessee in the race car biz, if you couldn't tell. Both cars coming off a stop, heading down track. About an 895 with a 179 for Joey. 889.3 for Ray at 184. Brian Casson, John Sickish Jr. coming up next. Dragsters a pair. Dragsters the choice for the category. As I mentioned, not that many door cars migrating around in the Super Comp category, but when they do, they like to go make a wreck of it of all the dragsters and have fun turning on the wind lights. Saying, I got beat by a door car. Yeah, that happens. It's a 50-50 shot. So Brian Casson out of Evansville, Indiana, will be in the Mopar side. John Sickish, Belmont, Ohio. He's a car wash attendant. Man, I need to change my occupation. Nothing wrong with a car wash attendant. I actually like washing cars, believe it or not. If you know me, you'll fully understand that comment. 887 with a 7 for John at 168. Brian going to go an 890 with a 3, 171. Well, Mike Eggleston, 007 on the red side. Tim Foley alongside. The cool thing about time trials, the red lights mean absolutely nothing. Kind of like my announcing at times. 893 with a 5, doing 893 with a 7. Then again, when it gives Bob a chance to stretch the legs and actually have some fresh air, he's all about it. Hand me the mic and say, have at it, son. Jeremy Mason and Dean McElvain. Jeremy, our reigning world champ in Super Gas, been known to do a damage control a little bit here in Super Comp from a time or two. Dean McElvain, the chassis dude from Ohio, has a cult following back in that area of cars that he follows, builds, tunes. Another one of those built that and won that as far as chassis builder side. I think the resume is just about complete. Looking down track, McElvain 890 with a 5, 181. Mason in with an 883.8, 181. Brings up Brian Harrison, Bill Jackson. Jackson out of Mansfield, Ohio. Harris out of Indianapolis, Indiana. It's still weird for me to call Indiana my hometown now. Ohio kicked me out. Georgia didn't want me, so I ended up in Indiana. Go figure. Good luck following that on the Census Bureau. Man. So Jackson taking his time getting things staged up here. Final session of Super Comp. Getting things dialed in for tomorrow's eliminations. Green light flashes. They're gone. Seen some yellows too, but Usually I see a lot of green when I tried to race. 883-0-170 for Brian. 891-4-176 for Jackson. Brian Milam out of Lawndale, Illinois. We'll be over here in the Mopar Express side of things. Todd McCann out of Colorado, making a nice little haul over here for the dub. Been known to turn on a few wind lights up there in the D5 region, or I should say over there literally, because literally D5 is like over there, again, pointing at the arches. But then again, you can't see me up here, which is a really good thing, or at least much of me. So when I point to the arch, I don't look completely like Terry Smith or anything like that. Well, get the green light thing going. We'll get the runs going. We'll get throttle stops off. We'll turn them loose. 886-165 for Todd. Brian, well, 893-178. Jessica Bogacki, Carterville, Illinois. Kyle Fickler. Check this out. 004 leaves last. 003 leaves first. Yes, Captain Obvious once again. Then again, it's time trials. 889-0 for Kyle. 167. 892-3. 179 for Jessica. Brings up Jake Smith, Liberty Township, Ohio. And Phil Smida, multi-time North Central Division champ in the Super Street, or whatever category he decides to win a championship in. It's kind of up for grabs for him. He's like, well, I've got a championship here. I need to pad the resume there, but always a late round contestant. Definitely enjoys both sides of it, with or without the doors, as they would say. Well, pair of green lights, that's a good thing. One run's sort of good, the other one's not so good. 888 with a 2 for Phil. 894-4 for Jake. Jake with a nice 006 lights. That's right where he wants to be. Phil sitting on a 10. That's, well, right where he wants to be. As they used to tell me when I tried to bracket race, you've got the entire track to lose the race in. You're really good at that. Just don't give it up at the starting line. Chuck Ridnour, Plainfield, Indiana. And Zach Fisher, Clayton, Ohio. Lining them up here. Starting to see a light at the end of the tunnel, literally. It's not the train coming at me either, and it's not the rest of 2020, which is really a good thing. Which means just about done with Supercom. $8.90 with a 5 for Fisher. Nice 001 light for a six-pack. I was talking about right where he wanted to be. If you're sitting on a six-pack going into round number 1, life is good. I'm just saying. Chuck Ridnour, well, he goes red by a measly 5, but he's dead 1. Life's pretty good for him, too. A couple of cars I would probably want to stay away from in round number 1. Bo Butner. Been there, won that, drove this, and drove that. How many different categories can he compete in 1 year? I think he's got a pretty stacked resume. He sells a few used cars here and there. Rick Hughes alongside, builds a couple transmissions or two. Out of Fishers, Indiana. He'll be in the AAA side. Bo over here in the Mopar Express lane. Man, they're handing out 00 lights like they're Tic Tacs. Bo going to go 003, 893.5, 185. Rick not far off. He's 022, 91 with a 6. Plenty of good info to work with for round number 1 tomorrow. Don't have to be perfect in time runs. Just know where you sit for round number 1. It solves that problem for you right quick. Holden Larice, Raceland, Louisiana. How many folks actually know where Raceland is when you don't hear of the Larices, really? It's a cool little area. Christopher Mullins alongside out of Lincoln, Illinois. I'm wondering if that has any... Well, anyway. I'll stop while I'm ahead. We're almost done with Super Comp. The agony is almost over for you guys. Bob's come back up. He's got an eye on his microphone that he will plug back in and say, this is how a professional handles this. Mullins going to light it up red. No big deal. Larice, 009. Life is good. 889 with a 1. Life is really good. Gives you a little bit of room to work with. Do your thing. Do what you need to do. If you're 009 on the tree, well, once again, Captain Obvious here saying that's not too bad. It's Brad Cole out of Avon, Indiana. Will be in the AAA insurance side. Trent Crisani. Not one of those Raceland, Louisiana machines. We'll be in the Mopar Express lane. Send them down track. See how close we're to the 890. I'm thinking we're in the 890 range on both of them. Hey, check that out. I got something right. 893 with a 9 for Brad. Trina going in 891 with a 6. Hey, I'm almost there. I've almost got the tune up there. Thank goodness it's just time trials. Ross Larice, another one of those Larice machines out of Raceland, Louisiana. Alongside Nick Eisenhower out of Brownsburg, Indiana. That is now my hometown. I can say that. There we go. Shout out goes to Devin Eisenhower. Was able to take the championship in the North Central Division Summit AT Finals last weekend at Lucas Oil Raceway. So heading west will be the Eisenhower family. Trailer stuffed full of race cars, racing all the way out there from the way it sounds. Nick going to get things set up for tomorrow for race number 1. Would love to duplicate his brother's performance this last weekend and say, if you win, okay, I can win the next week. Check this out. But an 891 with a 3 for Nick at 170. DeRoss is 886 with a 1 at 187. Jason Chapin out of Nebraska coming down to play for the weekend or week, or would it be a weekend or weekday? Well, anyway, it all runs together. Tony Elrod, the Team Elrod Sunoco Race Fuels entry. Both will take the green lights, head on down the 1320. See an 886 with a 1, 170 for Jason. Tony going to go an 888 with a 0 at 181. Brings up one of the very few blown Super Comp entries out there, but definitely getting it done. Philip Oakley, the Oakley Motorsports machine. Super Comp trim in this car. Chris Sullivan alongside. Auburn, Illinois. Will occupy the AAA insurance lane.
screaming, blown Oakley Motorsports engine alongside. Phil known to make some big steam with that car. Was able to get a national win at Columbus earlier this year with the Jag Sports Nationals. Sitting in a good spot in some points and said, hey, it might be time to go chase some points before this is all said and done, depending on how the week goes. We'll get the time trial side of things handled. 897.3 for Phillip. Chris going to go an 888 with an 8. There's my triple eights or my quad eights or something eights. Over there in the AAA insurance side at 178. The rest of the eights are over there for Phil, 188.83, or make that 3-3. Yeah. It all runs together. That was our final pair of Super Comp right into Super Stock, and Mr. Bob Unkefer will finally put me out of my misery, or at least your misery. I've actually enjoyed it, but I'm sure at some point you'll hear me back on here again and have to suffrage through me just a little bit longer.
Well, thanks to Will for the opportunity to get out, grab a bite to eat, take a break, stretch my legs. Met Junior Vaughn while I was out and about. Junior, a known commodity here at Worldwide Technology Raceway, is Andy Cronenbetter and Mark Sanders. Lead us off, a pair of 08 Cobalts working their way down track. Cronenbetter, 956, picks up a few at 136, 950. For Sanders as both drivers improve. Sanders 35 at 74 under. Andy 83 under the index and number 23 on the sheet. So Ronnie Dutton and Russ Campbell come rolling in next. The Hemi 5, the Missouri Mule, the CUDA, out of the town of Springfield. Home of the world-famous Bass Pro Shop. Ronnie Dutton there on the left. Comes rolling in. The competition engine's Cadillac-powered, Olds Achieva. GTO automatic. Russ Campbell hustling his way down track, 856 at 157. No improvement there, 1070 by Dutton, and he too fails to pick up anything, but he does stay consistent in this day and age. We'll take it. Tony DePillo's Hemi ride, the Dayton, Ohio-based runner. Coot up on the right-hand side for Tony and Susan. Don O'Malley's Corvette there on the left. O'Malley, Super H automatic. Shut-off run of a 13:59 earlier today. See if Don was having problems or just trying to hold back and pick a spot. 60-car field so far in Superstock. Tony DePillo's going to add one more to the list. His first shot down the racetrack. Tony will go 871 at $154, 972 by O'Malley. Don's in number 22 at 87 under. Tony's in number 21 at 88 under. So both drivers hustling right on down the racetrack. Putting themselves in the top third of the field. Jeff Gilman's B-modified. Beautiful Cobalt out of B&B Race Cars down Hohenwald, Tennessee way. Gilman out of Marnie, Michigan. That's where he parks his Cobalt during the week. Billy Dyer's Superstock M Mustang, the stick here on the right-hand side as the Illinois runner heads for the other end of the racetrack. Gilman's B-modified, going to get there at a much more rapid rate. So he goes through 830 at 160, 1087 for Dyer. 122 miles an hour. No improvement for Billy. No improvement for Jeffrey. And two more come rolling in. Robbie Brewer's GTN automatic. Richard Lux. Richard over here on the right-hand side. The Deluxe Racing 64 Mercury Comet. Factory GTK entry. Got the late model 352. Cobra Jet power plant underneath the hood. 1033 for Richard earlier today. His car stands up. Heads towards the center stripe. 1031 for Robbie Brewer's Oldsmobile. So a couple of cars pretty identical elapsed time. 1034 Brewer. No help for the Olds. 1044 by Richard Lux. Car made a little move towards the center stripe. Richard had to steer it back in and
Cost him just a little bit of time down at the other end. Alan Wilson's Firebird comes rolling in now, the Super I automatic. Number 17 qualifier. Paul Candies, your number 16 qualifier, alongside of him. Cobra Jet for the Candies family motorsports team. Jimmy Dupuis calling the shots, getting them all tuned up, ready for race action on race day. Busy man over there. 797, 169. No help for Paul. 989 for Alan Wilson. He'll stay 17. Paul stays 16 for now. This is Matt Alvey and Evan Wilson come rolling in next. Alvey up on the left-hand side, the Taylorsville, Kentucky-based runner, the Sunfire. Legacy Heating and Cooling. This will make 62 cars on the qualifying sheet. Evan Wilson's Chevy 2 out of Kokomo. Didn't the Beach Boys sing a song about Kokomo? I ain't going to sing it, that's for sure. Something about Aruba, Jamaica, and all that kind of good stuff. 963 by Alvey at 136. 10-11 for Evan Wilson. Evan steps up. 43 under the index now. Brett Candies hustles through 933 at 144 miles an hour. 1558 by Rene Garza. 57 miles an hour. I was wondering about that. Came up Rene Garza, but it certainly wasn't a 55 Chevrolet. Darren Robinson's Cuda down on the right. The runner out of Barrington, Kansas. And David Neal. GTF entry on the left-hand side. Should end up a full field of super stock cars. Neal went 921 earlier, goes 921 again at 143. 925 for Darren Robinson. Robinson picks up the pace with that 925 lap. Super Gas needs you to the lanes now, please. Super Gas. Take you to the staging lanes, please. Super Gas, come on down. Super Gas, need you to the lanes, please. Bill Jenkins, Ken Schindler, out of Arch Used Parts. And you know the drill. If they don't got it, you don't need it. 926, 142 by Schindler's Jenkins. Skies to a 12-13 run down at the other end of the racetrack at a paltry 66 miles an hour. You do 66 miles an hour on the interstates around here and you get run over. I mean, seriously. Crazy stuff out there. Bobby Rashid and Todd Datweiler. Todd on the right. Got the Nova. Bobby on the left. Got his Cavalier. Still doesn't seem right saying Cavalier instead of Firebird. But hey, 949 at $138 for Bobby. 968 for Todd at 135 miles an hour. Darren Christian's factory Super Stock F. Copo comes rolling in next out of the Candies Family Motorsports Stables. And Brina. Splig Air, Brina, getting ready to come back up for super stock action from Bowling Green. here in just a little bit. Get her second run in. Christian on a 9:36 run earlier today. Breen on a 9:39. Hikes the front end up, and the Chicago Fire Cobalt. Breen are working towards the other end of the racetrack. 9:42, no help at 141. 9:29 by Darren. Darren picks up the pace. He's now 90 under. Moves to number 15 on the qualifying sheet. And Christy Ship. GTO automatic. The 327, 69 Camaro there on the left-hand side. And Don Kennedy's 428 powered Sunfire. Green lights a pair out of them. Don's little Pontiac going to get there a whole lot quicker, especially since Christie's off the throttle. 9:19 at 130 for Don. Christie Ship's Camaro still inching slowly towards the finish line. Gets there in 18 seconds. And Christie going to cruise on off the other end of the racetrack as Eric Wilkerson and Dan's Rust come rolling in. Super Gas, need your lanes, please. Super Gas. To the lanes, come on down. Dan with the GTA automatic. The Gold Coast Hemi. Beautiful. 68 Barracuda. Eric Wilkerson out of Indiana. Got the early model Camaro there on the left. 67 edition Super G automatic hot rod. So Russ goes cruising through 9:12 at 129. No help for him. 10:21. Wilkerson picks up 100th of a second. Goes from 10:22 to a 10:21 lap down track. Jim Whalen. And Chuck Bellinger. Whalen in at the wheel of the Olds Calais. Makes a person wonder where the Camaro is. Wonder if the Camaro's for sale. He says. Chuck Bellinger on the left-hand side, the Firebird. Out of Kentucky. Bellinger 10:09 picks up a few hun at 131 miles an hour. Chuck now 90 under the index, and he's number 16 in the field. 10:41 for Whalen on the right at 127 is Bill Rink. And Dean Messenbrink come rolling in. Messenbrink's GTM automatic. And Dino's got problems as he rolls the trees. So he'll stay number 56 down in the show. Bill Rink on 1173 earlier. How about 1148 this time around? Rink goes motoring through with that 1148 lap. Johnny Rakes pulls in the Pontiac Grand Am on the left, Dan Steed on the right. Super K automatic, Chevy Deuce. Rakes with the 973. Johnny picks up a 10th of a second. He's now 92 under. That bumps Darren Christian into the number 16 spot. You want to be a top sheet player. Got to be 91 under the index or better. Want to be in the top three, you got to be a second under. As Larry Hodge and Mike Stokes come rolling in. Again, super gas to the lanes, please. Super gas to the lanes. Stokes. C modified over here on the right-hand side. The 867 run earlier today goes 940. Clicking it off at $125, 1058. 124 for Larry Hodge. No help there. Todd France and Josh Twitchell. Twitchell rolling in with the GT truck. Over here on the right-hand side, the Mopar Express lane here at Worldwide Technology Raceway. Todd France, GTD automatic. The Johns and France Racing. Pontiac G5. We are green and going. Josh Twitchell hikes the front end up in the air. 001 reaction time for the truck. France gets there with a 9:13 at $146. He picks up 6 on. Not 86 under, number 26 qualifier. Twitchell's 82 under. Mike Walther on the right. Rolls in his Formula Firebird. Mike Lund on the left. He heads down track. Mike Walder on the right. Lund goes 987 earlier, goes 988 here. 1058 for Walter after a 1055 earlier today. And Jeff Dona. Jeff's going to be looking to get a good run in because he didn't earlier. He's going to be coming back for super stock eliminations for Bowling Green. So Dona out of Gordonville definitely wants to get a good lap down here, give himself some numbers to work with. Justin Jenkins up on the right-hand side. Just in at the wheel, the GTG automatic entry. Going to shut Justin off for whatever reason. Sedona will be on a single run. He'll have an opportunity to just flog it out and head to the other end of the racetrack. Dona's going to motor through 975 at $136. So Dona will definitely step up with that 975 lap. Irvin Johns and Jason DeForest going to come rolling in next. Jeff goes 84 under, puts himself number 28 in the show. Jason on the right, Irvin on the left, a couple of the Chevrolet Cavalier cars from back in the days. In fact, a pair of 2005 Cavaliers. Urban out of Indiana. GTF automatic. Jason on the right out of Minnesota. The GTC automatic entry. Jason with a 9:06 lap at 150. No improvement. 9:34 for Indiana Johns. He too does not improve. Ricky Decker and Kurt Ebe come rolling in next. Hebe's Mustang out of South Dakota. Kurt's Cycle Center and Kurt's Dairy Queen. A little soft serve right now sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Chocolate, vanilla, chocolate dip, whatever. Whoa, Kurt, where are you going? Hebe's car made a big move towards the center stripe. Ricky Decker goes 986, 134. Decker picks up a tenth of a second. Ricky down 83 under with that 986 lap. It's at number 30 in our field of cars. Dave Peached, the 351 Mustang on the left, 4-speed car. Jeremy Mudd's C modified. Over here on the right lane. And Jeremy, 864 lap at a $154. No help, 1027. Dave Peach, 1027.9 and 1027.1. It's Cameron Costello. Rolls in and is Copo on the left-hand side. Alan Wade, Super C automatic. Again, Super Gas. Need your lanes, please. Super Gas. To the lanes, please. Come on down. The Super C car of Allen off and run a 001 light. Number 5 qualifier went 907 earlier. 912 here in the heat, 144. The speed, 856 for Costello. Runner out of Evansville, Indiana. Goes cruising on through. Again, Super Gas. Need your lanes, please. Super Gas. Need you to the lanes. Come on down. Jeff Neiswanger. Casey McCarty. Come rolling in. Casey's GTH automatic Trans Am. Up on the left-hand side. Neiswanger over here on the right. Amy listening in, I'm sure. $10.12 by Jeffrey. He picks up a few ticks. 963 at 139 for McCarty alongside of him. And Stacy rolls in now. Stacy's first shot at the racetrack. The GTF automatic Grand Am. And Donna Morris, Super Stock L automatic. Nova here on the right. Donna with an 11:19 earlier today. Stacy working his way through. The Grand Am goes 9:38 at 139. 11:24 for Donna. No help there. McCarty goes 86 under. Throws his ad into the ring in the number 28 qualifying spot. Brian Simonek, Sean Tucker. Sean over on the left. Runner out of Norman. Pilot for United States Air Force down at Tinker Air Force Base. 427.69 Camaro for Sean. Simonek got that 265 cubic inch taxi cab motor. Fuel injected, late model taxi cab engine for Brian. Also campaigned by a gentleman who just passed away in the last week, Ron Roddle. Another super stock racer that relied on the fuel injected 265 taxi cab engine. Great man, great racer. Gonna miss Ron. Brian off and running. Tucker on the left. The big block. 427 Camaro. Obviously going to get there first. 896.6 and an 896.0. 1132 at 116 for Simonek as he cruises through. Doesn't find any help. Greg Tucker's Camaro on the left. Riley Spear on the right. Riley, number 43. She went 10:29 earlier today. Tucker, number 39. He was 10:29 earlier today. Wheels up, launch for the pair, and away we go. Riley, how about a 10:09 at 131? That picks up a bunch. 90 under the index now for Riley. Sitting number 19, Greg Tucker. 10:29 from earlier. We'll hold him number 40. At 128 miles an hour this time around. Wyatt Wagner's Super G automatic entry and Brett Spear. Pair of D5 stalwarts. Pair of D5 Super Stock champs. Wyatt on the left, Brett on the right. Wagner out of the Kansas City area. Brett from up around Brainerd, Minnesota. A little town called Fort Ripley, just south. Wyatt with a 004 light, heading for the other end in the Super G automatic entry. 973 at 135. 995 for Brett. As Wagner finally gets a good run down the racetrack. Wyatt puts himself number 39 in the field at 81 under. Matt Lund and Fred Allen is what sounds like our final pair of Superstockers. It sure does sound like Super Gas under the tower. Just a different reverberation. Fred Allen, number 7 qualifier, 893 earlier. Runs another 893, 887 by Matt Lund. Lund picks up 83 under the index now. Number 36 in the show. So qualifying done. Russ Campbell, number 1. Larry Hodge, 2. Don Kennedy, 3. Robbie Brewer, number 4. Alan Wade's Camaro, 5. Kenny Schindler, number 6 in the vet. Fred Allen, 7 in the truck. Irvin Johns in his hot rod sitting number 8. His Super Gas comes rolling in next. Alan Keener, Dave Hedges. Put the 990 numbers up on the scoreboard. Turn them loose. Top dragster, get them ready. We'll be calling you here in a minute. 10 flat by Keener, 154. 10:03 by Hedges, and where everybody was quick in this morning's early session, they now seem to be a little off pace here in the second session. And the Vantage trailer sales. Camaro Roadster there on the left, or is that a Corvette? I can't tell. Tail lights are the same, and I can't see the front end. Bob Locke, I know that's a 57 Corvette here on the right-hand side. The tax guy. Good man to have on your side when it comes to calculating and contabulating all your racing expenses. $987 at $159 for Bob. $9,908 for the Vantage trailers. Roadster there on the left is Van Arnold. And Bob Hanshoe come rolling in. Super Gas A pair. Van working the Corvette Roadster out of Houston. Down track goes $992 at 174. $989 at 146 for Hanshoe. There on the right-hand side, and that is Justin Allen. Happy anniversary to Dwight and Linda. Celebrated number 42 yesterday. Scott Deffenbaugh's 66 Chevy Nova on the right-hand side. And I know the ladies are home listed on dragracer.tv. Yes, indeed. Justin got the C5 Corvette, former Division 4 Rookie of the Year. He motors through 980 at 163. That might be a skosh quick. Deffenbaugh goes 986 at 149. Kenny Sanders' little truck up next. Kenny, dead 9 with the 9,900 lap earlier. 500 cubic inch Mopar power plant underneath the hood of the Dakota. And Jana Swan, a little Opal. Got a Race to Win Motorsports, nice Agenics. Mooresville, Indiana-based runner, big block Chevrolet in an itty-bitty, teeny-weeny Buick Opal. Talk about a Saturday night cruise car at the local Sonic, huh? Be pretty cool to pull into a Sonic with a Buick Opal and a big block in it. Just saying. Kenny Sanders out in front, 977 this time. That's a little quick, Ken. 117 miles an hour, 992 for Janice. 158 miles an hour. She goes by at a 40 mile an hour differentiation down at the other end of the racetrack. Tom Diamonds. Pat Martins. Roadsters come rolling up. Pat out of Armor Paving and Sealing. Over there in the Columbus area. Diamond out of Dublin. At the wheel of the Roadster on the right-hand side. Pair of 27 Ford T-Buckets. T-bodied Roadsters. Diamond with a 987 at 161. Pat Martin goes 989 at 168 is Rudy Matthews. And Todd Malik come rolling in. Malik on the right, Rudy Matthews on the left. Rudy in the groove, 005, dead 2. About a 7,000s package for Rudy Matthews. 993 at 162 for Todd. John Sickish and Joe Harper roll in. Sickish on the right, the 63 Corvette. Harper, the all Mopar Dodge Avenger. Sickish, 998 at 173 for Joe Harper, a 987 lap at 163 miles an hour. Dan Toole, one of the few but gaining popularity, Ford Mustang Roadsters. Late model Mustang, 600 Ford, well, 604 cubic inches of Ford. Toole goes 006. Greg White at the wheel of the Brett, overhead in the right lane. 994 to $149 for White. 992 at 152. Steve Theodore and Steve Hoyt come rolling in. I'll take Steve in the Corvette Roadster. First to the finish line, please. Theodore on the left, the 63 Corvette. Steve Hoyt on the right, the 63 Corvette. Both of them past champs here in the division. Hoyt on the right-hand side, 987, 174. Theodore, 993 at 162. Eddie Arnold's Oldsmobile comes in alongside Lyle Schreiner. Schreiner's Camaro on the right out of McAllister, Oklahoma. Will be down Lyle's way for another division race here in a couple of weeks. McAllister, Oklahoma. Neat little town. This will ride along US 69, 75. The rolling hills of eastern Oklahoma. Not all flat. Schreiner at the wheel of the Camaro. Eddie at the wheel of the Oldsmobile. 985, 167 for Eddie. 992 for Schreiner at 146. Steve Shaughnessy's Springfield, Illinois-based entry. Right up the road a little bit, the 37 Ford, another Ford-powered super gas entry. Corvette over here on the right. Headed for the other end of the racetrack. Stiffing out a 990. Ooh, 939. I don't think so, Lucy. 141 miles an hour. Steve Shaughnessy, 008, dead 9. That was 17,000's package. That's a whole lot better. Mike Kramer's truck, Larry Bernshausen's Vega. There's a little 77 wagon. The 431 combination underneath the hood. Ready to head for the other end of the racetrack on a 17 thou reaction time. Mike Kramer coming down from Michigan. Getting a little racing action in this weekend. Kramer goes 992. Out 139, 9906 for Bernshausen. Larry was 17 on the tree, so neat and tidy. 23,000's package for him. George Warren and Rodney Benson. Rodney at the wheel, the RBD Motorsports. Mustang down on the left-hand side, big top-end Charger, 992, 165 miles an hour. George Warren in the Mustang, and another all-Ford entry, 991 at $117. Timmy Millwood and Tim Tyree. We got pairs of Fords. We got pairs of Tims. Millwood's Mopar on the left-hand side, 991 at 131, 987 for Tyree. 148 miles an hour as he cruises through the other end of the racetrack. Jerry Dukes, Beretta out of Nashville. Kaylee Weaver out of Mechanicsburg here in the inland of Lincoln goes 9,909. Jerry Duke goes 9,907. Jerry had the better lap because, well, Jerry had the better reaction time. Had a couple of foul quicker at the other end. Leo Zinda cruises down the right-hand side with a 989. Bill Jackson and the Jackson Scratcher. Lumina, 986 at 166 miles an hour. Kirk Kuhn up on the left. Mark Miles on the right. Kirk's Ford Thunderbird, former pro stock entry. 989 for Kirk at 151. 979 for Mark Miles. For Mark, that's a little quick. It's, of course, it's, not the low 9-second lap we saw earlier, but hey, Paul Brown and Mike Lagos come rolling in next. Top dragster needs you to lanes, please. Oakley Motorsports, top dragster. Take you to the lanes. Come on down. It's Mike Lagos and Paul Brown. Line up side by side. $985 at 167 for Paul Brown. $991 for Lagos. 157 miles an hour. Rock and Gary come rolling in next. Haas at the wheel of his C5 Corvette. Another car fabricated over in the Don Davis chassis shop. And Gary McMahon. Gary McMahon out of Marengo, Iowa. Little Chevy Monza over here on the right-hand side. Another former division champ. Taking all the accolades. Gary's car makes a little move to the left. Settles it back into the groove after a perfect reaction time. He goes 980 at 136. 988 for Haas. There on the left-hand side. Dan Gilgosh, Daryl Sutton. Come rolling in next. Sutton's Big Dog Motorcycles. Bickle built. Hot Rod over here on the right-hand side. And Dan Gilgosh down from Lino Lakes, Minnesota. At a Gills Paint and Body Shop. Big block power plant underneath the body of that 63 Corvette Roadster. $983 at 161 by Sutton Gilgash, 991 a lap at 170 miles an hour. Brad Garner and Keith Huckstep next to roll in. Keith Firebird over on the left-hand side out of Cape Girardeau, Mo. Brad Garner here on the right, the early model, first-gen Camaro. Garner with a 989 and a $159, 993 by Huckstep. 155-mile-an-hour shot. Kenny Threats Corvette and Osby Brewington. 78 Mercury Zephyr. Kind of cool. Anybody can look at a 78 Mercury Zephyr and think, aha, a super gas car. He is a man with vision, let me tell you. Most people look at a 78 Mercury Zephyr and go, what's it? 9905 for Osby. Like I said, a man with vision. 988 for Kenny Thread at 155 miles an hour. Kenny Bowers and Dustin Richardson. Dustin pulling in the Olds Forenza. Long-time race car for the Richardson clan out of Indiana. Kenny Bowers Corvette there on the left. I mean, let's face it, everybody can have a Corvette Roadster. It's super gas. There's a half a cajillion of them. But a 78 Mercury Zephyr, that takes some sight. Dustin, 10:02 at 162, 992 for Ken Bowers at 165 miles an hour. Speaking of Corvette Roadsters, here's two more. Timmy Lynch, the C5 late model edition on the right side. Kevin Wright, the 57 body style early model Corvette there on the left. Right out of Longmont, Colorado. Looking to go 2 races this weekend rather than the one he could have had closer to home in Great Bend. Of course, Kevin was also another one of the guys with us last weekend down in Dallas for the double. So you pick up 4 races in 2 weekends, and that's a pretty good gig. 9902 for Kevin Wright. 991.9 for Tim Lynch in his C5 Corvette. Would have been a win for Kevin Wright because he was on the money. Again, top dragster needs your lanes, please. Top dragster lanes is Tom Head, Larry Riddell. Larry working his way down, cruises through 995 at a $153, 998 for Tom Head. 131 miles an hour. Dave Combs, Brian Sabota. Sabota over on the right-hand side. Another one of the Fleet S10s. Combs on the left, a Beretta door car entry. RPM's up. Tree blinks. Buttons, fingers let go of the buttons, and away we go. David on the left, 10:01 at 142, 992. 141 for Sabota. And again, top dragster needs your lanes, please. Top dragster needs you to the lanes. As Dave Dollum and Rob Rowan come rolling in. Robert up on the right-hand side. Remember earlier today he was paired up with Pat Martin, and we had Rowan and Martin. That's one of the best pairs all day long. Kids out there in the pit area going, what's a Rowan and Martin? Ask your mom and dad. Dave Dallum on the left, his 57 Corvette. I'm telling you. Laugh-In. Everybody's heard of Laugh-In. $9.93 to $1.56 for Dallum. $9.97 for Rob. 008 at the hit, but other end. This is Bob Eakers. Low riding. Chevy 2 wagon over on the left-hand side, and Rick Swank. Another gunner out of Tennessee. And another 27 Ford Roadster. $989, 153 miles an hour for Swank. $993 at 150 for Eakers wagon. Heidi Robeson and Jody Davis coming in next. Yet another Beretta. This time for the swimming pool builder out of Mount Vernon in the Hoosier State. Kelly's car takes a bit of a left, leaving the starting line, heads for the other end. Trevor Larson. 009 straight and true in the groove, goes 987.7 at 173. 986 for Wayne Kelly at 158 miles an hour. Danny Ellard's Grand Am up alongside yet another one of our 63 Corvettes. A virtual cornucopia, if you will, of Corvette Roadsters. Many of them of 63 vintage body. 986, 162 for the Vet, 989 for Ellard's Grand Am at 157 miles an hour. Chris Hess. And that low riding lime green Camaro there on the left-hand side. $985 for the green Camaro in the left lane at $156. $989.0 for Hess's Camaro over here on the right-hand side. Greg Kaufman's Oldsmobile. Alan Bush in the right-hand lane. Red light start by Kaufman means nothing. Absolutely nothing. Well, we get into our eliminations tomorrow. It'll mean a whole bunch. 993 at 167 for Kaufman. Bush on a 986 lap at 173 miles per. Rob Stiegels, Tennessee-based entry. A little bit of help from the guy with the Vision and the Mercury Zephyr, Osby Brewington. Carl Root over on the right-hand side, the first gen Chevy 2. Carl Root, always a beautiful race car. A professional painter by trade. $992 at 161 for Carl. $992 at 156 for Rob. They were identical on elapsed times going down the racetrack. It's Dwight Noose to Sean Carter. Roll in next. Sean on the right. The kids in the Carter family raise goats. Show them at the 4-H fair. And they are some prize-winning goats. So don't ever let Sean get a hold of your goat. Anyway, Dwight Noose up on the left-hand side. The Macon Bacon Dodge Rampage. Got $992 at 151 for Dwight. $984 for Sean Carter at 172. In all seriousness, Sean Carter and the family have a wonderful collection of prize goats. Jeff Jensen's Tennessee-based Corvette on the right. Ray Miller, the third. The wheel of the Miller Race Cars Camaro Roadster there on the left. Dwayne at the wheel, the Lucas Oil Camaro Roadster on the right-hand side. He'll motor through at the other end, 983 at 167 for Mark Buttram, a 991 lap at 158. Joe Fisher's new C7 Corvette Roadster. Justin Lopes up in his first-gen Chevy 2. Oh, smoke coming out of the back of Justin's machine as he goes 986. 172 miles an hour. 987 for Joe. At a $171. Matt Tankersley and Joey Ship working their way down track now as we're just about to finalize our Super Gas Time Trial Session number 2. Joey 988 at 160. Tankersley still off pace, goes 1060 at 138 miles an hour down at the other end. Cameron Volkart Racing entry out of East St. Paul. Corvette on the right-hand side, and Al Walker over there on the left, the 74 Trans Am. Got to double-check our number there. That may or may not be Cameron Volkert. Whoever it is, the Corvette goes 989 at 159, 981 for Al Walker's ride. Justin Riley. Jeremy Mason, your reigning Super World. Just look snarky. Whoops, Tommy, I don't know where you're going, but you left a little early. Tommy's got some premature acceleration going on. 972 for Bob Prose at 160 miles an hour. And Prose out of Honey Creek. We will see a little bit later. Brianna Raycheck ran out of Dale Evans out of St. Cloud, Minnesota. And Alex Miller out of Ohio. Pair of 63 Corvettes. As the Corvette Roadsters just keep on coming. And a 983. 156 mile an hour shot for Miller. 989 for Dale Evans. At 169. Bo Bettner. Bo kind of shocked everybody a little bit earlier with a really quick run. Pulls in alongside Jacob Elrod. Elrod on the right-hand side, his new C7 Corvette. Car fabricated by Travis Colangelo. Par Race Engines power plant. Jacob rolls in, sets the lock, and is off and running. Elrod with a 13 light. Bo Butner with a 17 foul reaction time. 10:34 by Bo at 170. 992 by Elrod. Also at 170 miles an hour. And last but not least, Austin Williams. Austin comes in, the Ortec Energy. Buddy Wood owned. Super Gas Roadster on the right, the Camaro bodied entry. The Croc Rocket. Of course, Austin coming off a win last Sunday night down in Dallas. He goes 986 at 168 miles an hour. Austin Williams, known for his love of Croc shoes. His car is now being dubbed the Croc Rockets. Top dragster, you should be in the lanes, ready to go. Cop Eliminator. Your doorbell's going to ring here in just a few minutes. Top Sportsman, get him ready as well. So a little track prep going on before we get ready to turn our 6-second, 200-plus mile-an-hour shooters. Our cop eliminator field, and, of course, our top sportsman 6-second, 200-mile-an-hour cars as well. That'll wrap up our time trials. We'll head into the continuation of our Bowling Green competition. So for those of you still alive in Bowling Green race action, 4 of you in Super Street, 12 of you in stock. Looks like 11 of you in Super Comp, 8 of you in Super Stock. Another dozen, I believe, in Super Gas. Of course, our semifinals and Top Dragster, Comp, and Top Sportsman. All I can tell you is get them ready. We're going to see if we crown some champs for our Bowling Green race. Get ready to run race number 1 tomorrow here at Worldwide Technology Raceway. And again, on behalf of everybody with Worldwide Technology Raceway, we want to thank everybody for being here, and a tip of the cap from everybody on the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series side of the NHRA. Glad to have you in the house. A strong field of race cars. Literally all parts of the country here with us. Glad to have you all in the house. A couple of division races for our Lucas Oil Championship Tour. Want to remind everybody, Saturday and Sunday morning, the 26th and the 27th, 7 o'clock, Races for Christ non-denominational chapel service. Not tomorrow morning, but Saturday and Sunday. Be right here next to the tower on the staging lane side. This is a drive-up service. Bring your golf cart, bring your scooter, bring your lawn chair, whichever. But drive up, chapel service. It's a BYOS event. Bring your own seat. That'll be at 7 o'clock a.m. Saturday and Sunday here at Worldwide Technology Raceway. Spray going down as we got the track duster out there, putting down a fresh crop dusting. Making sure the track plenty sticky for our top dragster 6-second shooters as they get ready to come up. Joe Fisher, number 1, with a 6'10" with a 1. Mike Coughlin, number 2, with a 6'10" with a 3. Then Holden Larice. J.B. Strasweg, the Meyer Distributing entry. Ross Larice, another one of the Larice Motorsports insurance cars. Jimmy Sakovich, number 6. Phil Oakley, the Texas Roadhouse Machine, number 7. And your reigning world champ, Danny Nelson, rounds out the quick 8. We had 32 cars exactly take to the track in the opening round of Top Dragsters. So we've got a full field. We've got a bump. Albeit right now it's a very pedestrian-like 26-second run. And I got a feeling with the air out there and the sun setting in the west, and things looking a little bit more perkier, this could be interesting. Final qualifying session to set the field and set eliminations for tomorrow's race number 1 competition. Of course, we'll set the field in Cop Eliminator and set the field in our top sportsman category as well. Before we get into our Bowling Green competition, again, racers, those of you still in for Bowling Green, it'll be Super Street, Stock, Super Comp, Super Stock, Super Gas. Back into another round of Stock, Super Comp, Super Stock, Super Gas. So you have a couple of back-to-back laps, and you'll be off for a bit while we give our top alcohol dragsters, top alcohol funny cars a shot at the racetrack for a little test and tune. Semifinals of Top Dragster, Comp, and Top Sportsman will then be out. Then we'll continue on with Stock, Super Comp, Super Gas, Super Street, Super Stock as we whittle our way down and crown our Bowling Green champions here this weekend, finally. Alrighty, track prepped. Little spray, little groom. And we are ready to go. Final qualifying for top dragster, Jimmy Sakovich. Mark Krupa. Rolling in our first pair. Jimmy, your number 6 qualifier. Also your top speed of the meet, man. 6:14, 241 miles an hour. Out of the runner on the left-hand side. Krupa's front engine. Old school style. Runner went 6:30 at 2:16 earlier. And I got to tell you, doing it old school style with the motor out in front of you here in Top Dragster, it isn't exactly your everyday occurrence. The majority of them, as is Sakovich, all rear engine. Krupa, though, says, I like it front engine style. 6:27, 2:16 as he picks up. 6:12 by Sakovich. Sakovich now up to number 4 spot. Krupa moves up a spot as well. Now, number 22 on the sheet. The bump, like I said, a very pedestrian 26-second elapsed time, and we're definitely going to trim that up. And here's one of them. Jeff Libla, one of the cars that went down track and ran a 6.0 something in the opening round. When you have a floor or a as fast as you can go time of a 6:10, you definitely don't want to be going 6.0s. So Libla's going to try and slow it down a little bit, put her into 16 range. Tom Elliott's already there. He went 6:15 earlier. The Artisan Hot Rod out of Brooks, Kentucky. Hikes the front end up for Tom. Set sail for the other end of the racetrack. 6:11.1 at 225 miles an hour. So Elliott picks up. Libla goes 6:18. Jeffrey's now number 16 qualifier. Tom moves into the number 3 spot. Holden the recent earlier gone 6.111, but because Tom did it at 225 miles an hour and Holden did it at 211, Tom gets the number 3 spot. Holden gets the number 4 position. Red Fritch, Tom Fisher getting ready to make their way down track. Red number 17 qualifier. Tom number 18 qualifier at the wheel of the Coppercat. Entry over here on the right-hand side. Angry Tom running through, top end, 6:12. 223 miles an hour, 6:26 by Red. Red will stay number 18. Tom moves up to number 5 with that 6:12 run. You want to be in the top half of the field, you better get there. 6:17.7 right now to get into the top half. And it's going to get even tighter than that before we're all said and done. Ryan Keener on the left. His nitrous-assisted machine. Ross Larice. The Larice Motorsports Stables entry over here on the right. Another racecraft chassis car. Ross sitting number 8 with a 6:13 lap. Keener down in the bottom half of the field at a 6:39 pace. You looking to step it up a little bit as we call Cop Eliminator to the lanes now, please. Cop, we need you to the lanes. Ross Off and running. Oh, 6:09.2, just a tad quick. 6:42 by Ryan Keener. He will stay down in the bottom half of the field, and Ross will throw that 6:09 out. And he will stay in based on his earlier 6:13 lap. Patty Fisher up left-hand side. Zach Sackman on the right-hand lane. Patty, the boss man, boss lady. The Fisher Family Racing Ops. Zach Sackman's Angstafers.com. Spitzer chassis car. Zach currently number 16. He is the bump for the quick half of the field. It is 6:17.7. Love to pick it up a little bit here, solidify himself in the top half. 6:19 is not going to do it. Patty goes 6:57. She's not going to improve. So Patty at 226, Zach at 208. Zach will stay number 15 in the show. Excuse me, he's 15, not 16. And Patty will remain number 20. Mike Coughlin comes rolling in. Mike came up in that early in the early session. Threw down a 6:10 with the 3. Basically said, there it is, boys. If you want to come and get it, come and get it. Well, everybody took a swing, but the only one that got the hit was Joe Fisher, and he went 6:10 with a 1. Now, we can still tighten that up with a 6:10.0, but boy, is it going to get tough. Guess the question would be, where's Steve McDermott when you need him? Taylor Vetter on the right-hand side, out of Las Vegas. Hemi-powered, Spitzer chassis. Taylor, another one of those cars down in the 6-0 zone. 6:13 here at 220. 6:10 with a 7 for Mike Coughlin, so he's now gone 6:10.3 and 6:10.7. And again, Comp Eliminator. Need you to the lanes, please. Competition Eliminator. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Come one, come all, come on down. Holden LaReese on the right-hand side, and Al Peevler come reeling in next. And again, Comp Eliminator needs you to lanes, please. Competition Eliminator. To the lanes, come on down. Holden, number 5 qualifiers, 6.111. We saw him get bumped back a moment ago when Tom Elliott went 6:11 with a 1, but he did it at 225 miles an hour. People are number 12 at a 6:14 pace. Peebler goes 6:08. Holden LaReese goes 6:08. Neither one of those runs are going to count. So Holden will remain based on a 6:11 run. Peebler will remain in based on a 6:14 lap. As Blake Peebler and Zach Fisher come rolling in next. Blake on the left is American Chassis Hot Rod. The diesel mechanic out of Olney, Illinois. And again, Comp needs your lanes, please. Competition Eliminator. To the lanes, please. Come on down. Comp to the lanes. Zach runs a 6:13 and steps up. Blake Peebler goes 6:17. He steps up. So Blake with the 6:13.4 slides into the front page of qualifying. 6:17 by Blake. Almost going to get him there, but not quite. Preston Tanner, Pat Nahan. Nahan up on the left, the Sartell, Minnesota-based runner, and I do believe this is Pat's first shot at the racetrack. As he will head down through. One shot to get in. He goes 6:21 at 229 miles an hour, 6:16 for Preston. So Preston steps up the pace. Preston now number 13 in the show. Nahan, number 19. As we again shuffle the field around a little bit. Karma Hopper on the left. Phil Dion up on the right-hand side. Karma Hopper on the left. Both these cars in. Karma with a soft 6:27. Phil in at a hard 6:15. Dion with another 6:15 lap. Karma with a 6:26. This time instead of a 6:27. So Phil will stay number 11. Karma stays number 23. Jim Thorpe on the outside looking in as Winnette Hudgens and Bob Mandel come up. Winnette on the verge of being on the outside looking in. Her first run was a 6:0 lap. And that won't work. Because, well, that's a no-no. Bob Mandel went 6:27. Winnette, who missed race number 2 down in Dallas last week because of a pair of 6:0 runs. Let's see if Robert's got her toned down a little bit. Get her into the program here. Runner out of Clyde, Texas, a freight broker by profession. 230 mile an hour hot rod, but she got to go 6:10 or slower to get in. About a 6:18, 227. That'll put her in. 6:30 for Bob Mandel. He slows up a couple of ticks. Winnette jumps into the fray now. She's number 17 on the qualifying sheet. J.R. Baxter and Jim Thorpe. Here's your lone car on the outside of the show right now. Thorpe up on the right-hand side. Beautiful Spitzer chassis machine. Jim, another one of the gunners, shot down by the 6:0 run earlier. J.R. Baxter, a 6:25 for the runner out of Waxahachie, Texas. Thorpe's in, 6:16 at 212 miles an hour. That'll get you there. 6:13 by JR. JR now number 9. Thorpe number 15 on the qualifying sheet with a 6:16.8. So JR moves up. Jim Thorpe moves in. Ryan Keener now on the outside looking in. Ryan's had his shot this session. Rusty Baxter there on the left-hand side. Rusty up. Out of Texas, another Lone Star runner, and your reigning champ, Danny Nelson. The Vortec Supercharged Brandon Belt Performance Power Plant. And Danny, who does it with a high gear only transmission, 611, 238 miles an hour for Nelson. Down at the other end, 616 by Rusty. Rusty picks up a Hun. Rusty now sits number 15. Danny, number 7 after that lap. Want to get in top half of the field, 616 with an 8. Or excuse me, 616 with a 7. You got to get around Jim Thorpe to do it. Jimmy Prevost not in the top half, but he is in the show with a 633. Jeff Strickland over on the right, he's in the show with a 625. The stickerpunk.com entry for Strickland over here on the right-hand side. Again, comp, need your lanes, please. Comp eliminator. To the lanes, come on down. Competition eliminator. To the staging lanes, please. $630 by Prevost at 191. $630 by Strickland at 215. It's a couple of different venues on how to get there, but they both got there in 6.30 seconds. As we call Top Sportsman to the lanes now, please. Top Sportsman to the lanes, and that's a signal for all of our Bowling Green competitors to get ready because we're going to be calling you here shortly. JB Straswig, DeMeyer Distributing. 700 cubic inch nitrous assisted car. Pat Forster on the right. Patrick looking to get down the racetrack. This will be his first shot. Chris Carrico on the verge of getting bumped. Of course, we saw Chris have problems in that opening run. Forster on the right-hand side, 002, 611 with an 8. He jumps right smack dab into the middle of the fray. JB Straswig, 612 with a 9 earlier, 612 with the 0 now. Forster sits in the number 5 spot. JB sits in the number 7 spot. Those of you watching on dragracer.tv going, oh, well, wait a minute. Well, you have to go up to the top. Look at the screen. It says Holden, Allen, Ross, all with 6-0 runs. You have to take those out. So Joe Fisher still your number 1 qualifier, 610 with a 1. That makes Forster number 5 and JB number 7. Easy as pie, kids. Joe Fisher on the right, number 1 qualifier with that 610. Phil Oakley on the left, the Texas Roadhouse gang. Owensboro, Kentucky-based runner. Hang on, Joe. Moving around a little bit on you there. Joe goes 609. Throw that one out. 613 by Oakley. So Phillip now sits number 8 with his hot rod. And top dragster is done. Holden Larice, Al Peevler, Ross Larice, and Joe Fisher all running 6-0 runs that time. So Joe will stay number 1 with a 610. His 33 cars answered the bells for qualifying. Dwayne Robeson up on the right, Ron Bone on the left. We move into Comp Eliminator. And again, Top Sportsman, our Oakley Motorsports, Top Sportsman. Need you to the lanes, please. Oakley Motorsports, Top Sportsman. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Dwayne Robeson had a small water leak earlier and shut off rather than taking a shot at anything pressurized, becoming an issue going down track. So Dwayne will throw his hat into the ring. 27 cars so far on the comp eliminator sheet. We'll have 28 with Dwayne's name being added. Ron Bone up on the left, the 6-cylinder J Dragster automatic. Spitzer chassis hot rod. And the J Dragster record holder. Number 4 in the show right now with a 69 under lap. Joe Aerosmith, 76 under. Dave Eaton, 75 under. Travis Gusso, 70 under. You want to be a player? Come on. We'll take you. Dwayne's hot rod moves a little bit to the left at the dump of the clutch. Well, Robeson goes through 730. 187 miles an hour. That's a 64 under run. For Bone, he motors through 763.6. No improvement for him. Dwayne jumps up 64.8 under the index. That puts him number 5 in the show. Here's your number 1 qualifier. Joe Aerosmith. This GTO out of Ham Lake, Minnesota. Brian Brow, your number 8 qualifier and your current points leader. You're in the Division III points chase. Little V6 dragster. 717 and a 62 under lap earlier for him. Billingsley Car Wash, C-Tech Manufacturing, Indy Gears. Some of the additional sponsors that make the bonus program here in Cop Eliminator Racing worthwhile. Total Seal Piston Rings, T&E Enterprises. Bullet Cams, Cohen Enterprises. Cohen Engineering. Brown number 8. Joe Aerosmith there on the left, number 1. Ham Lake, Minnesota. I asked Joe once, I said, why do you call it Ham Lake? And he said, you ever looked at it on a map? Looks like a piece of ham. And it does. Brown motors through 717 again. 803 for Joe. He was 802 earlier. He's off by 6 thousandths of a second from his earlier run. Oh, my. He's still 76 under. Brian Brow picks up a thousandth. He goes 717.1. He was 717.2 earlier. And Jim Promozik's B Dragster automatic, the front engine style car there on the left. Terry Smith's A Dragster automatic over here on the right-hand side. I got to feel that Terry Smith just didn't quite turn it all loose there in that opening session. Runner out of Liberty Township, Ohio. 500 cubic inch Mopar power plant over here for Terry. Seen him park the car in the winter circle before. Love to do it again here this weekend. For Abby. Kenny Gerlash and everybody else. Jim Promozik says, hey, let's do it for the old school guys. Front engine, small block, B Dragster automatic. There on the left for Jimmy. Promozik doing a little bit of driving out there as the car moves around on him some, but hey, 689, 193 gets it done. How about the 654 for the Mopar car? Yeah. Steps him up a little bit. 654, 206 miles an hour. Terry now at 50 under the index. Didn't take as big a jump as he wanted, but not bad. Promozik also at 50 under the index. Clint Neff's K altered automatic comes rolling in. 4-cylinder Ford power plant, the 32 Bantam for the Colorado runner. Travis Gusso out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, up on the right-hand side. Going to be heading for Sioux Falls next Tuesday night. Got to go pick up a motorhome, finally. Gusso, your number 3 qualifier. He went 70 under earlier. 8:27 lap for him. See what Clint Neff does here. How about a 7:44 to $1.75? 8:33 by Travis. He pace a little bit. In fact, he falls off just a skosh. Clint Neff jumps into the fray, though. 7:44 puts him 69 under. And into the number 4 spot. Let's see. We want mine shaft conditions. That means the car in the middle of the field has to be 61 under. We have 28 cars. It's 14, so we need car number 15 to be 61 under. Oops. We're not there yet. Troy Galbraith, Gary Kokoro. We're close. They're both at 58 under. But for mine shaft condition rules to prevail, the first car in the bottom half of the field, which in this case would be car number 15, needs to be 61 under the index. Last week in Dallas, we missed a mine shaft field of comp eliminator cars by 8 thousandths of a second. Made some interesting racing going on, let me tell you. Little cleanup going on after Travis's run down the racetrack. So we need Troy Galbraith, Gary Kokoro, Art Hodges, Taylor Comiskey, John Freck, Wes Leopold, anybody. Need a couple of you. Jump up to 61 under the index. Todd France, Ryan Stuffelbeam, Chad Vogus. Chad, if you had your 32, I know you'd already be there. Got the dragster out, though. This is interesting. If I get out of this tower before it gets too crazy tonight, got to go find Chad over in the comp pits and say, what's up? Inquiring minds want to know. Started off the day with 542 feet of corrected altitude. 527 feet. Density altitude. We're at 2,000 now. But we also started off the day with a 54-degree dew point. That's come up a little bit. Relative humidity was way up there, and that's come down quite a bit. We're at 55 degrees this morning. We're at 75 degrees now. Barometer's hanging in there at 29.5, uncorrected. Very little wind speed. So the air has remained relatively stable, climbing through the day as the temperature rises, but that's norm. Wind speed hasn't varied much. We just kind of kept on rocking and rolling. Little quick cleanup down on the starting line before we send Pete and Robert down track. Alcohol Dragster, Alcohol Funny Car. Understand you were scheduled for 6. We're running a little bit behind, so we will call you to the lanes now if you want a test and tune hit. Alcohol Dragster, Alcohol Funny Car, and our Bowling Green contestants. Stand by for news. You'll be coming up right after alcohol. Speaking of which, that sounds pretty good right now. Oh, Pete Palak up on the left-hand side to Wisconsin. C-altered automatic. Pete wants to get down track, the 400 cubic inch. Firebird on the left lane, and Robert Bailey, C-Dragster. Over on the right, Robert wheeling Jeremy's C-Dragster automatic because, well, the A-Dragster automatic is, well, it ain't no more. So Robert wheeling Jeremy's car. Jeremy saying, that's okay. You can take it, run it for the rest of the year. Finish out your chase. It didn't take Robert and Judy long to say, okay. Judy on the left, Pete on the right. Either one of them at 6,100. We need a couple more cars to get there before we can set our mine shaft to field. Turn everybody loose for eliminations tomorrow. Pete jumps the gun, shuts off. Robert Bailey hustles through 7:04 at 185 miles an hour. Palak's going to cruise on down track, 7:04. Picks up about 700, but that's only 55 under for Robert. Bailey at 55.8 under the index. Right now, that's good for number 20 in our 28 car field. Wes Leopold to John Freck. John's little 4-cylinder. Weddle chassis dragster could certainly step up. He's got the right combination in her. Wes Leopold's a Supermod automatic. He's not that far away either. Both of these drivers could certainly help out the comp eliminator field. Leopold's a Supermod automatic, a Dodge Stratus that originally started life out on a Chrysler Motor Company assembly line. Been converted over to rear-wheel drive, been converted over from V6 to 400 cubic inch Hemi. But other than that, Leopold at 56 under, 796. Freck on the right, 802. That's good for 57 under. A little bit of a step up by both drivers here. Everybody else in comp would go, whew. 796 at $165, 860 at 129 by Leopold. Freck does his job. As we are now one car away from my mine shaft field. Freck goes 62 under. Leopold does not improve. He shuts it off early. Only 129 miles an hour down at the other end of the racetrack. Mike Farrell comes rolling in. Mike's already 61 under. Jim Greenhead's 64 under. So neither one of these drivers can set up the mine shaft conditions for comp eliminator. I'm telling you. Last week we missed by 8 thousandths of a second. This weekend we're close. We're 16 thousandths of a second away. Still got cars coming up that can do it, though, let me tell you. Get Alcohol Dragster, Alcohol Funny Car. If you want a test and tune run this evening, need your lanes now, please. Alcohol to the lanes. Farrell's B Street Roadster on the left, Jim Greenhex. C-altered automatic on the right. Jim Greeneck, 721 at 186, 779 for Farrell. Neither driver improves. Farrell's off by a hun. Jim Greeneck's off by 0.02 of a second. Comes Art Hodges. Art, the Lucas Oil Company, Protect the Harvest. C altered on the right-hand side. A 7:26 lap earlier. Put him 58 under. Art's close. I mean, a good tailwind could make all the difference for Art right now. David Billingsley, he's already 62 under. The I-altered automatic field. Or the I-altered automatic V6 Camaro out of Illinois. Hodges out of North Carolina. Art told me down in Dallas that he's just about ready to hang it up. Been racing for many, many a year. Going to stay active and actively involved with Gary and Taylor Comiskey, but as far as driving goes, just going to sit back and relax. Right now, Art, we really need you to concentrate. Need you to run a 7:25.0 or better. Not much, just some. That'll give us a 60 mineshaft field with our bottom half number one qualifier, number 15 in this case, at 61 under. We can do this. Oh, Art looking good. Straight as a string down to Mopar Lane, and he shuts off to an 807 at 118 miles an hour. Boy, it was looking good there for a minute. Billingsley goes 802, improves from an 803 earlier. Art, I thought we were going to do it until he clicked it off down at the other end of the racetrack and coasted across at 118 miles an hour. So the push continues. Gary Kokoros, H-altered automatic on the left-hand side, the Cobalt, out of Panama City, Florida. Gary at 8:59 was 58 under. He needs to run an 8:59.0 or quicker to get in and make it a mineshaft field. Chad Vogus, F Dragster automatic. Normally at the wheel of his K-altered automatic. 32 Bantam. Chad's got a new dragster hot rod. Mullis chassis car. And the little power plant. Struggled to get down track in the opening session. Let's see what he does here. Could be good. Motor's got power. Just got to get it acclimated to the chassis. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. Vogus goes 840 at 155. That's going the right direction. Just not enough. 872 at $153 by Gary Kokoro. And we are still a car away from an all-mine shaft field. Jimmy Kimbrough, the utilities contractor out of Florida. C. Econo Dragster on the left. Todd France could step it up. The John Racing. A Econo altered, former Mike Farrell car over on the right-hand side. Louisville, Kentucky based. Painter by profession. Top sportsman, you should be in the lanes. Alcohol, if you want to make a hit, needs you to the lanes, please. Alcohol, if you want to make a hit, needs you to the lanes, please. Come on down. Your test and tune session scheduled at 6. We're getting close. Got some top sportsman cars to get down, and then it's alcohol's turn. Then we go into stepping back in time. Professor Peabody and Sherman going to fire up the Wayback Machine. We're going to roll back about 3 weeks' time to Bowling Green, Kentucky, and finish that race. Whoa, Todd's machine hikes the front end up and goes left. That wasn't pretty. Jimmy Kimbrough goes 727. He picks up 100th of a second. That'll put Jimmy now at 62 under. He was already 61 under. Todd runs a 17-second lap to get down the racetrack. Taylor Kaminsky's hot rod here. Everybody's pointing at underneath the tower. The dart be leaking. Taylor won't get a shot. We'll miss another opportunity to go 61 under. So we'll get the golf cart and hook Taylor's Mopar-bodied entry up. Troy Galbraith coming up on the left-hand side. Troy going to give us a shot. See if he can get there. Nah, Taylor's got problems. They're not going to be able to get it. So we'll get him pushed out of the way. Troy Galbraith. 671.6 on the opening run. So he needs to run a .669 or better to get us there. Troy, number 7 in the world last year, the B Dragster automatic. Going to be a single run for him as Taylor's hot rod getting moved out of the way here underneath the tower. So let's see what we can do. 61 under, a 730 index. Means we need to get down to a 669.0 or quicker. Troy can do it. Got a quick race car. Hikes the front end up. Sets it right back down. Galbraith goes, oh, so close, 671.2. So he improves, but not enough to make it a mineshaft field as we inch closer. We are 12 thousandths of a second away. But I don't know that we're going to get there. Excuse me, we're 22 thousandths of a second away. I'll be all right. Alan Wilson and Brian Stufflebeam. Stufflebeam's F Supermod automatic. Brian can get there. Cobalt coming up on the right-hand side. Remember, he had problems in the opening round. Car moved to the left on him. He had to lift and just drove it down track to an 11.18. Stufflebeam could be everybody's hero. Well, at least everybody in comp, that is. If he could get her down track on a serious note. .926, the index for Stufflebeam. Alan Wilson's already 61 under. Runner out of Kokomo and the Seacano Dragster there on the left-hand side. Stufflebeam's car looked like it may have boggled just a little bit off the line. And he'll shut it off to a 9:35 at a $1.15. So he gets closer, but not close enough. 7:24. Wow, Alan Wilson stepping up the program there a little bit. Picks up 0.05 of a second. Goes to 6,600 to round out our comp field. And we are done. And we missed a mine shaft field again by mere thousandths of a second. As top sportsmen get ready to roll in, again, alcohol, final call, alcohol. If you want a test and tune lap this evening, need you to lanes now, please. Top sportsmen getting ready to roll out from underneath the tower as we continue working our way through and setting our fields for race number 1. And we have done that. We have concluded qualifying. Time runs for all of our categories. We will have our alcohol dragsters and alcohol funny cars up. Well, we'll be concluded as soon as top sportsman runs. Let's put it that way. Alcohol dragster and alcohol funny car up for a test and tune opportunity. Then we will venture back to Bowling Green. It's Kyan and Dinkles. Pro-charged. Cavalier. Out of Terre Haute up on the right-hand side. And Bob Wrights. West Virginia-based. Cobalt on the left. Kyan and Dinkle here on the right-hand side, your number 1 qualifier. Threw down a 6:24 at 225 miles an hour. That's good for number 1. It's good for top 6, 7. For Bob Wright, he moves from 22 up to number 18. Kurt Fredrich, gentleman currently. Fredrich on the left, the early model, first-gen Camaro body style. Rodney on the right. Likewise. For Rodney and Bridget, looking to improve on a 681. Fredrich through the beams goes 6.60 at 209 miles an hour. That'll improve him a little bit. 685 by Rodney does not. Kurt improves, but he stays number 16 in the show. Michael Chitty comes rolling in, the runner out of Ames, Iowa. Michael loved to be in the top half of the field. So would Ben Board. Both of these cars capable of doing it. You want to get in the top half, you got to go 6.600 or quicker. 669. Ben had a shutoff, 695. At only 184 miles an hour in the opening round. Don't forget Rich Soka and John Smitty. Neither one able to get a full pull down the racetrack, so they're definitely interested in stepping into the show as well. Benjamin Board, the Pontiac GTO. Little motor over on the right with a whole lot of hair drying going on. Twin turbo power plant. Excuse me, is that a Pro Charge? I think it's Pro Charge car now. I stand corrected. Board muscles through 698 at 179 off the throttle at the other end. 668, 206 by Chitty. Chitty picks up a Hun, but he'll stay in the bottom half of the field. Benjamin Board stays number 25 as Scott Linder. And Bill Rotes come rolling in. Bill, the Camaro on the right-hand side for the runner out East Moline. Bar and restaurant owner, and don't you know Bill's got to be feeling the effects of everything's been going on. $692 at $193 for that bright yellow Camaro. Today's early session of qualifying, Scotty Linders. Pontiac there on the left. Beautiful hot rod for Scott. 652 at 211 miles an hour earlier today. All right, heads up in the pits. Heads up in the pits. Bowling Green competitors. 4 of you left in Super Street. A dozen of you left in stock. Need you to lanes, please. Super Street and stock from Bowling Green. Need you to lanes, please. Super Street and stock from Bowling Green. Need you to lanes, please. Alan Bush, Ray Dew. Whoa, hang on, Scotty. And Bill Rott's going to slow up at the other end as well. Bill goes 866 at 103, 1087 for Linder after the car went a little left and out of the groove. And Ricky Ship in Super Street needs you to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator, Warren and Hirsch, Bennett, Randy Lynn, Sharp and Rakes, Reese and Wells, Vaughn and Beal, Kenny Bomar, and Tim Barrett. Need you to lanes, please. Super Street and Stock Eliminator. Competitors still in from Bowling Green. Super Street and Stock. Need you to lanes, please. Checking the right-hand side of the racetrack real quick after Bill made the rundown with the yellow Camaro. John Steldt. Bill Simmons on the right-hand side as we are ready to go. Simmons at the wheel of his Grand Am here in the Mopar Express lane, and Steldt. Fast Times Performance. Cavalier there on the left. And again, Bowling Green competitors in Super Street and Stock. Need your lanes, please. Bowling Green, Super Street, and Stock. 4 Super Street and a dozen Stockers. Need your lanes, please. Come on down. Bill Simmons on the right. Steldt on the left. Stelt's in the top half. Williamson down number 21. $672. Simmons picks up 4 hun. $656. Steldt picks up a hun. Simmons now number 20. Steldt moves from 13 to number 12. Amazing what 100th of a second can do, isn't it? Brian Brown and Jonathan Smitty. Jonathan, problems out of the Ford in the opening session. Car came to a stop down there just before half track. Hopefully whatever it was minor. They've been able to get it situated and squared away. Smitty right now not in the show. You want in? Got to go. Well, you got to go. Right now the bump's an 11-second run of Andy Horn, but we're going to shuffle that around too. Smitty knows he needs to be in low 7s, high 6s just to confirm himself a spot in the field. Brian Brown says, I think I'm in. I want to be in. Former Midwest Series top sportsman champ Brown over here on the right. Out of Coal City. And Brian Brown, 674, picks up a hun. 671 by Jonathan Smitty. That puts Jonathan in, number 20 in the show. Brian Brown, 74, now puts him number 23 in the show. Eric Burnett's 10-second lap now gets put on the bubble. Andy Horn just got bumped out. Rich Soika also on the outside looking in. Here's your number 3 qualifier, Jim Thorpe. Pro Charged Camaro. Out of Mertzon, Texas. Beautiful race car, painted up to match his dragster. The Dragster's painted up to match the car, however you want to look at it. Glenn Butcher over here on the right-hand side, the demolition contractor out of the Buckeye State. It'd be cool to get paid to tear things up, blow things up, knock buildings down, do whatever. Butcher, your number 4 qualifier, sitting and waiting patiently behind the water box while they do a little cleanup. His side of the racetrack, he earlier went 649, 212 miles per. So it looks like Jim Thorpe will be on a single while we get the tractor out, do a little drag over here on the Mopar Express side. Thorpe, number 3, with a 642 at 224 earlier. Boy, that new car his has been good. 637, 225 miles an hour. Thorpe picks up. Stays number 3, though, with that 37 lap. Now we get a little work going on the Mopar Express side of the racetrack. And Kynan Deacle still sitting number 1. Jimmy Fallon number 2. Jim Thorpe solidly number 3. Glenn Butcher getting ready to come up next, number 4. Stephen Bad Eye Brenniger, number 5 and 6. Gary Wojnowski, number 7. Scott Linder, who we've already seen go down track, number 8. Jerry Albert, Tim Kerman, Troy Finner, John Stelt, Rich Smith, Billy Thoman, Justin Souders, Kurt Fredericks rounding out the quick 16 currently. Glenn Butcher in on the right-hand side. Billy Thobin on the left. Got a little cleanup taken care of here on the Mopar side of the racetrack. So Butcher sitting number 4, Billy Thobin number 14 with the Corvette. Thobin with a 6:57 lap earlier. Butcher, who hooked his way to a 6:49 earlier. 6:53 this time around for Butcher. 6:57.3 for Thoman. He picks up 4 thou. Glenn will stay number 4. Billy stays number 14. And we continue on. Jimmy Fallon, your number 2 qualifier. The blown Hemi hot rod over there on the left-hand side for the Trenton, Ohio-based runner. Jimmy did his burnout, and it sounded like the car may have lost fire. They're running out now to see what they can do. Bad Eye Brenniger on the right-hand side, already doing his burnout. The 03 Mustang. And they get Jimmy's car relit. And Irby will be up. Souders will be up as soon as we get Jimmy Fallon off the top end of the racetrack. All right, looks like we got our Super Street stock competitors. We'll take Super Comp and Super Stock to the lanes now, please. Super Comp and Super Stock. That'll be another 19 of you. We got room in the staging lanes. Come on down. Super Street, Stock, Super Comp, and Super Stock. Bowling Green, need you to lanes. Makes a grand total of 35 cars left in eliminations in those 4 categories. We'll whittle that down to the short roads. Again, Super Comp and Super Stock. Need your lanes, please, for the Bowling Green race. If you're still in Bowling Green, need you to lanes. Super Street, Stock, Super Comp, and Super Stock. Souders number 15 in the show. Robbie Irby number 26. About to put a wrap on session number 2 of qualifying. Let's finalize our field for tomorrow's eliminations. Souders a 6:55 lap. He picks up 4 hun. 7:47 and a $1.61. No improvement for Irby. Souders 6:55 now holds him in the number 11 qualifying position. So Kurt Frederich stays in that number 16 spot. Final of our quick 16 cars. Eric Burnett stays on the bump right now. Rich Smith and Andy Horn. Andy got bumped out moments ago, the Mustang. Out of Ohio over here on the right-hand side. Problems in the opening round. Only mustered up an 11-second run. See if they've been able to take the car back. Get it set up and balanced a little bit better for this final qualifying effort. Sure love to get this gorgeous Mustang in the show. Rich Smith there on the left. Out of Wentzville. Across the river and down the road a little bit. 68 Camaro for Rich and Linda. Number 14 in the show right now with a 656. Andy Horn says, just let me in. Because Andy, along with everybody else in the field, knows that if you're in, you can win. Horn's car, a little wiggle, but staying with it, and he hustles through 651. 212 miles an hour, 650 for Rich Smith. So he goes through with 212. So Horn jumps into the number 9 spot with that lap. Rich Smith jumps all the way up to the number 6 spot. Kurt Frederick just got bumped out of the quick half of the field. And Billy Thoman, 657. Now sits number 16. Ryan Boland's 9-second lap sitting on the bubble. Eric Burnett, Rich Soika on the outside looking in. Bob Mandel and Chris Osborne both in. Both down in the bottom half of the field. Both love to be up in the top half. With lane choice in round number 1 tomorrow. Bob Mandel, the Profab, that 55 Chevrolet, 673 in the opening lap. Chris Osborne, 663. Difference between those 10th of a second is 5 spots on the qualifying sheet. Osborne, number 18. Whoa, Bobby, where you going? Mandel comes out of the gate, shoots to the left. Gets kind of up close and personal to the wall. Osborne goes 661, 208 miles an hour, so that'll improve Chris, but he stays number 18. Bob had a bit of a drive. Came out of the gate, the car moved left, and I mean he was to the left of the groove. Mandel's a smart enough driver and seasoned enough driver to know that there wasn't a whole lot he was going to do with that run to improve on anything. So he clicked it off and coasts across. 2 more out of our top half. Steven Brenniger and Gary Wojnowski. Hey, final call, stock eliminator. Warren and Hirsch. Bennett and Randy Lynn. Sharp and Rakes. Reese and Wells. Vaughn and Beal. Bomar and Barrett, we got 10 of you, need 12 of you. Stock Eliminator from Bowling Green, needs you to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator. Bowling Green, we got 10, we need 12. To the lanes, come on down. Super Comp and Super Stock, we've rung your doorbell as well. If you're in Super Comp or Super Stock from Bowling Green, need you to the lanes, please. Gary Wisnowski on the right-hand side, number 8 at a 651. Rudiger up on the left at a 650. Stephen and Bad Eye Rudiger marrying a pair of sisters. And they love going to the races. Great family operation. Stephen left side, Gary on the right. Ooh, puff of smoke and a little spark and a 653 by Brediger at 200 miles an hour. 651 by Wojnowski. Gary runs his best lap at 213 miles an hour. Stays number 8. Steven goes 650 earlier today. Runs 653 here. A little spark and a little coming out down there at the other end. He'll stay number 5. That might have could have been a plug vacating the racing plant. Couple more sitting in the water box back here, ready to go. Jerry Albert and Vince Nannini. Jerry up in the top half, Vince down at the bottom. A shut-off 961 for the chassis builder out of Lake Bluff, Illinois. Vince Nannini race cars. Got his old Cutlass sitting down here. Albert up on the left for Jegs and Mickey Thompson. Getting ready to wheel the GTO down the AAA side of the racetrack. So Albert looking to step up from a 652, the Pontiac there on the AAA side. Vince's Oldsmobile, the 97 Cutlass. Number 31, a shutoff 961 earlier. Jerry a little bit out of the groove, eases it back in, goes 651. 213 picks up a Hun. 655 by Vince. That's picking it up. Putting it down and putting it where you want it. Number 14 in the top half of the field for Nannini. John Stelz, 656 now, the number 16 qualifier. Ryan Boland's 9-second lap, now the bump number. And here comes Ryan. Troy Finner should be coming up alongside of him. And Troy pulled out. He's sitting over there. So Troy, sitting number 15, says, I'm in, I'll stay. Ryan Boland, like Vince Nannini, in the 9-second zone from a shutoff run earlier today. Wants to get a good lap down the racetrack for race day tomorrow. And Boland's going to shut it off again. Coast across down at the other end of the racetrack. 9:53 lap at 95 miles an hour. He does improve, but he will stay your number 32 qualifier. And I got news for you. He will be the unknown tomorrow. Eric Burnett. And Eric seems to be having issues. As that car is not running right. Nope. Well, that's better. Eric Burnett not in the show. A shut-off 10:59 lap from earlier. Certainly looking to see if he can pick it up any. Because he wants to be into play. That we do know. So Burnett struggling to get into the show. See if he can get her done. Got to get down and run quicker than a 9.5 second run to get in. Should be easy peasy. Will certainly move things around as far as pairings are concerned. Larry Canolte's car, now the bump at an 8:02. Have not seen Larry this session, and I don't think we're going to because I do believe Tim Kerman is the final car in. So Kerman's Grand Am in the show. .651 at 211 miles an hour for Tim. So Kerman improves. Picks up a couple of notches on the qualifying sheet. And that puts a wrap on our qualifying and time trials for race number 1. Our alcohol cars getting ready to come out for their test and tune moment. Bowling Green Super Gas needs you to lanes now, please. Bowling Green Super Gas. Final call, Super Comp. Dean Dubbin comes rolling up. Left-hand side of the racetrack for a little test and tune session. Nick Janik over here on the right-hand side. This is the alcohol. Kids getting an opportunity to run down track. Little test and tune for those that want it. Super Gas, need you to lanes, please. Bowling Green Super Gas, need you to the lanes. Dubbin Motors through 531, 265 miles an hour for Dino. Janik shuts it off to a 969 lap after rattling the tires here on this end of the racetrack. Got her out there about 60 feet, and boy, the shake hit. Nick said, thank you very much. Dubbin goes 531 at 265 for a little test session. Will Smith gets ready to roll in. Will at the wheel, the Dave Harada tuned entry. Coming off the win up in Earlville, Iowa just a week ago, or a couple weeks ago. Good to see those boys put the Wally in the motorhome and haul it home with them. They hook up the fuel line and get ready to send them down track. .531 for Dubbin. Let's see what Will Smith, Dave Harada, and the crew have in store. This is a test and tune opportunity. It is not an alcohol qualifying run. They will get their runs tomorrow for qualifying. But it is an opportunity to get out, do a little handshake with the racetrack, see if the combination, the crew chief, in this case Dave Harada, has put together is the right combo. Will Smith at the wheel. Like we said, picking up first Wally for him up in Earlville, Iowa. A couple of weeks ago at the Division 5 Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event. A weekend that saw a lot of delay from Mother Nature, as the moisture just would not stop falling from the sky. But they finally got it in. Perseverance prevailed. So keep an eye on the Dave Harada tuned owned hot rod. Will Smith at the wheel. Hand signals galore out there. Go ahead and pull her forward. Dave Harada looking in. Says, okay, go get him, Sparky. Let's see what we've got. And her flames a dancing, a 548, 233 mile an hour shot. And he cruises through on the big end. Nice little checkout pass, nice little tune-up run. Take the data received off the tested tune lap here and come back tomorrow for qualifying, see where they can put themselves in the field for first round of eliminations. And our alcohol funny car contingent getting ready to roll up next with their test and tune opportunity, and I do see Chris Foster sitting down underneath the tower. Foster out of Bettendorf, Iowa, the Quad Cities runner over on the left-hand side for Chris and Dan and crew. Number 2 in the championship chase last year in the North Central Division. Had a good run at Topeka, our Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event over at Heartland Motorsports Park about a month and a half ago. Well, right now it's just a little test and tune run. See what they can do going down this racetrack. Chris should be in the 560 zone. And I do believe he's our only funny card to take a shot this evening for test and tune. This is an option. It is not mandatory. Excuse me, I said Bettendorf, Iowa, Davenport, Iowa. Rattled the tires a little bit, goes 554. 263 miles an hour. I was hesitant there for a moment, waiting for the parachute to blossom down at the other end of the racetrack. Always like to make sure that everybody's making their way safely and securely around. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to step back in time. The week that was Bowling Green, Kentucky. Not that long ago. We were in Bowling Green the end of August. And on August the 30th, we were trying to finish up a race weekend. Unfortunately, Mother Nature had other plans. Well, we whittled it down to about 50 cars left in competition, and the majority, if not all, were headed to St. Louis for this race. Rather than make everybody stick around to try and finish on Monday, we are finishing up the Bowling Green race today. As it turned out, it rained again on Monday in Bowling Green. So, wise move to be able to get this race completed and down track. Crown our champions. And get ready for race day tomorrow for race number 1 of our twofer here at Worldwide Technology Raceway. Randy Ship taking on Dalton Deffenbaugh. One of them going to go to the final round because we in Super Street, we're down to 4 cars. Randy Ship and Dalton Deffenbaugh, Double D. Ray Dew taking on Alan Bush. So they've had their qualifying and time runs today for this race. Gives them the setup information they need to be able to get the cars dialed in for finishing the Bowling Green race. This is eliminations, trying to finish up and crown some champs from Bowling Green. We are clean and green, off and running. 2 go down, 1 come back. One of these cars is going to be your final round contestant. And it's going to be Randy Ship. 1093 beats a 1095 by 30 thousandths of a second. So Randy Ship into the finals of our Bowling Green event. Now, who's he going to take on? Is it going to be Alan Bush and the 77 Nova on the left-hand side, or is it going to be Ray Dew in the 70 edition? Nova over here on the right-hand side. Dew out of League City, Texas, down Houston way. And Alan Bush out of Erie, Illinois. One of them's going to run Randy Ship in the finals. Off the throttle stops they go. Who's going to be in the finals? Going to be Alan Bush. 1092, 144. Ray Dew breaks out by a foul. 10.899. Alan had the better light. Dew got there first. Took 16 thou stripe to break out by 1 down at the other end of the racetrack. So Alan Bush, Randy Ship in the finals of Super Street. Stock Eliminator getting ready to come up next. Kevin Wells and Tom Reese. 12 cars left. We're going to whittle it down to 6. Going to have 2 cars on the short side of the ladder racing for an opportunity for a bye run to the final round. More about that in just a moment. Right now it's Tom Reese and Kevin Wells. The K-Stock Automatic taking on the G-Stock Automatic. Handicap start going to go to the late model 305 Camaro. The early model 350 Nova is going to be giving chase. About a second behind. 2 bulbs on the tree. There goes Reese. Here comes Kevin. Wells out of the gate. Cooking up a 3-egg omelet back here on the starting line. Trip zeros. 11-12 on the 11-10 by Wells. 12:05 on the 12:07. So Kevin Wells moves on to the round of 6. Stock Eliminator action. Tim Barrett out of New York taking on Kenny Bomar. And here's 2 of the cars. Right now on the short side of the ladder, Barrett off and running. Kenny Bomar's AA stock automatic, the 427 Camaro. Chasing down that little 350 combination. Timmy, top end, not going to get it done. It's going to be Bomar. 1036 on 117. So Bomar moves on. He'll come back to run either Rob Beal or Kevin Bond, but more about that in a moment. Right now it's George Warren and Gary Hirsch. Hershey over on the right-hand side, the engine builder. Wheeling his 455 powered Buick and George Warren's F-Stock Automatic, 390 Fairlane. Heads up, F-Stock Automatic. First one to the finish line, going to be your winner. In qualifying, Gary had the better of the 2. George Warren trying to steal a little bit off the starting line. Did he get enough? Ooh, this one's going to be close. George Warren's going to get the win. 11:01 beats an 11:02. But George Warren had the starting line reaction time, and he turned it in to a win down at the other end. So George Warren moves on to the quarterfinals of Stock Eliminator action. Houston Rakes, Jeff Sharp going to duke it out now to see which one of them comes back to run Kevin Wells. Sharp's I-Stock Automatic or Houston's Big Block A-Stock Automatic. Chevelle on the left-hand side. Remember, 2 go down, 1 come back. This is finishing up our race from Bowling Green, Kentucky. Sharp on 11:43. Houston on a 10:20. So a 1.2 second handicap start to Sharp. Jeff off and running. Houston Rakes, though, already starting to seize the opportunity. Had a better reaction time. Top end gets the win. 10:31 at $1.13. 11:44 by Sharp on the 11:43. But dead laid out of the gate. Cost him down at the other end of the racetrack. Houston Rakes and Kevin Wells will do battle next time around. Top Dragster, Comp, and Top Sportsman from Bowling Green. Gentlemen, will take you to the lanes. Top Dragster, Comp, and Top Sportsman are semifinalists from Bowling Greens. We'll take you to the lanes. Now, Jerry Bennett, Randy Lynn Ship, a heads-up D-Stock automatic battle. Randy Lynn on the right, moving on. And the crew is happy. Jerry Bennett knew he was a little behind, tried to take a shot at the tree. And it's Randy Lynn coming back to take on George Warren in the quarterfinals. Rob Beal should be taking on Kenny Vaughn's. Kenny's C-Stick entry out of Tennessee. Vaughn's Corvette not able to answer the bell, so Beal and Bomar will duke it out. And one of those 2 cars we know is going to the final round because they're on the short side of the ladder. When we get down to 3 cars left in, one of them's going to either be Rob Beal or one of them's going to be Kenny Bomar. And that'll put stock into the books. Top Dragster, Comp, and Top Sportsman from Bowling Green. Jets will take you to the lanes now, please. Top Dragster, Comp, and Top Sportsman. Take you to the lanes, please. Come on down. Super Comp getting ready to roll in. So we continue on with eliminations. 11 cars left in our Super Comp field. We'll whittle this down to 6 cars left in eliminations. Zach Fisher and Derek Denny going to be first up to do battle. Zach on the left. Danny on the right. 890's up on the scoreboard as we take aim for a quarterfinal berth in Super Comp. $8.90's up on the boards, and here we got to work on this timing, Derek. Go. Pretty good hit for both of them on the line. 7 thou difference between the two. How about an 8-900 lap for Zach Fisher? That'll move him another round. 25 on the tree, 8-900 and $1.79, taking 5 thousandths stripe down at the other end of the racetrack for the W. 891.2 by Derek Denny. Gave a good run, had a better light. Zach killing the number at the other end and moving on. Dwight Allen, the anniversary boy up on the left-hand side, taking up at the stripe. Brian Harris gets the win. 893 at 169. He was 15 on the tree. He was good. Dwight was a little bit gooder leaving. When they got down there to the other end, Brian did a better job of sealing the deal. And moving on to the round of 6, Chuck Ridenour. Chris Sullivan. Sullivan up on the left, the accountant. Out of Auburn, Ridenour out of Indiana. American Race Cars chassis entry for Ridenour over here on the right-hand side. Chuck rolls in. These are two of the cars on the short side of the ladder. So the winner here is going to come back and run for an opportunity for the bye run. Ridenour out of the gate. Another perfect light, an 891 to turn on his scoreboard down at the other end. Trip 0, 891-2 for a 12 foul package. Sullivan was 19 on the tree and never hit it. Couldn't get there, couldn't win it, no matter what he did. 12,000s package by Chuck Ridenour sealed the deal. Sullivan's out. Chuck moves on. Nick Eisenhower and Scott Vandenwalker going to come back and run Chuck Ridenour for the bye run. One of them is Nick and the dragster on the left. Chuck wheeling that nasty Dodge Viper here on the right, and a red line start by Scott. So it'll be Nick Eisenhower getting the win. He runs 8.906. Vandenwalker runs an 8.95 at a $1.62. But he was too quick on the tree. And down the other end of the racetrack, there's nothing you can do. Jimmy Smith and Greg Kaufman come rolling in now. Winner here is going to come back to run Brian Harris. Kaufman's dragster up on the right-hand side, Jimmy on the left. Couple boys out of Kentucky going to duke it out. See which one of them gets to move on. or 11 cars left in the show, whittling it down to 6. Our odd lot number cars sitting back here in the water box. And Greg Kaufman turns red. Jimmy Smith, another perfect light. Boys are ready for this race opportunity. That is 3 perfect lights here in the opening rounds so far. And Billy Walker out of Georgia. Start to finish landscaping boss man. The wheel of an undercovered chassis machine over here on the right-hand side. Walker will get the easy run. He'll come back with 6 cars left to run Zach Fisher. We saw Zach throw down that 8,900 just a few moments ago. And an 892 for Billy at a $1.74. So that puts Super Comp to the quarterfinals. This is the quarterfinals of Super Stock. We've got 8 cars left in eliminations. Going to whittle it down to our 4 semifinalists. Brina and David going to be our first pair out. Brina at the wheel of the Wisconsin-based Cobalt. GTF automatic on a 945 dial. David Neal on the right on a 920. With the GTF stick shift car, the 327 over here on the right-hand side. Like we said, winner's going to go to the final 4. You're out this round, you just start getting ready for tomorrow. Probably go grab a bite to eat and cold drink. Top dragster, comp, and top sportsman from Bowling Green. If you're not in the lanes yet, come on down. Top dragster, comp, and top sportsman. To the lanes, please. Brina off and running. Here comes David Neal working his way through the gearbox. Trying to come up alongside, top end. Winner picker says give it to Brina. 946 on a 45. She was better on the tree. Takes the stripe for the win. David goes 922 on a 920. So Miss Brina moves on. A Final Four berth awaits her. Ricky Decker and Ronnie Dutton will roll in next. The Cadillac-powered Oldsmobile for the runner out of Alabama. Over here on the right-hand side, Ricky Decker's 350 Superstock I automatic Camaro there in the left lane. 985 the dial. Gives up the handicap start, now starts chasing. Decker out of the gate, Dutton out in front, but here comes Decker. Closing hard, the Lawn Cure, Who's Your Tire entry, gets the win, 989 on a 985. Ricky was 007 to get the win, 1066 on a 65 by Dutton. Dutton was a little late out of the gate. Paid for it down at the other end of the racetrack, and Ricky Decker. Brina Spling Air moved to the Final Four, and either Johnny Rakes or Todd France going to join them. Winner of this pair comes back to run Miss Brina in the next round. France at the wheel, the GTD automatic. Rakes at the wheel, the TI automatic entry. Johnny off and running. Todd France trying to be like Ricky Decker. Come from behind for the win. Goes 007, 918 for the W. 977 by Johnny Rakes on a 971. Car did not run the number. Todd France was able to go 007 on the tree. He'll be our Final Four contestant against Brina. And the winner of this pair comes back to run Ricky Decker. It's either going to be Jeff Dona or Jeff Neiswanger, but I'll guarantee it's going to be a Ricky versus Jeff semi-final pair. Dona on the left, Super H automatic, 974 the dial. Jeff Neiswanger on the right, 1010. For his Super J automatic. Camaro, there goes Jeff. Oh, and Dona's car doesn't go anywhere. Dona had problems earlier today. And a 1017 by Jeff Neiswanger seals the deal. So Dona, whatever the case might be, not able to leave the starting line. And Neiswanger moving on. So it'll be Battle of the Camaros. Super J automatic for Jeff and the Super I automatic for Ricky Decker. And a tough break for Jeff Dona. Like I said, the Firebird had problems earlier today, was finally able to get down track later on in the second session. But whatever gremlin has moved in and set up housekeeping inside Jeff Dona's car, Jeff and Charlotte are going to be working on tonight, see if they can eradicate. Where's Mr. Pest Control when you need him? Jana Swan getting ready to come up. Taking on Jake Elrod. Jacob Elrod's new C7 Corvette, Janice Swan's Buick Opal there on the left-hand side. As we roll into Super Gas, and again, 12 cars left in eliminations, going to whittle it down to 6. Janice and Jake on the short side of the ladder. So like we've discussed earlier, one of them's going to be coming back for an opportunity to run for a bye run to the final. But that'll happen in the next round. You got to get by this one first. 990's up on the scoreboard. Super Gas the category. And we are ready to rumble. Green lights, a pair. For Race to Win Motorsports, Janice at the wheel, the Opal on the left-hand side. Gets the win, 991 at 161. Had the better light. Takes out LODRS 993 at $1.54. So Jana Swan moves to the round of 6. Jake Elrod's day is done. Austin Williams and Larry Riddell. Ooh, this is a good pair. Austin on the right-hand side, Larry on the left. Roadsters everywhere. Austin coming off the win last Sunday evening down in Dallas, Texas at the Texas Motorplex. Correctly, the Motorplex is in Ennis, Texas, a suburb of Dallas. Right now, all that's not for naught. Larry Riddell on the left, Austin on the right. Who's going to do the better job at the stripe? Going to be Larry getting the win. 9,901, a 28,000s package. Austin Williams was out of it when he left the starting line. We just didn't know it yet. Austin uncharacteristically late. Riddell gets the win with a 9,901. Austin goes 986 at 156. Trying to make up ground at the other end. Dwayne LaFleur taking on Joey Ship. As we continue on, the Lucas Oil Racers rep over on the left-hand side out of New York, and Joey coming to us from Indiana. A little bit shorter toe. Joey, the respiratory therapist, driving the Skillman Chevrolet. Oldsmobile on the right-hand side, pretty much an even hit out of the gate. Small advantage, Joey. Win light, Joey. 992 beats a 991. Whole shot out of the gate. Joey Ship was better by 8 thou. Hangs on to win by 4 thou at the other end of the racetrack. So Joey gets the W and moves on. Dwayne's evening's done. Bo Butner, Jamie Southards. Bo going to finish up this race, jump on an airplane and head for Gainesville, where he will be running up Pro Stock this weekend. Red light start by Bo. Guess he can head for the airport. Jamie on the right-hand side. Goes 9,904 for the win. 987 by Bo. Except I don't see Bo heading for the airport just yet, since Randy Lynn still in eliminations. Wonder if Randy's going to Gainesville. Wonder who's going to drive her car. Dang, I knew I should have brought my helmet. Tony Thompson on the right-hand side. Leo Zindup on the left. And no Tony Thompson. So Leo gets the competition by. He'll move in and run Joey Ship in the next round. So the competition by win goes to Leo. Little tune-up run as he will turn it around and come back for the quarterfinals. And he cranks it through with a 989. Tough break for Tony, not able to make the call back, but all the way from Naples, Florida would have been tough. Jeff Jensen pulls in on the right-hand side. He should be taking on Jim Perry's S10, the runner out of Tennessee. Not able to answer the bell. So it'll be Jeff Jensen taking on Jana Swan for the bye run to the finals. And Jensen cruises through 987 at $1.64. So we have whittled our way through another round of eliminations for our Bowling Green competitors. Top dragster, comp, and top sportsman. And for our Bowling Green racers, we'll take you back to the lanes. Bowling Green stock competitors, Bowling Green super comp competitors. Super stock and super gas. Gentlemen, if you would, I realize super gas just went down, but cool evening. Leisurely paced day. Take you back to the lane just as soon as you can turn them around, guys. Semifinals now coming up. Top dragster Mike Coughlin and Al Peevle are going to duke it out. Coughlin and Al, one of them's going to go to the final round. One of them's going to call their race day complete. Coughlin on a 610, Peevler on a 610. Who's going to move on to the finals? Peevler turns it red by 9 thousandths of a second. Coughlin runs 6:12 at 2:22. And Mike's into the final rounds yet again with the Jigs performance. Top dragster combination. Now who's he going to take on in the finals? Is it going to be JB or Danny? That's a pretty good pair to draw to as well. 6:11 to dial for JB. Danny on a 6:10, the reigning world champ in the top dragster category. The Vortex Supercharged National Championship. JB Strasweg, the Indiana runner out of Meyer Distributing. Big nitrous combination. Andy Nelson, we've talked about it today. High gear only. The Vortex Supercharged Racecraft Chassis Machine. Winner's going to come back to run Mikey. Runner up in this pair is going to, well, get ready for tomorrow. And we're going to do it all over again. JB goes 007, 13 on an 11 for the win. Danny Nelson runs 6:09.4. Took the finish line stripe by 15 thou and broke out by 6. Had a small margin down there to play with. JB, though, was 007 out of the gate. And that made that split-second decision by Danny Nelson down at the top end just a little bit tough to deal with in a instantaneous moment. Dave A. Altered Planetary and Ron Bones Dragster as we roll into semifinals of Comp. We know Mike Farrell's going to be in because, well, we've only got 3 cars left. Winner here is going to come back to run Mike's B Street Roadster. Bones 6-cylinder dragster over here on the right-hand side. David Eaton up on the left. 718 to an 824. The little 6-cylinder machine's going to be off and running first. Then we'll be waiting for Dave Eaton to give chase. Land developer out of Merritt Island, Florida, over there on the left-hand side, and a tool maker out of Michigan here in the right-hand lane. So Bone and David Eaton going to the finals. One of them going to be David Eaton. Ron Bone turns it red almost immediately. Eaton's going to coast on down track. Ron Bone's going to shut it off to 794. So it'll be David in the finals. He'll come back to take on Mike Farrell's B Street Roadster to determine our comp champ. So we're down to the finals in Comp Eliminator. We're down to the finals in Super Street. Got to get there in the rest of our categories. Stock Eliminator. Need 6 of you back to the lanes, please. Super Cop. Likewise, need 6 of you back to the lanes. Super Stock. Our 4 semifinalists is Mike Farrell pulls in, the car under power, stages it, accepts the green light, backs out. That constitutes a run. 6 cars left in Super Gas. Down to the finals in Super Street, Comp, Top Dragster, and about to get there in our Top Sportsman ranks, as they're underneath the tower getting ready to come up next. Again, need our Bowling Green winners. If you're still in, back to the lanes, please. Jim Thorpe and Billy Thoman, as we're down to 4 cars in our Top Sportsman ranks. Thorpe on the right, Thoman on the left. 636 the dial for Jim. 655 the dial for Billy. Thorpe going to give up a couple of ticks. Handicap start to the Corvette out of Kentucky. One of them's going to go to the finals. One of them going to get ready for tomorrow. Thorpe on the right, Thoman on the left. Serious time now. One of them's going to go to the final round, one of them isn't. Green lights, and away we go. Jimmy Thorpe goes 0-0-8-643 for the win. 223 miles an hour and into the final round. 661 for Billy Thoman. 207 miles an hour. Great win for Jim Thorpe there. 008-43 on a 36, taking 10 thou stripe for the margin of victory down at the other end of the racetrack. So Jim Thorpe moves on. He'll come back to run either Robbie Irby or Bill Simmons. Simmons ride to Grand Am out of Kentucky. Irby's hot rod to Camaro out of Tennessee. Simmons 671, Irby on a 695. One of them's going to get a pretty healthy handicap start against Jim Thorpe in the finals. Ooh, baby, good lights, a pair. Win light, though, going to go to Bobby Irby. 695 on a 95 as he runs a 13 thousandths package. Simmons was 005, but runs 78 on his 671 dial. To come up short, so it'll be Robbie Irby. Jim Thorpe in the finals of our Oakley Motorsports Top Sportsman. Bowling Green completion. Do want to remind everybody our bar, for those of you sitting in the stands and watching, the bar over in the food court area is up and running, going to be up and running for a couple hours even after we conclude tonight's racing activities. But our bar is scheduled for tonight and staying open for at least a couple hours after we conclude our racing. And again, all of our racers from Bowling Green, if you're in, you're in. Need you back to the lanes, please. If you're in, you're in. Need you back to the lanes. Quarterfinalists, semifinalists, finalists, hey, we'll take you when you're ready. Come on down. All right, Bowling Green competitors, need you back to the lanes, please. Stock, Super Street, Super Comp, Super Stock, Super Gas. Need you back to the lanes, please. Top Dragster Comp and Top Sportsman will take you guys as soon as you're ready. We need to continue working our way through towards crowning our Bowling Green champs, so we need you back to the lanes, please. Again, if you're still in Bowling Green, need you back to the lanes, please. Stock, Super Street, Super Comp, Super Stock, Super Gas. If you're in, need you back to the lanes, please. 6 cars left in our stock eliminator category. Finishing up our Bowling Green event, Kevin Wells. Houston Rakes, one of them looking to go to the final 3. Houston young driver out of Kentucky. Been to the finals before, won it all. The Jegs Sports Nationals down in Bowling Green a couple of years back. He's going to be dialed in 10-18, Kevin Wells. 72 Nova there on the left-hand side on a 11:09 as they are pre-staged. Getting ready to roll into the stage beams. Houston's in. Kevin bumping in. He's in. Here we go. Who's going to the semis? Going to be Kevin Wells. Red light start, Houston Rakes. Front end came straight up out of the beams for Houston, and the red light came on. 11:22 at 103 for Kevin Wells to get the W. 10:27 for Houston, but the red light on this indicated anything he wanted to do on that end. Here's the big one. Rob Beal and Kenny Bomar, a twofer. The win here gives them the bye run at 3 cars to the final round. Beal's little 283 Chevelle. Off and running, Kenny Bomar Jr. 427 AA stock automatic, rolling hard, top end, got him. 1035 on a 31 at 120. Taking 13 thou stripe for the win. 1243 by Rob. A little tardy leaving the starting line, and Kenny Bomar going to the finals with the bye run in the next round of eliminations. So Kevin Wells is going to come back, and he's going to run the winner of this pair. Either George Warren or Randy Lynn Ship. Randy Lynn on a 1063, Warren on an 1104. Oh, baby. If you could see what I see, you'd know that this one was ugly and over with already. Randy Lynn gets the win, 74 on a 63 dial, 1105 on the 04 by George Warren. Neither driver in particularly fancy fashion leaving the starting line. Let me put it that way. So Randy Lynn will come back to run Kevin Wells. The winner of that pair will come back to run Kenny Bomar. Zach Fisher comes rolling in now, our super comp field. Zach and Billy Walker. Final call, Super Gas. Need your lanes, please. Final call, Super Gas. Looking for Ron Roddell. Ron Riddell. Southards, Zinda, Ship, Swan, and Jensen. Need 6 of you. Back to the lanes, please, for Super Gas. Super Gas, final call. Billy Walker left side. Zach on the right. They're in. They're locked. They're loaded. We're green and away. Tom up here watching Zach go down the racetrack. And he gets there too quick. 888 gets beat by an 889. Both drivers under. Billy's under by 5. Zach's under by 20 thousandths of a second. And Billy Walker goes to the semifinals. Nick Eisenhower and Chuck Ridenhour duking it out for the bye run. A twofer, if you will. Eisenhower's hot rod on the left. Ridenhour on the right, Chuck. And that perfect light in the last round. See if he can do it here. Green lights and away we go. Well, we don't have a bag of donuts on this end, but we got close. 009 light by Nick Eisenhower, but it's going to be Chuck Ridenhour getting the win. 8.906 at 185. Eisenhower goes down, takes the stripe. 48th thou at the stripe is what he took, and he breaks out by 14. He had some room to play with down there, so Ridenhour gets the bye run. It's 3 cars, and he'll be in the finals of Super Comp. Now, who's going to come back and run Mr. Walker in the next round? Is it going to be Jimmy or Brian? Smith or Harris? Jimmy Smith left side, Brian Harris right lane. Final pair this round, Super Cop. Red light start, Jimmy Smith. It's going to be Brian Harris. So it'll be Harris and Walker. Down at the other end as Brian Harris goes 8.888. But the 007 light by Jimmy Smith, it didn't matter how many times he whopped it down there, it wasn't going to come back to his side of the track. 8.91 at $1.69. So Brian Harris. Chuck Ridenhour, and young Mr. Walker in the semifinals of a Super Comp. Super Stock, Super Gas. Working our way there. Super Stock down to the semi. Should have 4 of you coming back. Super Gas looking for 6 of them. Big combo. 10-12 the dial for Jeff. Decker on a 985. One of them's going to go to the final round. One of them gets the opportunity to advance to the nearest cooler. Find themselves a nice cold beverage, some flavor. Decker will leave second. Nice Wanger's going to go first. 10-12 to 985. Not a bunch. Handicap start going to go to Jeff. Hopefully enough for him to hold on at the other end. Ricky Decker says, I don't think so. Oh, a nice Wanger. Dead late out of the gate. This one's all but over, but they're crying. Ricky Decker. Tree turned green, and away he went. 10:03 to $1.14. Jeffrey, distracted by something down at the other end of the racetrack or starting line, or I don't know what, but definitely dead late out of the gate. And so Ricky Decker going to the finals here in Super Stock. Now, who's he going to take on? Is it going to be Todd France or going to be Brina? Spling Air. Brina on the right-hand side, the Cobalt. 350 GTF automatic. France's GTD automatic. The distant cousin of the Cobalt, the Pontiac G5 over there on the left-hand side. Both of them 2008 models. Rolling off the same assembly line back in the day. Brina goes red by a thou. Todd France into the final round for the France. And John's Racing, 923 on a 915 at $1.24. Brina runs 974, shutting it off at the other end. So our finals now set in Super Stock. Getting ready to set the semifinals in Super Gas. 6 cars left. Joey Ship, Leo Zinda. Going to do battle, Ship, the wheel, the Cutlass. Out of Ray Skillman's Auto Group, Ray Skillman Chevrolet, and Leo Zinda for the Ring and Pinion Shop up on the left-hand side. Longtime campaigner, Super Gas, Super Comp. Lots of experience sitting out there on the line on both sides of the racetrack. Going to whittle it down to 3 here in Super Gas action. Green light's a pair. We can make a race out of it for 1,320 feet. Close it in. On the finish line stripe, going to be Leo getting the win. 992. Beats a 989.9. Joey got there first by 13 to break out by 1 at the other end of the racetrack. Can you say ouch? Well, Joey's probably saying that along with a few other words. Like golly gee willikers. Janice Swan up on the left and Jeff Jensen on the right. This is the biggie. This is the twofer. There will be 3 cars left when we come back. One of these cars wins this round and has the automatic berth in the finals. Janice Little Opal, Race to Win Motorsports, our bounty hunter program here in Division III competition, and Jeff Jensen coming up out of Clarksville. Just doesn't want to be on the last train home to Clarksville. It's a Monkees song from back in the day. I know. Who the heck are the Monkees? Anyway, green lights a pair. We're off. Red running, and this one's going to be fun. Oh, baby. 2,000 difference out of the gate, and Janice Swan gets the win. 992 at 157. 987 by Jensen. Grabbed a chunk of finish line stripe to break out at the other end of the racetrack, and Janice Swan, the Race to Win Motorsports, she could have a bounty on her own head. Larry Riddell taking on Jamie Southards now. The winner here gets to come back and run Leo. Riddell's hot rod on the left. Jamie on the right. Out of Kings Mountain, North Carolina. Southards trying to hold off Larry on the top end. Corvette taps the brakes, gets the win. 991 at $156. Jamie was better out of the gate. Larry was trailing a little bit, goes 988 at 151 at the other end to try and make up for it. And, well, we all know how that works. Not quite so well. So Jamie Southards, Leo Zinda, and Janice Swan, semifinalists in Super Gas. So we're down to the finals in stock with Todd France and Ricky Decker. Down to the finals in Top Sportsman with Jim Thorpe and Robbie Irby. Down to the finals in Top Dragster with Mike Coughlin and J.B. Straswig. Super Street final round getting ready to come up. Alan Bush and Randy Ship. Cop Eliminator with David Eaton and Mike Farrell going to be coming back. We're just about to put the wraps on our Bowling Green event. And again, if you're in, you're in. Need you back to the lanes, please. Top Dragster, Comp, Top Sportsman, Super Street, we'll take you back. We'll get our champs crowned, start passing out Wallies, taking photographs, doing the social distancing thing with virtual high fives. But I'm sure there'll be some family hugging going on down there. But if you're in, you're in. Need you back to the lanes, please, gents. Come on down. Yeah, it looks like Top Dragster's getting ready to roll up underneath the tower for our final round of competition. Cop Eliminator, Top Sportsman, Super Street. You should be in the lanes pretty much paired up and ready to go. Super Stock, Super Comp, Super Gas. Take you all back to the lanes, please. Come on down. Get them jumping jacks in. 1, 2, 3. All right, always good to hear the engines rumbling underneath the tire. JB and Mike getting ready to come up. Our finals from Bowling Green for the top dragster, Wally. Our Oakley Motorsports top dragster competition boiled down to Mike Coughlin and J.B. Straswag duking it out for the W. JB on a 6'11", Mike on a 6'10". One of them's going to be holding the Wally, smiling in the pictures behind the mask. Getting the handshakes and the hugs from family and friends. Socially distanced, of course. JB on the right, Mike on the left. Nitrous blower. Finals and top dragster coming at us. And again, if you're in your end, need you back to lanes, please. Bowling Green contestants, if you're in your end, need you back to the staging lanes, please. Here we go. JB's in, waiting on Mike. We're ready. Oh, and JB rolled the beams. The RPMs came up and the car crept forward, and J.B. Straswag goes red on the starting line. Mike Coughlin takes home the Wally for Jigs Automotive. At the top dragster, Oakley Motorsports Wally goes to Mr. Mike Coughlin, who is looking to clinch yet another division championship. Certainly didn't hurt himself any with that final round as he goes a 7:53 and a $1:19. Both drivers shutting off after the red light start. So a couple of very good race cars, but a little bit of an anticlimactic finish with the red light start by JB's machine. Not holding still on the starting line. So our top sportsman finals, our comp finals, our super street finals, our super stock finals. And the semi-finals in stock, super comp, and super gas. If you're in, you're in. Need you back to the lanes, please, kids. Come on down. Comp Eliminator final round rolling out now as we've got our two final round contestants, David Eaton and Mike Farrell. Patterson Racing, B Street Roadster, Farrell over here on the right-hand side. Multi-time divisional final round contestant. Got numerous Wallies sitting at home. David Eaton's Florida-based. A Altered Planetary there on the left. He'll be giving Mike Farrell a bit of a handicap start. Farrell's B Street Roadster on an 839 index. Eaton on a 718. So 1.2 handicap start going to go to Mike. See if he can hold off David Eaton's top end charge of that 500 cubic inch pro stock combination sitting in front of the 32-man embodied machine. Farrell with the little 323 Chevrolet. Mike and CJ taking on David and Frank. Red light start, 5 thousandths of a second, Mike Farrell. David Eaton's going to cruise on down, 745 at 126 miles an hour, and Mike Farrell throws away an 808, 130 mile an hour shutoff lap, 5 foul. Too quick off the starting line, and David Eaton picks up the Wally in the win for our finally finished Cop Eliminator action out of Bowling Green. Stock, Super Comp, Super Gas. Need you back to the lanes, please. Stock, Super Comp, and Super Gas. Need you back to the lanes. Super Street, Top Sportsman, Super Stock, take you as well if you're not already there. Top Sportsman final round coming at us now is Robbie Irby and Jimmy Thorpe going to duke it out. See if we can get through a final round without a red light here. We had one in our top dragster. We had one in